Hello, I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is IO Live. You just saw the keynote where Sundar and team brought you through the latest product and platform innovations from Google. They covered Google News, Android, Google Assistant, Google Maps, Waymo, and more. We now have a few special guests joining us to recap just a few of the announcements for developers. Hi, Wayne. Thanks for joining us on IO18 Live. Let's talk about Google Assistant.
Hi Timothy. Today we heard about how the Google Assistant is becoming more naturally conversational and visually assistive. There's new voices you can choose from to make the Google Assistant your own. We have continued conversation for a more natural back and forth conversation. We have multiple actions so you can ask for multiple things at once. And we have Pretty Please, with which the assistant understands and responds to polite conversation with positive reinforcement. These improvements really help everyone have a more natural conversation with their assistant. Also, we unveiled a new visual canvas for the assistant across screens, which brings the simplicity of voice together with a rich visual experience. I really loved the live demos of this one. And more importantly, for developers, Google Assistant is now on 500 million devices. It's really easy to build with actions on Google. So if you've been trying to decide if you should build actions for the Google Assistant, now's the time.
Thanks, Wayne. All right, let's talk about Android. Dan, there was a lot. Can you try and summarize for us?
I'll do my best. It's great to see us taking advantage of on-device machine learning at the OS level to improve battery life and system health. Whether that's anticipating the way apps are used with adaptive battery, or looking at the way the brightness slider is used to help anticipate screen brightness preferences. But most importantly, for developers, you can take advantage of Android's prediction by implementing app actions, allowing your app to be surfaced in places like the launcher, smart text selection, the Play Store search, and the Google Assistant. Slices are something I've been closely following. They allow developers to create an interactive snippet of their app that can be surfaced in different places in the OS using templatized UI. For developers who want to leverage machine learning within their apps, we have MLKit, which is a cross-platform hardware-accelerated Firebase API that supports text recognition, face detection, image labeling, and more. Users are going to love what we've done to simplify things and help with their digital wellness in Android, and developers are going to love the way Android will be surfacing their content. I'm looking forward to your feedback.
Thanks, Dan. Mike, what's going on with Google Maps?
Thanks, Timothy. So the mission for Google Maps for the last 13 years has been to help you in the real world and help people everywhere in their everyday lives. Mapping every road, every building, every business, because it matters. All the great new AI technology you heard about in the keynote is really helping us to make vast improvements to build on this mission for our users. Things like automatically adding addresses from Street View images. Think about rural places in Africa or big cities like Lagos or a dense urban environment, places that haven't been well mapped. Using this computer vision technology, we can look at these Street View images and literally put new places on the map. All this new data will help developers in these countries build new location-based apps for their users. I'm also really excited about the new features that will let you know more about trending places based on interests and context. This is something I know my wife and I always struggle with when we're trying to make decisions on where to take our kids for a family dinner out, like what just opened, and based on our interests and what we already like, where should we go? This will be great for users and local businesses.
Joining me now are two of my colleagues, developer advocates Florina Mutanescu and Todd Kerpelman. It's good to see you both.
Good to see you too.
Good to be here.
Florina and Todd will be helping me take you around the sandbox this year.
Oh wow, the sandbox area really grew this year.
It totally did. It's huge now. There's like a whole new section with machine learning and experiments, which is like super cool. All the experiment stuff. Love it.
So that's a total of 9 sandbox areas in total, plus Waymo and Android Auto.
You definitely want to be wearing comfortable shoes for the tour today. And tell me, what are each of you really excited about checking out today?
Definitely about all the talks about architecture components and the ones about Kotlin. And there's another one, I'll be very biased. It's my talk. We're doing a talk about text in Android. So be at 6:30 Wednesday at stage 3.
Okay, Todd.
What a coincidence. I'm also excited about my own talk, 5 ways to make your app more successful with Firebase. Number 2 will shock you. I'm also just excited to find out more about like Flutter and augmented reality and maybe games with the Google Assistant, because my kids are big fans of the Riddle Room, which is it's a game where every time you play it, you get the same riddles, so they love playing it multiple times because then they know all the answers.
I'm really excited to check out the ML Sandbox. I hear there's some really cool surprises in there. Well, I know that y'all need to get to the sandbox to set up for the tour, so I'll see you soon.
Bye, Timothy.
Now, while they're away, let's take a look at these fun facts about this year's festival. We've strategically placed 11 water bikes and trailers carrying 7,500 gallons of drinking water. Now, that works out to be about a gallon of water for every attendee. And to keep it all cold, we have about 11,000 pounds of ice to go with it. Because our festival is outdoors, we created 9,200 square feet of shade. That's a little under a quarter acre of cool space. And in case it rains, we have 8,000 ponchos to keep everyone joining us from around 49 countries and more than 3,000 companies dry. The next story we're about to share will change the way you look at AI. We'll head over to Brazil, where old cell phones and machine learning are being used to help save rainforests.
So we take an old cell phone, we put it up in the trees. It has solar panels so it can last for years. And it listens to all the sounds of the forest all the time to pick up the sound of chainsaws, logging trucks, anything that indicates there's some danger.
Já tem caminhão aqui para carregar as madeiras que estão derrubadas, né? E aqui está a nossa floresta sendo desmatada pelo madeireiro, tá? No ponto de vista de vocês estão achando bom o que está acontecendo na nossa floresta?
Não.
Por quê?
Porque tá acabando as frutas, não tem mais árvores.
E você, Isaac? O que você acha?
Estão cortando madeira, aí não chove muito aqui.
Quando eu era pequeno, tinha muita fartura. Agora já está para todo mundo ver, né? Os estragos da floresta que está feita. Já é uma floresta totalmente furada, né?
A floresta para nós é tudo na vida. A invasão traz a devastação, acaba com tudo que tem na floresta, acaba a floresta em si. A gente monitorava fiscalizando a pés, esbarrando com os invasores, aí nós tínhamos vários problemas, vários conflitos. Morreu parente da gente, morto pelos pistoleiros ainda. Isso começou a marcar na nossa vida. No correr do tempo a gente foi buscando o mecanismo. O entorno aqui, eu acho que nós temos 30% ainda que ainda falta nós dominar dessa parte da área.
Would it be easier for us to do that by focusing on the perimeter?
O Toffoli, quando ele veio a primeira vez, veio ouvir a gente qual era a nossa necessidade e a gente ficou se perguntando, será se de fato ele vai conseguir fazer alguma coisa porque nós estamos querendo?
The Tembe people are an amazing example of a people that's trying to preserve their forest. They are well organized, they're well educated, are not afraid to use different tools, new technologies. They're looking for collaboration, they're not looking for help. People on the ground in these places, they're the solution. They're the ones who can actually really fight off deforestation, but technology can play a really big part in helping them do it more safely and more effectively.
O Toffoli está trabalhando muito num sistema de monitoramento para que a gente possa ter esse controle e passar para as autoridades a necessidade que nós temos, ou melhor dizer, facilitar as nossas denúncias.
And all you have to do is just be kind of precise with this one here, because the antenna is both fragile and sensitive. You want to put the microphone on there. Yeah, that's good. Old cell phones are available to almost anybody all the time. And these aren't trash. These are actually really, really powerful little computers. They can connect to the networks that are there. They can record the sound. They can do all this great processing. The hard parts, of course, have to do with making it possible to power them and making sure they can actually pick up sounds from a great distance. But all these are things that you can do with pretty standard electronics.
Cool.
Pronto?
Pronto.
Here
we go.
Catu. The Tembe themselves have at most 30 rangers, 30 warriors that are able to sort of patrol the area and take responsibility for protecting it. And yet we're talking about an area that's huge. And that's where this ability for us to be able to listen to parts of the forest 24/7, it really increases the efficiency and the safety of the entire operation for them. And that's a really critical tool given what they're up against. No person could be able to detect the chainsaw at a kilometer away, given how loud and how noisy and how complex the sound really is. So we're actually using an open source machine learning tool, TensorFlow, that's able to detect a logging truck, the sounds of birds or animals or chainsaws in the forest. It's amazing what they can actually find that we cannot even hear. And it can send a real-time alert to the rangers, to the guards, to the chiefs, so they can decide how to respond.
O sistema vai acusar onde é que está tendo problema. Aí não tem aquele tempo de correr para estar fiscalizando meses e meses, como a gente fazia antes. Quer dizer, nós ter mais tempo para nossa cultura, ter mais tempo para nossa família, ter mais tempo para sobreviver. Um povo sem cultura não é ninguém. O nosso sonho é de ter nossa floresta em pé, preservada, que nós não deixe para os nossos filhos e nossos netos os problemas que nós estamos tendo hoje. Nosso sonho é viver em paz como antigamente, como nós vivíamos.
Hello and welcome back to I/O Live. I'm Timothy Jordan and I'm standing here with Topher of Rainforest Connection. Topher, tell us about the project.
We're a nonprofit startup based in San Francisco. We build open source, scalable solutions to illegal logging, poaching, and environmental protection. Really just making sure that we can use technology to help protect the planet.
It's really awesome. The whole project is both incredible and inspiring. How did you come to the idea and start with the execution?
Well, this all kind of started by realizing there's people out in the field, there's people on the ground in the rainforest who really would protect it if they had the right tools and the right support. But a lot of times, some of that support is technological. And so if we need them to help protect the forest because they're the ones who can do it the best, and protecting the forest is one of the best ways to fight climate change, then one of the best ways to fight climate change would be to build technology to help these people protect their forest. And a lot of times that means they need to be able to protect it from destruction, invasion, all these sorts of things. So that's what we're trying to build.
Now tell us just a little bit more about the technology. How does it work? What does it do?
So basically we take old upcycled cell phones, we put them in a box with solar panels and a microphone, and we put them up in trees in the rainforest. They can listen to all the sounds of the forest and stay there for years. They stream it all up to the cloud, and then we use AI, TensorFlow, to be able to pick out the sounds of chainsaws, logging trucks, really any species we're looking for, and send alerts to people on the ground so they can show up and stop logging trucks and loggers in real time. But not just them, we can make this stuff available to the whole world, so we can bring the rainforest to the entire planet in real time, and that's something that couldn't have been possible too many years ago.
And you actually partnered with some middle school students in Los Angeles to help build these devices. How hard was it to get them up to speed on the technology?
One of the most amazing things about this is that we're using tools that already exist. We're using TensorFlow for the analysis up in the cloud. We're using old cell phones, old smartphones to actually be the sensors in the field. And all these things are pretty sturdy, so we can just work with students to teach them that IoT, the Internet of Things, is not about new technologies. Sometimes it's about what's here right in front of us right now. And so they are pretty good at taking old phones, put them in boxes with microphones and solar panels, and ship them off to the rainforest. And that's really important because we want to be able to show that the work that they do with their hands and the connections they forge with the tribes, the people on the ground, actually can last well beyond our impact. So these next generations being able to build and actually be part of these projects going forward and to have that real-time connection, the streaming sounds from the forest, that has a whole new level of impact. It all started here in San Francisco with some pretty awesome students, and now it's expanded to LA, and hopefully we can see it expand beyond that.
What's been the impact of the project so far?
Well, we actually can say we're actively aiding in the protection of 1,000 square miles of rainforest. We've been active on 4 continents, and we're hoping to really double that to go to about 2,000 square miles of forest over the next 6 to 8 months. And that's really what this is all about. That becomes possible by using scalable technology like TensorFlow, like old Android phones, and with people on the ground, because there's so many people out in the forest that would help if they just had the right tools and the right support, and we're going to give it to them.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you for sharing the story, and thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you for all that you guys do too. We couldn't do it without the technology you guys make.
Thanks, Topher. I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live.
Hi, and welcome to Coding TensorFlow, where you will learn all about coding machine learning and AI with TensorFlow. I'm Lawrence Moroney, a developer advocate for TensorFlow, and I'll be your guide to TensorFlow Lite today. TensorFlow Lite is TensorFlow's lightweight solution for mobile and embedded devices. It lets you run machine-learned models on mobile devices with low latency quickly, so you can take advantage of them to do classification, regression, or anything else that you might want without necessarily incurring a round trip to the server. It's presently supported on Android and iOS via a C++ API, as well as a Java wrapper for Android developers. On Android devices that support it, the interpreter will also use Android Neural Networks API for hardware acceleration, otherwise it can just default to the CPU for execution. Before you start with TensorFlow Lite, you will need a trained model. You'll train it from a set of data using a high-powered machine, and when you're done, you'll have a model file and a set of associated checkpoints. This model can then be exported to be used on a mobile device. But before we do that, let's take a look at the model itself. There are a number of formats that it could be in. All of these formats are based on the concept of protocol buffers, and they define data structures. With a protocol buffer, or protobuf for short, you can use tools to generate code in C, Python, and other languages that can then be used to load, save, and access the data in a simple way. You can learn more about protocol buffers at this link. The first of these is a graph.def file, which will have the .pb extension if it's binary, or .pbtxt if it's in text format. While the text format, as you can see on this slide, is designed to be human readable, it's also very verbose. And it's not as size or memory efficient as its binary counterpart. Either way, it's the heart of your model data. It contains a description of your graph in a way that can be read by another process. For example, this model defines the operations of multiplying matrices A and B together to get C. You may also encounter a checkpoint file, and this contains serialized variables from a TensorFlow graph. It doesn't contain the graph structure, just the state of the variables at a particular iteration of the learning. It's useful to tell you variable values at different points in the learning process. There's also a frozen graph.def, where the variables from the latest checkpoint file are combined with the graph and turned into constants. This is important in the process of using TensorFlow Lite. You'll see in a moment how you can combine a graph.def and a checkpoint to make one of these. The process is called freezing because every variable is converted into a constant with a value from the constant read from a particular checkpoint. Finally, there's the TensorFlow Lite model, .lite, which is built from the frozen graph using the TensorFlow Optimizing Converter tool, or TOCO for short. The previous section is great if you've done a lot of work to train models and you either don't want to rerun the code and retrain them, or maybe you don't have access to the original code and data. But if you do have access to the code, you can also go straight to the TensorFlow Lite creation process in your code as part of the training. Let's have a look what that looks like. Here's a sample piece of code that converts a tensor containing an image from the session's graph.def into a TF-Lite object. As you can see, it's pretty straightforward. It's a single line. Though I'll give one small word of warning. Because TensorFlow Lite is presently in developer preview, there are quite a few operations in TensorFlow that are not yet handled by TensorFlow Lite. So it may not be quite ready for your custom models, but we're working on it all the time. So for the rest of this video, I'm going to talk about some of the more popular public models for common scenarios that are fully compatible with TensorFlow Lite. To get a compatibility guide, check out this link. Two of the more popular models that we've tested with TensorFlow Lite and you can use with the preview are, the first is Inception v3. This was built to validate the popular ImageNet dataset, and this is used in universities as a benchmark for image validation. So, for example, using Inception, this image received these classifications, showing an 88% chance that this image is a panda bear. Interestingly enough, the number 2 result is for something called an INDRIS, which looks like this. And you can see the confusion because it's also a cute black and white little critter. In addition to Inception, TensorFlow Lite also supports the MobileNets set of models. These have been designed to be mobile first, so they have lower power requirements, but they're not quite as accurate as something like Inception. Let's take a look at an example of a MobileNet model running on Android. This app takes a look at the camera feed and uses a trained MobileNet to classify the dominant images in the picture. Here, for example, you can see I was holding up a water bottle to the camera and it got it right. You can download the code and the MobileNet models for this as part of the TensorFlow for Poets Code Labs at these links. In Part 1, you'll learn all about MobileNet image classification, and in Part 2, you'll see how to deploy that to a mobile device using TensorFlow Lite. I'll also be making some more videos going into the details of how you can build an app just like this one, providing image classification on both Android and iOS. So make sure you subscribe to this channel right now. And if you have any questions, please leave them in the comments below. Thank you very much, and it's time to start coding TensorFlow.
Hello and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm standing here with Tim Sneath, a product manager on Flutter. Hi, Tim.
Hi, Timothy. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Let's talk about Flutter.
Yeah.
For those few developers out there that don't know what Flutter is yet, what is it?
Yeah, so Flutter is a toolkit for building native mobile apps for iOS or Android from the same code base. It's open, it's open source, and today at I/O we're announcing a new version of Flutter.
Oh, yeah, so that was my next question. What's new this week? There's a new version, what else?
Yeah, so this week we're announcing Beta 3. Obviously, it's the third beta of our product. We shipped the first beta at Mobile World Congress a couple of months ago, and now we're starting to get to the point where we really feel like it's ready for a lot of production use, and so we're encouraging people to start taking a look at Flutter.
Now, you've worked with developers using Flutter a lot. What would you say they're most excited about when they start using Flutter?
Yeah, so I think there are three things primarily that make Flutter a great platform for building apps. Number one, we have native performance. We compile everything that you write to ARM code. We're powered by the Dart programming language, and that enables this really fast performance. Second thing is we have this unrivaled productivity. With Flutter, you can use this thing called hot reload, so you can write your code, you can continue to work with it, and see exactly the changes that you're making in real time on the device. And then thirdly, Flutter has this high velocity graphics engine that lets your dreams come true, lets designers choose what they want to build and developers put them into production.
Awesome, and there's a lot of people using Flutter today. What are some of your highlights of the apps that are out and live?
Yeah, so again, we've only just got into beta over the last couple of months, both internally at Google and externally. Internally, we power some things like our ads. If you ever create an ad campaign, you're using a Google app built with Flutter. Externally, probably the most famous one that was shipped the back end of last year was Hamilton. You know, the Broadway musical. They shipped a companion app for using Flutter that has had millions of downloads, a really great application. And then this week we're talking about some other new apps. Alibaba, the big Chinese online retailer, they've just shipped an app in Flutter that they're now rolling out to millions of customers. Groupon have an app that they're working on. We have just different kinds of apps from different industries, wine, retail, finance, loads of different people are coming out with apps. And in fact, we've just seen several hundred apps just since we shipped beta go live on the Play Store.
If you want to get started with Flutter, what's your first step?
Well, there's one simple place you can go, and that's flutter.io. And there you can find sessions, you can find code labs. We're obviously live streaming 6 different sessions here at Google this week. There's a whole bunch of documentation, and of course you can download the Flutter SDK.
And that's all at flutter.io.
Flutter.io.
Thank you, Tim.
Of course, it's a pleasure.
I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live.
Hamilton is one of the most talked about and best loved musicals, with shows on Broadway, in London, and around the country. We wanted something to make the show more accessible for our fans, so we wanted to develop an app to meet the needs of fans as we started to expand the brand. We turned to Posse, a New York-based development firm, to help us develop the Hamilton app.
Hamilton's Flutter app launched in the App Store and the Play Store 3 months after we wrote our first line of code. And we accomplished a ton. Fans can enter a daily lottery for a shot at $10 tickets, buy merchandise through an e-commerce experience, take selfie photos with the HamCam, and get daily news and updates.
We knew that this app needed to be rock solid, both in terms of performance and visual fidelity, and really represent the amazing experience that the Hamilton show itself provides. And ultimately, that's why we decided to use Flutter.
Flutter is a mobile UI toolkit that allows developers and designers to craft beautiful native experiences on iOS and Android, and is entirely free and open source.
We have very high expectations of quality for the apps that we build. We expect pixel-perfect results, and we need them to be very high performance. Flutter gave us a lot of opportunities that previously weren't available to us. The fact that it's a single code base drastically improved our ability to deliver a consistent experience across platforms. Its hot reload gives us an ability to build more features in less time.
It allowed me to make changes really fast and iterate through the UI without having to stop and restart the app. Coming from an iOS and Android background, it's something that I've been waiting for a long time.
The Flutter developer community is very active. Drop-in packages helped us maximize productivity. It helped us integrate elements like Firebase and Cloud.
At the end of the day, we're just really happy that we found Flutter so that we can build these beautiful native interfaces for both iOS and Android from a single code base.
We were given a really tight timeline and we turned the app around faster than I ever could have imagined. We were able to make changes right up to the night before we went live and really feel confident about them. In fact, we pushed an entirely new feature to the App Store the day before we launched.
And since launch, Flutter's efficiency and speed has helped us to build new features such as the recent trivia game. We're really excited because as the show continues to grow, we're going to be able to keep pace with a ton of new features that's going to make the app even better.
We couldn't be more thrilled with Flutter. It has enabled us to use one code base to deliver a truly high-quality app that Hamilton fans have absolutely fallen in love with.
We're thrilled with what Posse was able to deliver. The entire brand of Hamilton is about delivering on an experience for fans. They're thrilled about the new features that we're rolling out, and we're really excited to see where the app goes next.
Mobile users expect their apps to have beautiful designs, smooth animations, and great performance. To deliver on this, developers need to create new features faster than ever without compromising on quality or performance. That's why we built Flutter. Flutter is Google's mobile UI framework that provides a fast and expressive way for developers to build native apps on both iOS and Android. This is because apps and interfaces made with Flutter are built from a single codebase, compiled directly to native ARM code, use the GPU, and can access platform APIs and services. Here are 3 ways that Flutter will help you on day 1. Flutter is engineered for high developer velocity. Stateful Hot Reload allows you to change your code and see it come to life in less than a second without losing the state of the app. Flutter also ships with a rich set of customizable widgets, all built from our modern reactive framework. Plus, Flutter integrates with popular development tools, which means you can get started quickly with the editor or IDE you already know and love. Flutter moves the widgets, rendering, animation, and gestures into the framework to give you complete control over every pixel on the screen. This means you have flexibility to build custom designs. Flutter apps follow platform conventions and interface details such as scrolling, navigation, icons, fonts, and more. This is why apps built with Flutter are featured on both the App Store and Google Play Store. Flutter is great for developers both new and experienced in mobile. If you're new to mobile, Flutter gives you a fast, fun, and modern way to deliver native apps. If you're an experienced mobile developer, you can add Flutter to your existing workflows and tools to build new expressive UIs. Flutter is free and open source and used by developers and organizations around the world, including enterprise, agencies, and startups. Visit flutter.io to get started today. We can't wait to see what you build.
Hello and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Timothy Jordan and I'm here with Ilian, who is a principal engineer on Android and he leads Project Treble. Hi, Ilian.
Hello, Timothy. How are you?
I'm super. How are you?
Excellent. Thank you.
So that keynote was amazing and there was a lot of your work up there. In fact, Project Treble. I want to talk about that, but before, could you describe the problem? What are you solving with Project Treble?
What we're solving is what we call Android's version fragmentation problem, which is best explained. If you're an app developer, you have to deal with all of these Android versions that you have to implement against, and this is a massive pain to deal with. So this is the problem that we started addressing out with Project Treble.
And how you solve that with Project Treble is you make it easier for manufacturers to upgrade to the latest version, right?
Correct, yeah. I mean, for developers to have the latest, device manufacturers have to launch their devices on the latest or upgrade existing ones to the latest. But historically, it's been very difficult, which means expensive, to do that, which is why device manufacturers simply didn't do it. This is why we have Android version fragmentation today. The way that we solved it is effectively by lowering their costs. That's what Project Treble is.
All right, so Project Treble was introduced last year. What's new this year?
What's new this year is that we effectively completed the engineering portion of our work, and we embarked on an operational side of it, which the goal of it is to accelerate the deliverables, the intermediate deliverables of Android to the OEMs, to the device manufacturers, so that they can do their work to launch these devices and upgrade these devices much, much earlier than previously. So the end result is that we expect companies like Samsung, for example, to do their work this same year, in the same year when we launch Android.
That's awesome. Now, what OEMs are launching?
We have 7 companies in addition to Google's very own Pixel, of course. who are launching previews, betas this year. And these are Oppo, Vivo, Nokia, Sony, Essential, OnePlus, and Xiaomi.
Awesome.
A lot of companies.
And you and I actually have our pockets full of some of these phones.
Yes, we do. We do.
I think it'd be neat to show there's the same version of Android running on each of these different phones.
Yeah, that's what's beautiful about this, is that these are devices by completely different companies, which all run the same version of Android. That was never happening until now.
That's totally awesome.
And, there's one more thing, of course. In addition to these previews, we have a total of 18 devices by 11 manufacturers who will either launch or upgrade their existing devices to the latest of Android this year.
That's really cool.
It is.
So for developers, this again really matters because it simplifies their overall developer experience, which they can get started on by downloading the preview.
That's exactly right.
Elian, thank you so much for joining us to explain all of that.
Thank you for having me.
To learn more, head on over to android.com/beta. I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live. We measured our tour and found that we traveled about 1/4 of a mile around the whole venue. So if you're still on your way here or joining us next year, make sure to bring some comfortable walking shoes. Now, the developer keynote begins in just a few minutes. We'll be right back here after the keynote for more special guest interviews. For now, I'll leave you with a new song called Stop from tomorrow's concert headliner, Justice.
So many times we rise and fall. After a while, it's coming all together. Together. So many times we rise and fall, wondering if we'll find it all together. Together. for the land, love forever hand in hand. Take it all, live on your stride. It is taking voting down. Love forever, love is free. Let's turn forever, you and me. Windmill, windmill for the land. Is everybody in?
Laughing gas, these hazmats, fast cat, lining them up like ass crack. Play these ponies at the track. It's my chocolate attack. Shit, I'm stepping in harder this year. Yeah, beer repping in harder this year. Watch me as I gravitate. Ha 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 ha. Yo, we gon' ghost town, this Motown with your sound. You in the blink, gon' bite the dust, can't fight with us. With your sound, you kill the ink. So don't stop, get it, until you chin it, hit it. Watch the way I navigate. Ha 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 ha. Windmill, windmill for the land, love forever hand in hand. Take it all, live on your stride. It is taking voting down. Love forever, love is free. Let's turn forever, you and me. Windmill, windmill for the land. Is everybody in? Don't stop, get it, deep high, your captain's in it, steady, watch me navigate. Don't stop, get it, deep high, your captain's in it, steady, watch me navigate.
Welcome to Google I/O 2018. We're happy that you're joining us as we celebrate product and platform innovations at Google. By now, you've checked into registration to receive your badge. It must be visibly worn at all times. And don't forget, You'll need it to ride the I/O shuttles and to enter the after-hours activities at the end of days 1 and 2. Throughout the event, make sure to visit google.com/IO or download the I/O mobile app for the most up-to-date schedules and conference map. For questions or assistance, stop by the information desk located across from the Code Labs building or chat with any staff member wearing a yellow badge. Sessions will take place in the amphitheater and at the 8 stages throughout the venue. If you haven't already, reserve a seat for your favorite session on the I/O website or mobile app. And if you miss a session, don't worry. Recordings will be available online shortly after they end. Be sure to visit the Code Labs building for hands-on experience with ready-to-code kiosks and self-paced tutorials. Google staff will be on hand for helpful advice and to provide direction if you need support. Make some time to visit the office hours and app reviews tent to meet one-on-one with Googlers, ask all your technical questions, and get feedback on your projects. If you're looking to network with Googlers and fellow developers, join one of the several meetups hosted in the community lounge. Finally, we'd like to
out of here. Then you come complicate things when I'm doing well. Cause it only the finest for you, girl. No, you never used to mind us like before. I can't say anything. You're keeping me under wraps. Am I really bad? That embarrassing. Cause you're keeping me under wraps. Yes, you can. You'll be home by 10. Cause I told you once, but now I'll tell you all again. Cause all my planning, I'm the one with sin. Come on, just open up and try to let me in. Cause you're keeping me under, you're keeping me on. You're making me violate, you're making me soft. You're making it easy, you're making it hard. I won't let you get your stuff. I can't say anything. You're keeping me under wraps. Am I really bad? That embarrassing. Cause you're keeping me under wraps. I can't say anything. You're keeping me under wraps. Am I really bad? That embarrassing. Cause you're keeping me under wraps. Cause you're keeping me under. You're keeping me on. Making me violate. You're making me soft. You're making it easy. You're making it hard. I won't let you get your stuff. Multi love checked into my heart and trashed it like a hotel room. Who is your God? Where is she? She wants to bury me in Austin or New Chico. She don't want to be your man. Woman. She wants to be your love. Multi-love. All of the others don't understand. Surrender. May your romance be made up. I'll be your vodka dinner spot and escape to Valhalla. She don't want to be your man, woman. She wants to be your love. Multi-love's got me on my knee. We were one, then become three. Mama, what have you done to me? I'm half crazy.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jason, and it's great to be back here at I/O. This morning, you got to hear all about what we're doing for our billions of users. Now, I'm excited to share what we're doing for all of you, the developers who are solving everyday problems in powerful ways. Whether you're joining us here at Shoreline, or watching via the live stream, or joining us through one of 500 I/O Extended events, welcome. You know, one of the reasons I love my job is that I get to meet with developers from all around the world and hear what you're up to and what you're finding difficult. It helps me understand what we need to do as Google to make things easier, as well as what we can do better in our own products. And one thing that becomes instantly clear, from Lagos to Warsaw to Jakarta, is how important the broader development community is in helping each other figure out things and solve problems together. This kind of pay-it-forward culture is one of the great things about working in this industry. And I am constantly inspired by the stories I hear out of our Google developer groups and Google developer experts solving this. I see we have a few of them here today. Every year, with their help, we're able to reach more than 1 million developers through in-person events across 140 countries. And our Women Tech Makers program is able to engage more than 100,000 women advance their careers each year. Our developer community is truly important to us, and all of this would not be possible without their efforts. It's also great that in the last 2 years, we have had the number of Google developer experts double. These are amazing people, like Ryan Zahab. She both founded her local Google developer group and Women Tech Makers Lebanon. On top of that, she started a web development training program for Lebanese and Syrian refugee girls. We also have folks like Rebecca Franks, an IoT and Android expert in Johannesburg. Out of her passion for cultural preservation, she works on an open source app that lets children read books in their native African languages. Google would not be what it is today if it weren't for developers like Ryan, Rebecca, and all of you. So thank you. As you heard this morning, Sundar was calling out, the pace of AI innovation is breathtaking. A whole new set of capabilities is going to change the way we do things. And what's really exciting to me is that we're at an inflection point. AI used to be something that only deep experts and PhDs could use. And now it's becoming accessible to everyone. Let me show you what I mean.
I would totally describe myself as an average high schooler. I like hanging out with my friends, watching movies, getting my nails done. And lately I've been into machine learning using convolutional neural networks. I don't know why you're laughing at me.
Since childhood, she's always wanted to know everything.
Why is that? How is that? What does it do? She just wants to be always learning, moving, doing different stuff.
I haven't always been into computer science, but my mom grows rose bushes in my front yard. Every season they'd get diseased, and then my mom and I would have to diagnose it.
Knowing Sheza, she wanted to do something about it.
I had the idea as a potential thing I could do for my research class with Miss Sun.
Why anyone would sit around their summer vacation teaching a machine to identify plants, not sure, but that was what she wanted to do.
I wanted to have a way people could diagnose plant diseases just by taking a photo of it. And so that's when I started looking into TensorFlow. I'd watch different tutorials and read blog posts every night.
Shaza took it upon herself to do all the background research necessary and then start to ask, what can this really do?
PlantMD works when a user takes a picture of the plant and it tells you what plant it is and whether it's healthy or diseased, and if it is diseased, what disease it is.
My first question was, is it an app that's only on your phone? And she's like, no, somebody has downloaded this app and using it? That was like, wow. Something that I just was so proud.
I don't think you have to be a super genius to get into coding. Really, anyone can do it with an idea and with perseverance. I feel like open source technology and the wealth of information on the internet is empowering my generation. I know that I can do anything I put my mind to, and so can anybody else.
Amazing, right? And we're delighted to have Shahzad and her family here with us today. So you can see why we're so excited about bringing technology like TensorFlow and MLKit to all of you. As developers, you can drop modules into your applications, add a few lines of code, and give them intelligent new capabilities. And this is only the beginning of what is possible. As a company, we're committed to empowering developers with the latest technology to build things that matter. And today, we'll show you what we're doing to make that easier. So over the next hour, we're going to talk more about new capabilities we're releasing, as well as the improvements we're making to the platforms and tools you use every day. So with that, let's get started with Steph, who's going to tell you the latest on Android.
Android is growing all over the world with billions of devices, and every month, billions of apps downloaded. Our developer community is growing rapidly, right alongside. In China, India, Brazil, the number of developers using our IDE almost tripled in just 2 years. With all this growth, we feel a responsibility to support this vast ecosystem. And listen, if you feel like your feedback drives what we say here each year, you are right. Like Kotlin last year. Since we made it a fully supported language, we've launched more and more support, taking advantage throughout Android. Already, 35% of pro developers use Kotlin. That number grows every month. And 95% of Kotlin users say they're really happy. More and more Android development is going towards Kotlin. We are committed for the long term. And if you haven't tried it, I would. Just as your feedback shaped investments so far, like Play Console, Android Studio, and Kotlin, your feedback shaped this year too. So let's cover 3 things today. First, distribution, making apps radically smaller so you get more installs. Second, development, helping you build faster with better APIs. And third, engagement, bringing users back more and more. Let's go straight into driving installs. So Android is growing. That's great. App size is also growing, and that is not great. Apps are targeting more people and more countries, which means APKs have more languages, more features. The larger your app gets, the less installs you get. And most people think that's an emerging markets issue, but it's true in all countries. So how could we make it easier to build smaller apps? Our best idea was hard for us. It meant re-architecting our entire app serving stack. But it was the right way to do it. Today, we are excited to announce the new app model for Android. Using the Android App Bundle, a new publishing format, you can dramatically reduce app size. Apps need a lot of resources to work on every device. The bundle contains it all, but modularized. So when you download, Google Play's new dynamic delivery only delivers the code and resources a specific device needs. Now, we've tested this with many of you, and we've seen huge savings. LinkedIn saved 23%. Twitter saved 35%. Jomo saved 50%. Now, if you're wondering, how many devices does that work on? The answer is 99%. And that's because it's built on long-standing platform concepts like splits and multi-APK. We also wanted this to be almost no work for you. And so I'd love to have you see a demo from someone who's been instrumental, along with several teams who built this together. Please welcome Tor.
Thank you, Steph. So here I am in Android Studio working on my app, and I'd like to make it smaller. So what I'll do is open up our APK Analyzer. And as you can see, most of the download size is for resources. We have several large image folders with different densities. So this is an app which can really benefit from the new dynamic delivery facility. To use it, I don't have to change a single line of code. All I have to do is rebuild my app as an app bundle. So I'll invoke the Generate APK dialog. As you can see, we have a new Android app bundle option. Next, I point to my key store, and I can also tell it to export my encryption key for Google Play. This is what lets the Play Store break apart my app and reassemble it into smaller versions. So then I'll trigger the build. And once that's done, we can take a look at the bundle file we just created. So as you can see, this looks just like the APK files that you already know and love, but there's some extra metadata here, which is what lets the Play Store do its magic. So now, in the interest of time, let's assume that I've already uploaded my app bundle and my signing key to the Play console. So then I land here. We have a new page in the Play console called the App Bundle Explorer. Take a look at the big number on the right. This tells me that when I publish this update, I'm going to save nearly 29% on downloads for my users. And this page lets me drill into just how that's possible. So in short, creating Android app bundles with Studio is super easy, and I hope you'll all try it out and see similar gains for yourselves and your users.
And all this is available now. App bundles and dynamic delivery are launching for production use today. Now, we're also working to increase installs in other ways. At GDC, we announced Google Play Instant, so you can try a game without having to install. Now, games who've adopted this have increased the number of players by up to 20%. Today, we're announcing that this is available for all game developers. If you want to try it right now, try launching Candy Crush Saga, because that launches today. And to make development easier, we're also releasing a Unity plugin and Coco's integration. Now let's dive into our second theme, making app development easier. Android's APIs could be easier. One person said, on Android, there's 6 ways to do everything. Last year, we launched architecture components. It was a test bed for new ideas, starting in top areas that you flagged, like life cycles and data. Today, so many top apps use these in production, and more than half of you have said you already use them or plan to in the next year. Today, we're announcing Android Jetpack, the next generation of Android APIs to accelerate Android development. Jetpack is a set of libraries and tools. We set the basic DNA by including support library and architecture components. Jetpack brings these together coherently and adds even more new libraries: work management, navigation, paging, slices, and Kotlin extensions across everything. All libraries are backwards compatible, which means they work on 95% of devices. So it's been a pain to schedule background tasks. Now, with Work Manager, you get a single, easy-to-use API that works nearly everywhere. And Jetpack is all about concise APIs. Those of you who've tried it say you're writing up to 1/3 less code. Jetpack and Kotlin are intentionally designed to work together, so you write only the code you need for a pleasant reading and writing experience. And Jetpack saves time by embodying opinions about what we found works best for Android development, like RxJava or material design. Jetpack's APIs are integrated with the IDE too. For instance, Android Studio now includes a navigation editor, which works with the library. So you can visualize your app flow almost like you're sketching on a whiteboard. You can add new screens, position them in your flow, and under the covers, we'll help you manage the backstack, conditional flows, until you get it just right. Overall, IDE tools, we think, are great helpers to make development fast. That's why everything you've seen, bundles, using Jetpack, comes with Studio support. And the team also worked on making everyday tasks faster. You told us, work on emulator boot time, and I'd like you to see it now.
All right, so first, let me show you how quickly our emulator can start now. Ready, set, go. As you can see, it's nearly instant. I was not cheating. It was not running in the background. The reason it's so fast is that we support snapshots. So we store the full state of the emulator into a file that we can then load back quickly. And you can create these snapshots yourself. So now I'm going to bring back a snapshot I took in the middle of a complex OpenGL 3D stress test. Ready, set, go. So you can see it's about 2 seconds, and it's up and running.
There are more speed enhancements. We added an energy profiler, integrated and improved system trace. There's a C++ profiler now. We promoted D8 compiler to stable after testing it on our own Android platform, which means smaller, faster binaries by default. And we added an ADB connection assistant to fix, hey, why can't I connect to that device? So that's Android development, faster and easier. We hope you try Android Studio and Jetpack previews today, including all the alpha stage new libraries. Jetpack is just a beginning for us. We are testing so many more new ideas, and we hope you watch for them in the months ahead. OK, so once your app is built, it's installed, we want to get users coming back. The slices Dave showed are a cool new way to drive re-engagement. We wanted these to be easy to build. So you'll find templates that are rich and flexible, so you can compose. You can start with something simple, like a set of rows or grids. Then you can add content, like text and images. But not just static content. You can also house real-time data and rich controls. And once you get the pieces together in a good setup, you can add the code to make slices interactive, like pause a song or go to the next one. So then you end up with this cool mini snippet of your app. And because it's Jetpack, slices work on 95% of devices, showing the power of building new features in a Jetpack world. This is also ready for everyone here to try today. Your slices will start showing up in search this summer, timed with the P launch, and Assistant later this year. So that's a quick tour of some of the biggest new areas of investment for Android and how your feedback has been shaping the landscape. Now let's switch gears and talk about cool devices. At CES this year, we announced that Lenovo, Harman, LG, and iHome are all building consumer products powered by Android Things, a powerful platform for developing IoT products. This week, Android Things graduates from developer preview to 1.0, ready for everyone to build commercial devices. And everyone here at I/O will get a free Android Things developer kit. If you want to get it first, join the scavenger hunt today, or everyone here can pick one up tomorrow. As we continue to expand to more devices and more surfaces, our team and the Assistant team have been working closely together. To hear more, please welcome Brad Abrams.
Awesome. Thanks, Steph. This morning, you heard how the Assistant is becoming even more conversational and visual, helping users get things done, save time, and be more present. And developers like you have been a big part of the story, making the Assistant more useful across 500 million devices. DoorDash, Fitbit, Todoist, Starbucks, Disney, and many, many others are engaging with users through actions that they build. And smart home OEMs like GE, Arlo, Xiaomi, and Logitech have made more than 5,000 devices that work with the Assistant. In total, the Google Assistant is ready to help with over 1 million actions built by Google and all of you. And the platform's momentum has been growing every day. It's now available across 16 languages and multiple devices, including phones, smart speakers, TVs, cars, watches, headphones, and whole new categories of devices, like smart displays, which are coming in July. And we're delighted to see that many of you are starting to test the waters with this new emerging era of conversational computing. In fact, over 500,000 developers are learning and building with Dialogflow, our conversation development tool. Today, I'm excited to share how we're making it even easier for app developers and web developers to get started with the Google Assistant. You can think of your Assistant action as a companion experience to your main property that users can access from a smart speaker, even in the car, wherever they're not using their phone or laptop. And if you want to personalize that action for users, account linking lets you easily share state between your app and your action. And now, with seamless digital subscriptions, your users can enjoy the content and digital goods they purchased in your Android app directly in your Assistant action. Take The Economist, for example. Because I'm a premium subscriber in their app, I can now enjoy that same premium content on any Assistant-enabled device. But of course, creating engaging actions doesn't end with digital subscriptions. As you saw in the demos this morning, the Assistant is becoming a canvas that blends conversation with rich visual interactions for the phone and other devices like smart displays. And starting today, you can deeply customize the appearance of your action. You saw a glimpse of what was possible earlier today with demos from Tasty and Starbucks, but let me show you another one. Check out the game King for a Day here on a smart display. It looks beautiful here on the phone and on the TV. Of course, once you build an action for the Assistant, you want to get lots of people engaged with that experience. And for that, I've got 3 things to share. First, we're making it even easier for you to promote your action with something new we call action links. These are hyperlinks that you can use from anywhere that point directly into your action. Let me give you an example. Headspace has built a great experience for the Google Assistant that can help people meditate. Now, when they have some new content, they might share a blog post about it. This post contains an action link right there at the bottom, and that special link triggers the Headspace action directly in the Google Assistant. If you've already built an action and you want to spread the word, starting today, you can visit the Action Console to find your shareable action link. Okay, so now that you've acquired some new users, you want to engage them. And for this, we've got action notifications. Once users opt in, action notifications gives you a way to connect with them about new features and content. These notifications work on the phone even if users don't have your Android app installed. And now, with cross-surface notifications coming to the Assistant, you'll be able to re-engage with your users on speakers, smart displays, and other Assistant-enabled devices. But to consistently re-engage with users, you need to become part of their daily habits. And for that, the Assistant supports routines. This is the ability to execute multiple actions with a single command for things like waking up in the morning, getting to work, or many other daily tasks. And now, with routine suggestions, after somebody engages with your action, you can prompt them to add your action to their routine with just a couple of taps. So, for example, on my way to work each morning, my Assistant can tell me how to beat traffic, and it can also help me order my Americano from Starbucks. We're excited to see how action links, action notifications, and routine suggestions will help you drive engagement. But the broader challenge of helping people connect with the right action is reminiscent of the early days of the web. Over the past 20 years, we've built up a lot of experience in connecting people with the right information, services, and content. And we're putting that expertise to work in the Google Assistant. For example, when somebody says, "Hey Google, let's start a maps quiz," the Assistant should immediately suggest relevant games. For that to happen, we need to understand the user's basic intent. And that's hard because there are thousands of ways that users could ask to play a game. To handle this complexity, we're beginning to map all the ways that users can ask for things into a taxonomy of built-in intents. Today, we're making the first set of those intents available. And with these, you'll be able to give the assistant a deeper understanding of what your action can do. We'll be rolling out hundreds of built-in intents in the coming months. So with that, I'm excited to see how you all extend your experiences to the Google Assistant, how you'll build rich, immersive interactions, and create consistent engagement for your users. To learn more and get started building actions today, visit actions.google.com. And with that, let me introduce Tal, who will tell you about the web platform. Thank you.
Thanks, Brad. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that the web is the world's most critical resource for ensuring the free flow of information. The web is a fundamentally open and independent platform. So for developers, the web makes it possible to reach users around the world on almost any device. And for users, the web provides a truly frictionless experience. You tap on a link and load a page. And these properties have allowed the web to reach a massive scale, with over 5 billion devices accessing the web each month. And here at Google, from the very earliest days of PageRank to building our very own browser, we've been deeply invested in the continued growth and reach of the web. And as part of this, we have two main goals. First, to make the web platform itself more powerful and more capable. And second, to build tools to help you easily take advantage of this power. Over the past few years on Chrome, we've worked alongside other browsers to add capabilities to the platform to support new web experiences we've been calling progressive web apps, or PWAs. PWAs are websites that take advantage of modern web platform APIs to build experiences that can do things like work while the user's offline, send push notifications, or be added directly to a user's home screen. And universally, businesses that have built PWAs have seen incredible results. Take Instagram. Instagram launched their PWA last year to increase their reach to users with low-end devices, and they were able to double the retention of their web users. Times Internet has been launching PWAs across their products and saw an 87% increase in time spent per user for their Economic Times PWA. And when the Starbucks team rolled out their PWA, they doubled their daily and monthly active users on their website. And because the web adapts seamlessly to different devices and platforms, their mobile PWA also worked well for their desktop web audience. In fact, they found that the number of orders placed on the desktop version has grown to be about equal to the number of orders placed on their mobile version. And it's not just these businesses. Across sites that advertise with Google, we see an average mobile conversion rate boost of 20% when the site switches to a PWA. And we also build many of our own products here at Google as PWAs. Google Maps launched a new mobile PWA tailored to provide a fast and data-conscious experience. And Google.com itself is a PWA. It loads 50% less JavaScript over the network and can support features like retrying search queries if you're offline. And investing in a PWA today goes further than ever. Chrome OS now provides native support for PWAs, allowing them to be installed and run fully integrated and in their own standalone window. And we're incredibly excited that Service Worker, the underlying new API that makes PWAs possible, is now supported on all major browsers, including recently Edge on Windows and Safari on both desktop and mobile. This is probably the most important leap forward for the web in the last decade. So PWAs have fundamentally changed what the web can do, but that's only part of it. WebAssembly enables websites to run high-performance, low-level code written in languages like C and C++, and it has broad support across browsers and devices. And because this code has access to all of the web's APIs, WebAssembly enables a new class of content to run on the web platform. As just one example, the AutoCAD team took a 35-year-old code base that's older than the web itself, and were able to compile it to run directly inside a browser using WebAssembly. So now all of the power of AutoCAD is just a link away. So the web platform's been gaining all these great new capabilities, but we want to make sure it's easy for you to take advantage of them. So we've been working on the tools to help. Lighthouse is a feature of Chrome's built-in dev tools that analyzes your site and gives you clear guidance on how you can improve your user's experience. 500,000 developers are running Lighthouse against their site or as part of their continuous integration process to help avoid performance regressions or even to keep an eye on the competition. And today, we're launching Lighthouse 3.0, which makes Lighthouse's performance metrics even more precise and its guidance even more actionable. So Lighthouse helps you understand how you can upgrade your site. But we don't want to just give you advice. We want to give you the tools to help make sure any new sites you build are high quality by default. We started the AMP project 2 years ago to help make building fast web pages much easier. And I'm happy to share that AMP is evolving in some big ways. We're expanding the kinds of things you can do with AMP. We've added a bunch of features that support critical e-commerce experience in AMP, like search autocomplete, a full-featured date picker, and soon infinite scrolling lists. And businesses are seeing the benefits. As just one example, Overstock saw a 36% increase in revenue on their AMP pages. And we've introduced AMP Stories, an easy-to-use format for creating immersive stories on the mobile web. Now, all AMP content benefits from a fast, free, privacy-preserving cache that optimizes page loads. But they've had these google.com URLs. So we're fixing that with a new standard called web packaging. This is also the first step towards our ultimate goal for any fast, responsive web content to be able to take advantage of all of the benefits of AMP. And today, we're announcing a new way to take advantage of all of these tools. We introduced Chrome OS almost 7 years ago to showcase the best of the web and make computing accessible to all. Chromebooks grew 50% this past year, both units sold and 28-day active users. And we've expanded to tablets and detachables. But it's not just about access to technology. It's also about access to create it. And that's why we're expanding Chrome OS to support developers with the ability to securely run Linux apps on Chrome OS. So this means that many of your favorite tools, editors, and IDEs now work on Chromebooks. So starting with the dev channel on Pixelbooks, you can now build for the web on a platform built around the web. And soon, you'll even be able to run Android Studio on Chrome OS. So all in all, it's an incredibly exciting time to be a web developer. Businesses around the world are consistently seeing substantial returns from deeply investing in their web experience by building progressive web apps. And the reach of these PWAs is now truly everywhere, with support across every major browser. And it's easier than ever to build great web experiences with tools like Lighthouse and AMP, and so many more of our web developer products that you'll hear about throughout I/O. The web platform is light years ahead of where it was in Google's early days, and it remains as core as ever to our mission. We're excited about the host of new use cases made possible by today's modern web, so be sure to check out the web platform's State of the Union talk later today to learn more. And now, please join me in welcoming Rich to talk about updates to material design.
Thanks, Tal. I'm going to talk about Material Design's new approach to customizing our apps and share some of the new tools and resources we've created. We introduced Material Design in 2014 as a system for creating bold, beautiful, and consistent digital products across platforms. We were responding to the desire that we heard from you and developers around the world for clear design guidance, for advice that would make the experiences you create better for your users. Material has become the design foundation for all Google products. And you've taken it and launched it into millions of apps. But we've heard two sentiments especially clearly after hundreds of design reviews with product teams and developers. First, that you didn't always see Material as flexible enough, that products from different brands looked too similar. And second, that our engineering support for Material needed to be stronger so that you could more easily realize your design vision. Our goal has always been to provide more than just a design blueprint. We are committed to delivering resources, tools, and engineering components to make it easier for product teams to work together seamlessly from design to development so that you can deliver customized experiences for your users. That's why we're proud to announce Material Theming, a major update to the Material design system. With Material Theming, we're delivering a truly unified and adaptable design system. It enables you to express your brand's unique identity using color, using type, and shape consistently across your product. Material Theming retains the consistent guidance from Material and expands on it. Let's take a look.
What if it was possible to design and build better, so your ideas could scale from a single sheet to a system? With Material, you can apply color dynamically so that every touch enhances the character of your design. Typography is adaptable, so you can express more by customizing for style and legibility. Craft an experience that's responsive across device and platform. Streamline collaboration with tools and open source code, making it easy to express your brand's unique identity, balancing form and function down to every last detail. Material design isn't a single style. It's an adaptable design system inspired by paper and ink and engineered so you can build beautiful, usable products faster. What will you make?
Material Theming puts you in charge. When you make just a few decisions about aspects like color or type, for example, we'll apply those throughout your design. You'll see options for customization across our design guidelines. And we've added hundreds of new examples, all still Material, but reflecting a much wider range of products and styles. When you see something you like, you can use our handy redline viewer to check the dimensions, padding, and even the hex color values. Today, we're also releasing two new tools to make it faster to go from design to implementation. First, Material Theme Editor. This plugin for the popular application Sketch helps designers create and customize a unique Material theme. Change one theme value, and it cascades across the design. Then, that work can be shared easily using Material Gallery. This is the tool used by product teams at Google to review and comment on design iterations, and it's now available to everyone. When it's time to build, you can see automatic red lines, you can identify exactly which component is being used and how it's been customized. But we need to make all of this easier not just to design, but to realize in code. So, our open source Material design components for Android, iOS, the web, and Flutter, all with Material Theming, are available today. These are the same components we use at Google to build our apps. And just as Google creates a custom material theme that best reflects our brand in products starting with the new Gmail for the web, you can use these same components to create an experience and a theme that is right for you. More material components and material theming customizations will be coming soon, so keep an eye out. We'll be launching regularly. And we'll keep listening, so please keep the feedback coming. Material theming, a new approach to customizing your apps, powered by open source components, new tools, and design guidance, all available today. To make Material yours, get started at material.io. And now, here's Ja to talk about progress in AI.
Thanks, Rich. Hi, everyone. At Google, we believe developers are driving the real-world impact of AI. Of course, we understand how complex this can be. Machine learning is a challenge in any environment, but today's developers often target multiple platforms and devices. They also have to juggle issues like processing power, bandwidth, latency, and battery life. That's why we're committed to making AI easier to use, no matter what platform you're on. This begins in the cloud, which makes machine learning accessible to customers in every industry. We believe success in AI should be determined by your imagination, not your infrastructure. We invest the best technology to power Google's products, and Google Cloud is making these resources available to you. For example, our cloud TPUs are widely available in public beta, making machine learning more affordable than ever before. Until recently, training a model to a high accuracy on the ImageNet dataset cost thousands of dollars. But in the Stanford benchmark contest, our TPUs reached the same level for less than $50. Cloud TPUs are now available to everyone, and getting started is as simple as following this link. And this morning, we announced our new third-generation TPU, demonstrating our ongoing commitment to AI hardware. The cloud also lets us share our best technology through a growing range of machine learning APIs. Our latest is Cloud Text-to-Speech, based on DeepMind's WaveNet, the same technology behind the voices in the Google Assistant. It generates speech with 32 voices in multiple languages and variants. In just a few lines of code, your application can realistically speak to your users across many platforms and devices. For more sophisticated interaction with your users, text-to-speech can be paired with Dialogflow Enterprise Edition. Dialogflow makes it easy to build a conversational agent, even with no prior experience. It understands the intent and context of what a user says and generates accurate responses, whether you are shopping for clothes or scheduling a bike repair. Finally, Cloud AI is always exploring new ways to put more power in the hands of developers. This effort continues with Cloud AutoML, which automates the creation of machine learning models. Our first widely available release will be AutoML Vision, which makes it possible to recognize images unique to your application without writing any code. You provide the training examples, and AutoML does the rest. Our alpha users are already accomplishing a lot with AutoML, from identifying poisonous spiders to helping the blind better understand images. But Vision is just the beginning. We're looking forward to bringing AutoML to more machine learning tasks very soon. To learn more about all cloud AI products, including AutoML early adoption, please visit our site. But cloud AI technology isn't the only thing that we're pushing in new directions. TensorFlow has become a standard in machine learning since we open sourced it 2 years ago, with 13 million downloads. Now, we're focusing on bringing it to new platforms. We recently announced TensorFlow.js, which brings machine learning to millions of web developers through JavaScript. New models can be created right in the browser or on the server side through Node.js, while models trained offline can be imported and run with WebGL acceleration. Of course, there is a big world beyond the browser. We also introduced TensorFlow Lite last year, which brings machine learning to edge devices, including Android and iOS phones. This allows offline processing with low latency and ensures sensitive data never leaves the device. TensorFlow Lite also supports hardware like the Raspberry Pi, so smart devices like the AIY project, Vision, and Voice kits can leverage it as well. As Dave announced earlier this morning, we've released the ML Kit in beta, an SDK that brings Google's machine learning capabilities to mobile developers through Firebase. The same technology that has powered Google's own experiences, like text recognition in Google Translate and Smart Reply in Gmail, will be available to power your own apps. Our vision for AI at Google is turning the latest technology into products that make better life for everyone, but we cannot do this without creative developers like you. Together, we can bring AI to the world. To talk more about how Google is supporting mobile development, let me introduce Francis Ma. Thank you.
Thank you, Jia. Our mission for Firebase is to help mobile app teams succeed by providing a platform to help you solve key problems across the lifecycle of your app, from building your app to improving app quality to growing your business. We've come a long way since we expanded Firebase 2 years ago from a real-time database to a broad app development platform. And it's so exciting to see there are now over 1.2 million apps actively using Firebase every month, including many of the top Android and iOS apps like Pandora, Pinterest, and Flipkart. We appreciate so many of you are trusting us with your apps, whether you're a sole developer or working in large teams. We're committed to helping developers at companies of all sizes to succeed. Now, one of our key goals is to help you take care of the critical, but sometimes less glamorous parts of app development so you can focus more on your users and build cool stuff. As an example, we've worked hard to ensure we're ready to meet your compliance needs with many privacy and security standards, as well as with the upcoming GDPR. We are also continuing to expand the platform to further simplify everyday developer challenges. A little over a year ago, the Fabric team joined forces with us to bring the best of our platforms together. And we've made a lot of progress since then. In the last couple of months, we've brought Crashlytics, Fabric's flagship crash reporter, into Firebase, and we've improved it by integrating it with Google Analytics so you can see what users did in your app that led up to a crash for much easier diagnosis. With the combination of Crashlytics, performance monitoring, and Google Analytics, Firebase is not just a platform to help you build your app's infrastructure, but also to help you better understand and improve your app. Another major set of advancements we've been making to Firebase over the last year is introducing machine learning to the platform. A few months ago, we took our first step with the release of Firebase Predictions. Predictions applies ML to your analytics data and predicts the future behavior of your users so you can take proactive actions to optimize your app. For example, you can lower the difficulty of your game for users who are likely to abandon it, or send special offers to users who are likely to spend. And you can also run A/B tests with different setup to see which of these perform best. So predictions was the first step that we took to bring the power of Google's ML to work for you. And today, we're taking our second step with the release of MLKit in public beta. MLKit, we're bringing together Google's machine learning technologies from across Google and making that available to every mobile developer working on Android and iOS. MLKit provides 5 out-of-the-box APIs like image labeling and text recognition. And these APIs can run on-device for low-latency processing or in the cloud for higher levels of accuracy. You can also bring your own custom TensorFlow Lite model if you have more specific needs. So let's talk through an example of how MLKit can be used in an app. Now, I'm a dad of 2, and my young kids are always so curious about the world around them. And I thought it'd be fun to build an app where we can take pictures and identify objects in them. And by using MLKit's on-device image labeling API, it's easy for me to apply ML to identify different objects, like it's a dog, a tree, or a bridge. Now, as many of you are aware, one of the key challenges of building for mobile is having a low latency response and assurance that it can work even without a network connection. And by using MLKit's on-device API, I can be assured that image labeling will work even if I'm out on a remote hike with no network connectivity. So on-device APIs are great for low latency processing, but there are other times where I want to optimize for highest accuracy possible. For example, when identifying landmarks, I want my kids to know this is the Golden Gate Bridge and not just any bridge. And MLKit's cloud-powered APIs give me that. They have a much higher level of accuracy and can be easily integrated right from my app client code. Then there are other situations where you may have more specific needs than what the out-of-the-box APIs can cover. And for those times, you'd want to bring your own custom ML models. Now, as mobile developers, we know how important it is to keep your app binary small and be able to iterate on the experience rapidly. With MLKit, you can upload your TensorFlow Lite model and serve that through Google's global infrastructure. Your app can dynamically retrieve these models and evaluate them on device. This means you don't need to bundle the model with your app binary, and you can also update it without republishing your entire app. And since MLKit is available through Firebase, it's easy for you to take advantage of the broader Firebase platform. For example, experimenting with different ML models using A/B testing, or storing your image labels with Cloud Firestore, or measuring processing latency with performance monitoring, or understanding the impact on user engagement with Google Analytics. We are so excited about the possibilities that machine learning unlocks. Whether you want to supercharge your growth or build amazing user experiences, we want to harness Google's advances to help you build and grow your app. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Nathan Marks to talk about another area of exciting advancements in mobile computing, augmented reality. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. I gotta say, it is incredibly exciting to be here today. At Google, we believe that augmented reality represents one of the most exciting advances in mobile computing today. By enabling our devices to see and sense the world much like we do, AR allows us to interact with digital content and information in the context of the real world, which is exactly where it's often the most useful and accessible. And as our phones learn to see the world in new ways, they unlock new possibilities for the kinds of experiences that developers can create. That's why just 3 months ago, we launched ARCore, our platform for building augmented reality experiences, to allow you to take advantage of this incredible new technology. And we've already seen some amazing apps, For example, you can now create a floor plan just by walking around your home. You can visualize the intricacies of the human nervous system at real-world scale. Or if you like, transform your dining room table into the home of your next virtual pet. And as you've been building, we've been learning and listening to your feedback. Today, we're rolling out a major update to ARCore to help you create even richer, more immersive and interactive experiences. First, we know that creating a 3D app can be challenging, especially when you have to write directly to lower-level APIs like OpenGL. That's why we've created SceneForm, a brand new 3D framework that makes it easy for Java developers to create ARCore applications. And the thing is, SceneForm is not just for people creating apps from scratch. Its design actually makes it really easy to quickly add ARCore features to apps that you've already released. Under the hood, the SceneForm SDK includes an expressive API, a powerful physically based renderer, and seamless support for 3D assets inside of Android Studio. Best of all, SceneForm is optimized for mobile, architected from the ground up with performance, memory, and binary size in mind. So we also know that sometimes as a developer, you want to build an AR app that can react to the specific physical objects in the real world. That's why today we're introducing augmented images, a new capability in ARCore that makes it possible to attach AR content and experiences to the physical images in the real world. And augmented images doesn't just detect the presence of a picture, it can actually compute the precise 3D orientation of that image in real time. So now you can use augmented images to do things like bring a textbook to life, create new forms of artwork. You can even see what's inside the toy box before you open it. Finally, though, we know that if we truly want our computers to work more like we do, they need to involve not just the things in our world, but the people in our lives. Fundamentally, our time here is spent with family and friends and colleagues. We collaborate, we create, we share experiences together. That's why we believe that every incredible thing that you can do by yourself in AR today, you should be able to do together with someone else. It makes me very proud to announce the next major step in how our phones see and understand the world, a new capability in ARCore that we call Cloud Anchors. With Cloud Anchors, we actually allow multiple devices to generate, a shared, synchronized understanding of the world so that multiple phones can see and interact with the exact same digital content in the same place at the same time. And this allows you as a developer to create applications that are collaborative and creative, multi-user and multiplayer. To show you exactly what I mean, we actually integrated Cloud Anchor support into our experimental open source AR drawing app, Just Align. Let's take a look. So, yeah. Thank you. We know that Cloud Anchors will enable many new kinds of AR experiences that combine the power of your device, your creativity, and the people around you. But because these experiences are so powerful, we believe that they should work regardless of the kind of phone you own. That's why I'm very excited to say that we're making ARCore's Cloud Anchors available on both Android and iOS devices. Yeah. It's pretty awesome. So everything that I've just talked about today, from SceneForm to augmented images to Cloud Anchors and more, is available for you to use right now. You can learn more about that, start creating your own ARCore-powered app by going to developers.google.com/AR. And with that, I'm going to hand it back to Jason to wrap things up. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thanks, Nathan. Hopefully you can see from our talks today that we're committed to meet you where you are, no matter what platform you're building on, and help you take advantage of the latest innovations from machine learning to augmented reality. And much of what you heard of today is built on top of our cloud technology. This includes powerful APIs around machine learning, smarter data analytics with BigQuery, and a focus on low latency and high reliability. And whenever possible, we try and take things out as open source, like Kubernetes and TensorFlow, so they can be broadly adopted and openly evolved across the industry. With our cloud technology, we're taking the lessons we've learned building large-scale software and bringing them to you. So I/O this year is bigger than ever. And we've got some great content lined up for the next few days. And you'll see we're doing something new this year, Inspiration Talks. They take a broader look at how the technology that you build affects the world around us. So we cover topics like building for a better tech-life balance, the future of computing, and using AI to transform healthcare. We all have a responsibility for what we build, as well as the people that we build for. So I hope you have a chance to check these out. And one of my favorite parts about having I/O so close to campus is that we're able to bring in more than 2,000 Googlers who built these products. They're here not only to help you, but more importantly, to get your feedback on what we can do better. My hope for this conference is that each of you walks away feeling that you can do something that you couldn't do before, and that you're able to use that knowledge to build things that matter. Thank you very much, and have a great Google I/O.
Fearing you guys off my control and just blaming each other. She don't want to be your man or a woman. She wants to be your love. Oh, still love. Checked into my heart and trashed it like a hotel room. Who's your God? Where is she? She wants to bury me in Austin or New Chicago. She don't want to be your man or a woman. She wants to be your love. Faulty love's got me on my knee. We were one, then become three. Mama, what have you done to me? I'm half crazy. Faulty love's got me on my knee. We were one, then become three.
Hello, I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live. You just saw the developer keynote where Jason and team brought you through the latest updates to our developer products and platforms. Android, Google Assistant, the web, material design, machine learning, Firebase, and AR Core were all discussed. We now have a few special guests joining us to summarize. First up is Dan from the Android Developer Relations team. Okay, Dan, there was a lot in the Android section. What are your highlights?
I'm really looking forward to hearing feedback from developers around Android Jetpack and Android Studio 3.2, all part of our plan to make Android development easier, faster, and more testable. Now, Jetpack builds on the foundations of architecture components in the support library to create an easy-to-use toolbox that allows you to craft a single code base that runs on almost all active Android devices. Jetpack's Work Manager is totally cool. We've long needed a unified API for scheduling constraint-triggered background tasks, while navigation combines with Studio's navigation editor to visualize and implement the way apps navigate between screens, easing many developer pain points in the process. And Kotlin is so fun to use. It's more popular than ever, and Jetpack's KTX extensions make it even better. Now, speaking of our tools, the emulator now starts up super fast and supports snapshots. Meanwhile, the Studio and Play teams are rethinking app distribution with app bundles and dynamic delivery, allowing developers to dramatically reduce app size. And this is important because the larger your app gets, the less installs you tend to get. By rebuilding your app as an app bundle, Google Play's new dynamic delivery will only deliver the code and resources a specific device needs, and it's launching for production use today. And one more thing, starting today in our dev channel, Chrome OS will have the ability to securely run Linux apps, which means you can now try Android Studio on Pixelbooks.
Thanks, Dan. Next up is Wayne to talk about Android Things and Google Assistant. Hey Wayne, what's your summary?
For users and keeping track of any subscriptions or purchases. It's really easy to get started building with Actions on Google, using tools such as Dialogflow, which uses machine learning to make building conversations easy. We also introduced some things to help you get lots of people engaged with your experience. Action links are hyperlinks you can use anywhere that point directly into your action, and they make it easier to promote your actions. We have action notifications that give you a way to let your users know about new content or features in your Assistant action. These are particularly cool because they work on a phone or any Assistant device, even if your users don't have your Android app installed. After someone engages with your action, you can now use routine suggestions to prompt them to add your action to their routines, such as waking up in the morning or getting to work. And one last thing to note is built-in intents, which are a neat way of giving the Assistant a deeper understanding of what your action can do so it can bring you more traffic. So in summary, lots of new features, and now is a great time to start developing with our Actions on Google platform.
Thanks, Wayne. Jumping over to web, Megan, tell us more about what's been announced.
Hi, Timothy. So excited to be here at I/O to get to meet and talk with all kinds of developers from all over the world. If you're a web developer or just curious about the web, this is the year to find out more. One area we're really excited about is progressive web apps. As you've heard, Service Worker, the API that makes PWAs possible, is now supported on all major browsers. We're also happy that Lighthouse launched version 3.0. As mentioned in the keynote, Lighthouse analyzes your site and tells you how you can improve your user's experience. With 3.0, your performance metrics will be even more precise. Also, I'm personally very excited about AMP and its continued progress in making it easier for developers to build pages that load instantly. We're introducing e-commerce experiences like a full-featured date picker, search autocomplete, and web packaging for URLs. And finally, WebAssembly now has broad support across browsers and devices, making it possible to run high-performance, low-level code written in many languages. And that's the web. Bye.
Thanks, Megan. Jumping over to material design, Yasmin, what's the latest?
Well, Timothy, there's a lot of great updates today. Material Design is a design system that can help you build beautiful, usable products across platforms. And today we've expanded Material with our biggest ever update to the system, including a new suite of tools that help you at every stage of the design and development process. Material theming is a new capability of the Material system that enables you to express your brand's unique identity using color, type, and shape consistently across your products. Today, we also release a suite of tools that make it easier to go from design to implementation. The Material Theme Editor helps you create your own branded symbol library and apply global style changes to color, shape, and typography. Currently available for Sketch, you can access the Material Theme Editor by downloading the Material plugin. You can then share that work easily using Gallery, a tool for collaborating on design work, getting feedback, and tracking iterations all in one place. Optimized for Material, Gallery generates interactive red lines, developer documentation, and design parameters for material components. And finally, we want to make this all really easy for you to build and code. So our open source material components for Android, iOS, the web, and Flutter all support material theming today.
Very cool. Thanks, Yasmin. Now on to machine learning. Magnus, what's up with ML?
Well, Timothy, our vision for AI at Google is to turn the latest technology into products that empower developers and end users. We heard about a few new things, including cloud TPUs. They are now available to everyone. Just head over to g.co/cloudtpu. AutoML is another exciting area. It automates the creation of machine learning models. Our first widely available release will be AutoML Vision, which makes it possible to recognize images unique to your applications without writing any model code. We're looking forward to bringing AutoML to more machine learning tasks very soon as well. And of course, TensorFlow. We recently announced TensorFlow.js, which brings machine learning to millions of web developers through JavaScript. You can also create new models in the browser or as well on the server side through Node.js. Also, models can be run with the WebGL acceleration. Oh, and we brought TensorFlow to edge devices, including Android and iOS mobile phones with TensorFlow Lite, which also now support Raspberry Pi. In addition, we released MLKit in beta. MLKit is an SDK that brings Google's machine learning capabilities to mobile developers through Firebase. And speaking of Firebase, I'm sure you'll want to hear more from Jen about this topic.
Thanks, Magnus. Hey, Jen, let's talk Firebase and, of course, MLKit.
In the past few months, we've brought Crashlytics, Fabric's flagship crash reporter, into Firebase. With the combination of Crashlytics, performance monitoring, and Google Analytics, Firebase really helps you better understand and improve your apps. I'm also really excited about how we've been introducing ML to Firebase. One example is with Firebase Predictions, which predicts the future behavior of your users, allowing you to take proactive actions to optimize your app. This is something that can be useful for a variety of things like A/B testing, sending offers to specific users, and changing the difficulty of a game depending on users' retention levels. And of course, as Magnus mentioned, MLKit is now available in public beta. With it, we're bringing ML tech from across Google and making it available to mobile developers for Android and iOS. My favorite API is image labeling, which helps identify objects like trees, dogs, and Google I/O attendees. And since MLKit is available through Firebase, it's easy to take advantage of the rest of the Firebase platform, like storing your image labels in Cloud Firestore or experimenting with different custom models using A/B testing.
Thanks, Jen. Okay, one more topic. Hey, Fred, let's talk about augmented reality.
You know, I first want to start by saying I think augmented reality is one of those really exciting advances in mobile computing. It allows us to all interact with digital content and information in the context of the real world, and we can do it on the devices that we have with us every single day in our pockets, at least most of us do. Now there's kind of three things I want to highlight from the keynote, all about ARCore, which is Google's platform for building augmented reality experiences. First, we heard about SceneForm. It's a brand new 3D framework, physically based renderer that's optimized for mobile, and it really makes it easy for Java developers to build augmented reality applications. The SDK has everything that you need as a developer to start building those 3D experiences right into your apps. There's an Android Studio plugin. It's currently in beta, and that helps you import and preview 3D assets right in Android Studio, and works with your workflow. We also heard about augmented images. That makes it possible to attach digital content to experiences to images in the real world. And you know, augmented images, it doesn't just detect images, but it lets you continuously attach content appropriately, because it gives you the precise location, orientation of those images, and then you as a developer place your content right where you want it. And then finally, we heard about cloud anchors. AirCore's cloud anchors are I think they're really exciting because they allow you to multiple devices to have like a shared understanding and context of the real world. So multiple users can get together on their phones and they can see and interact with the same digital content, and it's all anchored to the world in exactly the same way. Now, cloud anchors are available for Android and iOS, so developers can build those cross-platform shared AR experiences that we all want to have. And of course, all of these AR core features, they're available for use today.
Thanks, Fred. All right, everyone, your first sessions will be starting at the top of the hour. Remember to stay with us after your session ends to get your first look at the sandbox with Florina. She'll be taking you over to the Android Dome to see what's new with Android TV and Android Play. I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is I/O Live.
That's what you wanted me to do, right? That's exactly what you... This is what's new in Android. I'm Dan Sandler from the Android System UI team. And we have to stop.
We were just trying this out to see if this would work. We'll do that again in a minute.
The joke is going to be much funnier the second time.
Awkward pause. I think we just did. It was the intro to the talk. No. Yes, I am speechless. I should remind people that at 7 o'clock tonight there's a comedy show called Speechless. Please come.
Any other ads? Do you have something you want to plug?
No.
What do you like? Tell me what you like.
About what?
That's what they do in podcasts when it's time for the sponsor.
Hey, look, it's time to get started.
Hey!
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to What's New in Android. I'm Dan Sandler from the System UI team.
I'm Chet Haas from the Android Toolkit team.
And I'm Romain Guy from, I still don't have a name for my team, so from the Android team. And you may remember us from other talks, such as What's New in Android 2017, What's New in Android 2016, What's New in Android 2015, What's New in Android 2014, not What's New in Android 2013.
We don't talk about that one.
We don't talk about that one.
No, that was the time that we had Jelly Bean 2 years in a row. It was brilliant. We didn't have to redo the logo or anything.
But now,
what's new in Android? What I like to call the Android keynote. Nobody else does, but I like to call it that. Because this is where we talk to you about all of the developer stuff going on in the Android platform. In particular, let's talk about Android P. Specifically, let's talk today about, oh, hang on, Android APIs.
First, we'll start with distribution. You saw in the keynote we introduced the dynamic app bundles. Thor's demo was pretty clear. It's pretty easy for you. All you have to do is click a different menu when you build your application, and we're going to save you some space. It's going to be faster and easier to download for your users to download your app. And I'm sure you have a lot of questions about it. So we have a couple of talks this afternoon at 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. Go there if you want answers, because we don't have them.
So you're going to see a slide a whole lot like this through the rest of the talk. I feel like the main function we serve in this talk is to tell you the other talks to go to. We're like the appendix. We're like the index for the rest of the conference.
Yeah, let's be clear.
You mean we're like obsolete, like vestigial? Is that what it is?
I don't like to think about that.
Okay.
Yeah, let's be clear. A lot of people back at work have done all the hard work. We just get to go on stage and talk about their hard work.
So speaking of that, let's talk about Android Jetpack. We heard Steph talk about this in the developer keynote. This is a set of components as well as guidance on how to build better Android applications. All of you are familiar with most of what is in Android Jetpack already. What we're doing is adding to it over time with stuff that's going to make it even better, and we're also improving it over time. One of the major steps that we're taking is what I like to think of as a refactor, because it's a refactor. My favorite thing about the support library is how the package names embed the release number in them. So for example, we support things like V4. Actually, we don't support V4 anymore. We have a Min SDK of at least 14 now, but it's in the package name. Isn't that a little bit silly? So we're doing away with that. We're doing a whole lot of tedious renaming, and we're also providing tools to make it easier for you to do the similar refactoring that you're going to need to do in your application, as well as in Android Studio. Everything is being renamed to something more appropriate called Android X. If you want to know more about the details of that, the renaming, as well as doing more modular, more fine-grained splits to make sure that you don't drag in too much stuff, go to the talk, learn what's new in Android Support Library. Also, there was an article that was posted on the Android developers blog about a half hour ago. Check that out for more of the details there. Let's talk about Android Test, which is part of this new Jetpack thing going on. Android Test is the ATSL stuff, the Espresso stuff that hopefully you are already using, really good ways to test your application. Now they provide first-class Kotlin support, as well as more elegant APIs for reducing a lot of the boilerplate. Here's a simple example. We used to have a way of asserting, which A, was not necessarily obvious in the parameters you were passing, also unobvious in the order of the parameters that you were passing, and then it would give you an error message that also didn't really help very much. So we have something a little more sensible now. You can assert that. It's actually working on the visible property, and the error message gives you something more that you can work with a little bit better. Go to the Frictionless Android Testing talk for more information about that stuff. Jetpack architecture is about the architecture components that were announced last year at I/O and then iterated with feedback from the community and finally went 1.0 in the fall. So we have the release parts of those, which includes all the lifecycle stuff and the view model stuff, as well as the room, the persistent data model stuff, and live data. So hopefully you are using that stuff already, at least in your new applications. And what we also have is recently we released the paging library for doing asynchronous data paging into Recycler View. That was alpha, then beta, because that's how those things work, and now it's 1.0 this week. So please start using that. And we also talked in the developer keynote about a couple of new things that you should check out soon. Work Manager is currently in preview. There's going to be a talk about it. It's about job scheduling, but job scheduling in a way where we handle all the cases back in previous releases instead of you having to use specific approaches depending on what version and device that you're on. Also, navigation. It turns out that up versus back is a hard problem for applications to solve. We are making that much easier, and we're integrating with the tool to make it even easier yet. So go to all these talks. There's an overview talk as well as specific talks on navigation controller and work manager, and also a talk on Recycler View and paging. Me? Again? All right.
It says your name on the slide.
I keep building suspense into this thing. What's going to happen next? Who's he going to hand the clicker to? Still mine.
It's still you.
OK, let's talk about battery. This is one of the ongoing efforts in Android to help the users, because it turns out battery is really important. We're all power users. Unfortunately, we just keep using the power. So what can we do about it? We can create these app standby buckets. We're going to monitor the usage of applications and see how actively the user is using it, and then make determinations about how much access that application has to ongoing things in the system, which are going to take up more battery. We also have background restrictions that the user has the ability to kick in settings. So if an application is behaving badly, let's say holding wake locks for long periods of time, or waking up constantly, or accessing services way more than they should when it's not on a charger, then we'll note that and expose that in settings, and then the user can take some action on that if they deem that necessary. Go to the battery session on Thursday morning to learn more of the details there.
So one of the things that we've been focusing on with Android P is privacy. Maybe that's what it stands for. So one of the things we've done is that when your app is in the background, it doesn't have access to the microphone anymore. It doesn't have access to the camera anymore. And it does have access to the sensor, kind of. So you won't receive the data from the sensors automatically. You can manually pull from the sensors, and you'll get a batch update. But the best thing to do if you want to get access to the sensor data is to keep a foreground service running instead. So no more microphone, no more camera for you. I think I've heard in the past that some apps were trying to stay alive in memory by playing a white noise or keeping the microphone on. Don't do that anymore. It's not OK. Kotlin, it's this little thing we announced last year. So we're busy. We want to make it better for all the Kotlin developers out there. I'm sure there's a lot of you here today. So some of the things we've been doing, the art team has been really busy with D8, R8, and art itself. They've been looking at the bytecode generated by the Kotlin compiler. They've analyzed some of the bytecode patterns that were different from the ones generated by the Java programming language compiler. And they've been optimizing for those patterns. We've also been adding a lot of nullability annotations to our Java APIs, both in the core libraries, so libcore, and our support libraries to make it easier for you to use the platform APIs when you're in Kotlin. And finally, we launched on GitHub a new library called Android KTX. It's a set of Kotlin extensions for existing platform APIs. And the goal here is to try to take advantage of some of the Kotlin language features to make existing APIs easier to use. They're already easier to use just by using Kotlin, but with the extension, they get even better. And I want to thank the community because we've received dozens of pull requests and also bugs and feature requests from you, and we've accepted a bunch of them. So if you have ideas, if you have things that you'd like to see in Android KTX, please go to GitHub and we'll take a look at your PR. And this is an example of the kind of code you can write with KTX. If you want to create a bitmap, you don't have to specify it's ARGB 8888 anymore. You can call apply canvas to automatically create the canvas for you. It becomes this. And at the bottom, you can see, for instance, the destructuring assignment for a color integer. So you don't have to do any shifting or masking of the int into bytes. We'll take care of that for you. There is a talk by Jake Wharton on Thursday at 10:30 a.m. He's going to go through most of the extensions. He's going to talk about the philosophy behind the extensions, how we write them, what are the kind of extensions that we want to see in that library, what we're not looking for in that library. So before you do all the work and send the PR, go attend that talk to understand what we're looking for.
We already talked about the Android test stuff that is part of Jetpack earlier. That's probably a better, more holistic way to test your application. But if there's a specific situation in which you find it necessary or helpful to mock the framework, and I don't mean ridicule it because that wouldn't be nice, then it is possible to do that in easier ways now in Mockito. We are not changing the framework, but we're actually integrating changes into Mockito itself. So you can now mock final methods, and soon you should be able to mock static methods.
And Chet is making that face because he doesn't understand why that is so interesting to you.
And system-created objects like activity, eventually. Working on that internally, but it should be on the way eventually. A background text measurement, this is part of a bunch of smaller changes that we made in the text area. It turns out that measurement is really expensive. So most applications do text, and I would bet that the text operations in your application are some of the most expensive going on in the UI thread, which can contribute to jank. Wouldn't it be nicer if you could offload that to a background thread so that by the time you actually need to render the text or perform those operations on the UI thread, most of the hard work was done for you? So the observation is that 80 to 90% of the operations that are necessary for actually displaying text happen in text measurement. Well, we've made it possible, much easier, to actually perform this as a background operation. So we have a class called pre-computed text, and you can query that, and you can say, I want you to pre-measure this, and then you can set that text that's spannable on the text view later whenever you want. So you do it in a background thread like this. You say, create this thing, and then you can set that on the text view later when you actually need it. Should be much faster. Magnifier is something that if you're using the preview releases, you might see if you select some text, it pops up this little bar up above it and makes it easier to manipulate the cursor. That's really great for text, but the other cool thing about it is that it's also available for your applications for any other use case. So there's an API that allows you to pop up this magnifier for whatever happens to be in your view. So you can show this and dismiss it and use it for your stuff as well. So core functionality that we want in the system user interface, but also useful APIs for developers to use for their own purposes. I don't know if you've worked with your design department and they've specified something about text in your UI and, okay, well, I want this aligned, this many dips away from the top, and then I want the baseline on the bottom, this many dips away from the bottom, and then you have this interspersed vertical alignment stuff going on, and then you sort of puzzle with this for a while, and you basically futz with padding in all kinds of different configurations to sort of get it to where they wanted to get it. We have worked with that and created some new attributes and methods and properties for you to use that make that much easier. So we allow you to just pass us the information about the baseline alignment calculations that you would like to perform, and then we'll futz with padding on your behalf. Smart Linkify, I think of this as being Linkify, but smarter. So we already have the ability to ask for links in a block of text, and it'll detect things like phone numbers and addresses. But we also have the ability through machine learning models and stuff that you've seen through smart text selection to detect other entities. We can do the same thing with Linkify. It takes a little bit potentially longer, so you do this off-thread. So you would basically generate the links off-thread and then set it on your text view later using code similar to this. There's a text talk on Wednesday evening, so please go to that for more details about all of this as well as more.
So location, now you can take advantage of a new package, android.net.wifi.rtt. It's the Wi-Fi round trip time API. It requires compatible hardware on your phone. It also requires a compatible access point. And it allows you to find a precise location indoors for the user's device. You need to request the find location permission, and you don't need to connect to the access point. So if you're building an application that requires locating the user inside a big building, you can take advantage of this API in Android P.
Accessibility has some improvements for navigation through the app, so it's easier for you to declare these functional blocks. Makes it easier for accessible users to understand how things are being grouped on the screen. There's an important talk on accessibility right now. No, that's tomorrow. Tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow. Hopefully it's tomorrow. I'm not sure that's correct.
It's tomorrow or 30 minutes ago.
Okay, all right.
It's on YouTube.
All right, yes it is, eventually. Like now, yeah, I think I got the day wrong. Sorry about that, it's now. If you're in the wrong talk, I invite you to go to the other one.
Oh, my turn. Security. New API in Android P, the unified biometric dialog. So we deprecated the fingerprint manager because there are more ways to authenticate yourself with your body than just with the fingerprint. Could be your eyes, could be whatever else that device manufacturers will think of next. So now we have a single UI for all devices and all means of authentication. We also have stronger protections for private keys. And very important, in your application, if you're using the API build.serial, it doesn't work anymore. The API is still there, but it basically returns bogus data, so you cannot rely on it at all anymore.
Various changes in enterprise, just a couple of them that are interesting. We made it easier to work with work profile apps or different profile apps by having these different tabs that you can associate with them, so they're not all mixed together, but you can actually have these whole sections of these different profiles. Also, you're allowed to lock packages to a specific task. You could have a launcher with just a minimum set of a group or a single application. That works in combination with the ability to have ephemeral users, which now gives you kiosk mode. So you will no longer have experiences like I had on a recent flight, as you can see from my blurry picture, where you see a movie and you wonder what operating system is running under that. So you swipe from the bottom of the screen, you see the ICS navigation bar, and then you press on the recent task and you swipe the movie away, and you confuse the heck out of the system.
I have to admit, that's what I try every time I'm on a plane these days. And it works a surprising number of times.
This is like fun for Android engineers. This is what we do.
Hopefully this is not linked to the plane navigation.
Now, is it okay? Can I talk now? Is that all right?
Very briefly.
Very briefly. All right, let's talk about, actually, a lot of the system UI stuff typically gets shown at one of the keynotes that precedes what's new in Android. So you've all seen a lot of the great stuff that users are getting. I'm going to talk to you about some of the stuff that, as developers, you might be interested in. The first one is display cutouts, AKA, well, there are other names for it. These are coming to the ecosystem all over the place, and so as a developer, you need to know where it's safe to draw and where it isn't. When you get your window insets on view, window inset something or other, you get a display cutout object, which gives you all kinds of interesting data about the cutout, but you're probably going to want to use something called window layout in display cutout mode on your window. So there's the basic way, which is I never want to overlap the cutout, just leave a black bar at the top or the bottom, whatever, I'm not all that interested. A little more advanced would be display cutout mode default, which is if you were already going to clear the status bar just fine, we'll let the app window draw underneath the cutout as well. So you'll get the nice action bar color extending through the status bar and extending underneath the cutout. Better still, or more advanced still, is short edges cutout mode, which means essentially anytime there's a cutout on the short edges of the device and we're in portrait, I will just draw underneath. You don't have to do anything special. And in that situation, you do need to look at the display cutout and ask it for the safe insets. Essentially, well, OK, I'm drawing everywhere, but you tell me what single rectangle of the screen is safest to draw in. And then finally, the cosmic version of this, you can do short edges, but you can actually get the bounds of the cutout as a region. So you will get the exact set of rectangles that are unavailable to you on the screen, so you can display UI in the corners if the corners are available, or if there's a corner cutout, you can move things out of the way so that it's visible in the center of the display. This is the most advanced version of it. And you can put the electrical tape away because you can actually simulate notches now in developer options on your device. This is really, really exciting. Slices actually was what we were calling it internally, and we liked it so much we just kept it. You've seen Slices now in a couple of keynotes. It's essentially something that we've discovered and learned about on System UI and in the toolkit over many years of dealing with remote views for app widgets, dealing with notifications. Essentially, the problem of getting content from your app into some other place. So Slices is our new approach to remote content that you can actually use to project UI into your own app or into other apps that support it. It's very structured. This is not sort of here's a canvas or an absolute layout, go nuts with it. We give you a structure to fill out and a whole bunch of very flexible templates in which to populate that data with some display hints so that the receiving end of the slice host, kind of knows what to do with it. These are interactive, these are updatable. This is meant to be something that holds rich UI, sliders, controls, live information, possibly videos, things that actually feel like real UI as opposed to a snapshot of something happening in a distant process somewhere. Slices are addressable by content URI, and this is how they're passed around the system, and how they're passed along to app indexing to be shown in contexts like search. And then finally, Slices is entirely inside the support library. It's entirely in Jetpack, so it's backwards compatible. You can use Slices all the way back to API 19. There's a great talk about Slices tomorrow, bright and early, building our interactive results for Google Search. Come to find out more about how all this technology works and how you can build your own. Related to Slices is actions. You can think of these as shortcuts with parameters. Romain likes to think of them as visible intents. This is essentially a deep link into your app with some additional payload. It's not just a link to music, it's a link to a particular album or something like that. And you saw these as well in the keynotes, showing up in a predictive space inside our app launching experience. Actions you define in an actions XML file that goes into your APK or app bundle. And that too can get registered with app indexing so that search results and predictive features can show those actions. And there's a talk about this too. Thursday, slightly less early in the morning, integrating your Android apps with the Google Assistant. Notifications, there was a lot of great stuff about digital wellness and controlling notifications that you saw in the keynote, and I'm very excited about NP. I'm going to talk about some of the developer stuff, though, that we have in here. We ask users what notifications are most important to them. Users love messages, so we focused our energy in enhancing the messaging style API. You can do inline images now. You can do participant images and attach other metadata about the participant. And we finally now have UI for Smart Reply, which we've had on Android Wear for years. So when you use remote input.set choices, those will now appear as chips right in the notification, so you can respond instantly in the middle of a chat without leaving the notification shade. There's tons of other stuff, as usual. I had one other slide that we added about 10 minutes ago to this deck about notifications, and I'm just going to let that sit on the screen for a little while. So if you're doing something in the background the user still needs to know, but Android P does a much better job of allowing notifications that you may already have running testify to that background activity, including things like overlaying windows. So with that, talk about the runtime, Orman.
So probably one of the most important things for you as an Android developer is to understand our deprecation policy. It was announced a few weeks ago. Soon, we will require all the applications to target some of the newest API levels, and we're doing that to make sure that we can keep the security level of Android as high as possible, as well as performance and a lot of other nice things. So what does it mean for you? As of August this year, new applications published on the Play Store will have to target API level 26. And as of November this year, any update to an existing application that you publish on the Play Store will have to target API 26. And you can expect those numbers to go up over time. If you have native code in your application, we've been supporting 32-bit and 64-bit for a few years now. We will make 64-bit ABIs required as of August of next year. You'll still be able to ship 32-bit support in your application, but we will ask you to ship 64 bits as well. One of the reasons to ship 64-bit on 64-bit devices is that you get better performance and much better code out of it. If you want to know more about the deprecation policy, there is a talk tomorrow on Thursday afternoon, and I'm sure you have a lot of questions for the folks there. App compatibility, if you've tried the developer preview in P, you might have noticed something different if you're one of those naughty applications that use some of our private APIs. On Android, we have two types of private APIs, the APIs that are actually marked private, And then there's this weird @height thing that we use in our source code. It's a Javadoc tag that we process specially to indicate that this is a public API for us, not for you, just for us. And we're a bit jealous because a lot of you are using them. So from now on, a lot of those APIs will trigger warnings in one form or another. It might be toast or it might be logs when you make an illegal call. For some of these APIs, we need to hear from you that you need those APIs for your application to keep working. Sometimes it's just an oversight. We didn't make the API public, it's just because we didn't think about it. So please go to this URL and let us know if there's an API that you think should be made public. We might say yes, we might also say no. We have 3 types of lists. I won't go into too much detail here, but basically if an API falls in the blacklist, you will not be able to call it ever. I'm not sure if we have anything in the blacklist right now, but those will evolve over time. So again, let us know what APIs you need.
This is one of the important reasons. This is why we ship previews. We need you to go out there and try your applications on the previews, because this is the time to find out when there's problems that either you can fix before the real release is out there, or you can let us know if it's a problem that we need to work on instead.
And that's Chet trying to increase his engagement with this podcast. So there's this podcast called ADB, the Android Developer Backstage, and in episode 89, they had, who did you have in the episode?
Brian Karlstrom.
Brian Karlstrom, and they talked about this app compatibility issue and what it means for you. So go listen to it. NDK, the release 17 of the NDK brings a lot of very interesting things. So first of all, the neural network APIs that were part of API level 27. We also have a new shared memory API if you do a lot of JNI. More importantly, we have finally ASAN, the address sanitizer, to make sure your code doesn't scribble all over the memory. Now you don't need a rooted device anymore to use it. And we also have an undefined behavior sanitizer. It can be very difficult to detect undefined behaviors in your C or C++ code, so now there's a tool for that. We finally removed support for the deprecated ABIs. So if you still use ARMv5 or MIPS, MIPS 32-bit or 64-bit, support is gone. You should not be shipping those anymore. In the upcoming release, our release 18, we will remove GCC. So the GCC compiler was deprecated last year. Now everything is compiled with Clang in the NDK. We think we gave you enough time, so GCC is going away. So if you're still using it, now maybe you should not be in this talk. You should go fix your code. And finally, we added support for the simple perf CPU profiler, and we also have support in the IDE in Android Studio for native profiling, so you don't even have to type anything in your terminal. Graphics and media. The camera APIs are getting better and better. We've added a lot of things that we are using ourselves in the camera applications. For instance, we give you access to the timestamps of the optical image stabilization. So if you want to build the kind of stabilization we've built in our video recording, in the video recording part of the camera application, now you can. If you're doing, if your app is doing a lot of selfies and you're using the display as a flash, you can tell the camera that you're doing that so it can adapt the exposure accordingly. We have support for USB cameras. I haven't seen any use for it, but I've heard some of you ask about it, so now it's available. Multi-camera support. There are some phones coming out there with multiple cameras in the back or in the front, I suppose. And now we can expose them as a logical camera that contains more than one stream of data. Image decoder. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with Bitmap Factory. And if you're not fond of that API, trust me, we're not either. So there's a new one called Image Decoder. It's part of Android P. The idea is to make it not only easier to decode images, but also to make it possible to decode animated images. So Image Decoder can decode bitmaps, but also drawables, including animated image drawables.
There's this new thing called animated GIFs. I don't know, all the kids are using them. It's possible to actually load those now.
So there are a few concepts that you have to learn when you learn Image Decoder, and we're going to go through them in an example. So we have the concept of a source, we have the concept of the post processor, and finally the header listener. So this is what the API looks like. First, you have to call create source on the image decoder. The source can be an asset, it can be a file descriptor, it can be many different things. And the goal here is that once you create a source, you can decode multiple images from the same source. This is particularly useful if you want to build thumbnails. You can decode the same source once at high resolution, once at lower resolution, or even intermediate resolutions. And that can be done from multiple worker threads. Then you can call decode bitmap, you pass the source, and you can optionally pass a header listener. So the header listener here, we have a lambda. It gives you back the decoder itself, the metadata about the source, about the image, and the source. And it's inside the header listener that you can set the options. So in Bitmap Factory, you had bitmap factory.options that you had to pass to decode. Here you have to wait for the header listener to be invoked. So for instance,
We should point out too, like that set target size, that's kind of a fundamental difference where the old bitmap.
It's up there for that.
No, I see that. It's right there. If you would all look right there, that's a huge difference. Like before, if you wanted the right target size, you needed to work with what, in density as well as
in sample size, in density, and do a lot of trickery.
We didn't know how they worked either.
Yeah.
So, a lot easier now.
Yeah, usually our answer was figure it out. Anyway, so now you can just tell us what size you want the bitmap to be in, and we'll take care of it, finally. And you can also set a post-processor. So a post-processor is something, a simple interface. It gives you a canvas, so you can draw on the bitmap right after it's decoded, so you can add, I don't know, a header, like a title or some metadata on it. Media, we are adding support in the platform for the HDR profile of VP9, so you can play HDR videos in your applications. YouTube was doing it, but they had their own way of decoding videos. If you're on a device that doesn't support HDR, the playback will be in a low dynamic range instead, but on a device that's capable, like a Pixel 2, you will be able to see the HDR stream in all its glory. We're also adding support for and bear with me because it's a little bit confusing, a format called HEIF, yeah, it rolls off the tongue, the high efficiency image format. So it's based on HEVC, which is also called H.265, and the file name extension is commonly HEIC. I don't know why they use different letters, but that's what they did, so we have to deal with it. So it is a container, and it can store multiple images. So you can use it to store a single image with higher quality and higher compression ratios than JPEG, for instance. JPEG is a lot easier to say. I like JPEG. But you can also store multiple images if you want animated images or short movies. This is part of the support library, or I guess Jetpack now. And this is not part of the compressed API that you find on Bitmap because it's a container. It works differently. So this is what it looks like. You have to create a builder. You have to tell us the path where you want to output the file. You have to give us in advance the width and the height of the image. And the source of the image can come from a bitmap, but it can also come from a surface. So you don't necessarily have, for instance, if you're doing GR rendering or if you're doing video playback, you can encode that directly as an image. You don't have to go through an intermediate bitmap. And then when you call writer.use, you can add multiple bitmaps. In this case, we're adding only one. And when you call stop, we write it out.
I should point out, too, that even though it's spelled HEIC, it's pronounced GIF.
Right. Go.
What are you still doing here? Vulkan, so this is the slide that I'm excited about. Very few of you will be. And I'm sure you will be super excited about things like subgroup ops and YCR-CB formats. More seriously, anybody who's building middleware, for instance, the Unity engine, the Unreal engine, or if you're building games, Vulkan is a low-level graphics API that gives you a lot more control over the GPU, so you get higher performance code. And Vulkan 1.1 adds new capabilities that were not possible in OpenGL, but it also closes the gap with OpenGL. So for instance, the support of protected content. You're not able to play back protected content in Vulkan before, so that will unlock a lot of things like video players, for instance. Neural network APIs, they're not technically part of P because we announced, they are part of P, but we announced them in API level 27. You might have missed that. It's a C API that's designed for machine learning. It's also a fairly low-level API. It's meant for basically playback of trained models. So things like TensorFlow are built on top of the neural network API. So you would use TensorFlow to do all the learning, and the neural network APIs can do basically the inference on device. The interesting thing is that we're also unlocking the access to the DSP that we use on Pixel 2, so you can get hardware-accelerated machine learning effectively on select devices. ARCore, you just saw in the developer keynote, a couple months ago, we introduced ARCore 1.0. They just announced ARCore 1.2. This takes care of tracking things in the real world. The problem is that you had to write a lot of OpenGL code, and it's not always pleasant. So to make your life easier, we're introducing support in the emulator. So when you create an AVD, you can specify a virtual camera stream for the back camera, and you get a full 3D scene. And it works in any view that displays the camera stream. And using the keyboard and the mouse, you can just navigate around the UI. You even get patterns on that fake TV screen, so you can do image recognition and pattern tracking, that kind of stuff. It's available today. And also, we have Synform, so they already talked about it in the dev keynote. I won't talk about it too much. I will only say, this is what I've been working on for the past few months. So I still don't have a name, because we did that with Daydream. But anyway, that's what I was up to. And if you want to know more about Synform, there is a talk tomorrow afternoon at 5:30 p.m. And we're going to talk about the underlying tech and how to use the API. And finally, Chrome OS. On Pixelbook, you can now run Linux applications on your Chromebook, and in particular, you can run Android Studio. I believe there are some limitations, but one of the things you can do is run your Android apps as apps on Chrome OS, so you can use Chrome OS as a full-blown Android development platform, I guess, whenever it's available. Many more sessions today, tomorrow, and Thursday. We'd also like, I said that earlier, there's a lot of folks back home who've been doing all the hard work. We're just talking about it. So thank you very much to all the engineering teams and the PMs and the designers and the tech writers, everyone who made this possible. We didn't do anything. We're just here to hear you be happy.
Some of us did even less.
Yes. Anyway, and that's it for today. So thank you very much.
See you at the Sandbox office hours. Bring your questions.
Yes, we have Framework office hours. There's Android Sandbox running all week.
We've done our best to bring as many people from our teams here to be able to talk to you about these new features, these new APIs as possible, because we know you can't get that anywhere else besides Google I/O.
And also there's an overflow session for our overflow area. I can't remember where it is exactly. Most of the speakers from Android sessions will make their way afterwards. So if you can't get your question answered at the session, you should be able to find them after that, like us there now. Thank you. Sure.
Thank you for joining this session. Brand ambassadors will assist with directing you through the designated exits. We'll be making room for those who've registered for the next session. If you've registered for the next session in this room, we ask that you please clear the room and return via the registration line outside. Thank you.
Don't try to tell me now how you think I missed out. Don't try to bring me down. It's time we get out this town. Rise up, 'cause I can't go on hoping this thing ain't working out. Rise up, 'cause I'm already growing, and this thing can't stop me now.
You have to have an understanding of the way sound works.
The scientists at MBARI wanted to figure out a way to, in any given day, count how many blue whales there were.
So the process involves recording audio from the ocean, but it's too much information for a human to try to look at and listen to.
We were able to turn those sounds to spectrograms, which are just images of what sound looks like, and fed those images into TensorFlow, this machine learning tool.
It allows us to take a mammoth pile of data and distill it into something meaningful.
It can answer a lot of questions about the way we are affecting the marine environment and how we can help conserve it. When I was a kid, I didn't think I was going to be a scientist or an engineer, but knowing that I'll never stop learning makes me feel pretty lucky.
and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Florina Montanescu, your host, and I'm here with Harris, the product manager on Android Auto. Hi, Harris.
Hi, Florina.
So tell me, what's new for developers for Android Auto?
So this is a very exciting year. We have all the new sets of the changes in the APIs for media and messaging developers, which is the biggest change that we made in a long while. For the media, what the developers can do is they're going to be able to just pretty different sets of layouts that they can use to actually present their content better to the user. Have enable them to do, for example, group chat and a couple of different things. And for all the thousands of developers that we have for Android Auto, that's pretty exciting.
Am I able to already download the apps directly in the car?
Yeah, so
for content and actions to your app. And then feature you in suggestions across the Android launcher, Smart Text Selection, Google Search app, and Google Assistant on Android, and the Play Store. So you see, app actions will allow your app to get further reach and engagement with our users. And you can find all about this actually just today at 5 p.m. in the talk Getting Started with App Actions. So these are great ways to integrate if you have an existing Android app or a vertical or content-specific use case. But many of the most successful ecosystems, like the web and mobile, are powerful because they have a generalized integration model that allows developers to build custom experiences for any use case they can imagine. For the Assistant, this model is called conversational actions. These are immersive conversational experiences completely custom for your brand. They're a direct conversation between you and your user. So here's a cool example of a conversational action. It's called California Surf Report, and it helps you find wave conditions if you live in California. Let's walk through the user experience. So a user says a query like, talk to California Surf Report, and this is like the voice version of a shortcut on the mobile home screen. So the Google Assistant is then able to look through its index of actions and finds a match. So now it's time to let the user know that it's going to hand over control to California Surf Report. So it says something like, sure, connecting you with that action. The user hears an earcon, which is like an audio version of an icon. It's a distinctive sound, letting the user know a transition is taking place. And now the user is conversing directly with the action. The action welcomes the user in its own voice, explaining its functionality and asking an initial question. And interaction with California Surf Report on visual devices. As you can see, it creates. Now, supporting different modalities and form factors has always been a challenge for platforms like the web and mobile. And when you build for the Assistant, you're targeting an even more diverse range of modalities, from voice-only, like Google Home, to voice-forward devices like the new smart displays, intermodal devices like the phone, and visual-only, like smartwatches. But our conversational action APIs are multimodal. With a single implementation of our Rich Response API, Google is able to scale your experience across all these devices. If you're interested in learning more about this, we have a great session on Wednesday.
All right. Hey, everyone. So Adam's just laid out a bunch of options for integrating with the Google Assistant. And what I want to do is I want to walk us through building a conversational action. And to do that, I want to share a journey with you of how I got to here. A fully functional, high-quality conversational action that I built from scratch. And what it does is it gives the user some information about any given programming language, specifically information that will inform whether to use that language in an upcoming project. So, like many of my colleagues at Google, and I'm sure many of you here, I have had the profound gift of sharing my programming knowledge with others. Back when I was in high school in South Florida, I volunteered at a youth program in my community where we taught the basics of programming to middle school and high school students. And this was exposure to this, and I had to say goodbye to these students with whom I had worked for so long. And I've always been looking for another way to reach out to them. But lucky for me, a lot of them have grown up, and they now have Android phones and other devices with the Google Assistant built in. So I thought that the Assistant would be a great platform to reach out to them once again, with an old lesson about choosing the right language for the right project. My Dialogflow agent is going to receive a request, and it's going to realize it's being invoked. So it's going to trigger something called a welcome intent, and this is a default that every Dialogflow agent comes with. All right, so how do I do this? From the Actions console in the project overview page, I can create a custom action through Dialogflow. And in Dialogflow, I'm going to modify the welcome intent, and I'm going to remove the default greetings that it gives me. All right, so now I need to come up with some sort of greeting for the user. And I'm thinking about it, and I can't really come up with anything captivating. And then I remembered, what would my persona say in this moment? And so with that, I came up with a couple kind of geeky and over-eager variations of welcome prompts, which ask the user for a language. Something like, hi there, I can tell you all about programming languages. Which one do you want to hear about? So I'm greeting the user, I'm orienting them to what my action can do, and then I'm prompting them. And so from there, I can head over to the Actions console through the Dialogflow integrations page, and I can start messing with my action. And if I wanted to in the future, I could do some really cool stuff here. So I could taper the greeting for repeat users, or I could change it based on how long it's been since that specific user has last spoken to my action. And by the way, there's a session at 10:30 a.m. on day 3 about personalizing actions for users. So if you're interested, check that one out. But anyway, I've got a dialogue started now. All right, so that was easy enough. Okay, but now the user is going to respond. And there's a million ways that they could answer that question of which language they want to learn about, right? So how do I account for all this variation? I'm going to use a Dialogflow intent. All right, so the way Dialogflow intents work is that you train them to listen for phrases that the user is going to speak in each turn of dialogue. And then each semantically similar set of phrases is called an intent, right? So with the power of machine learning, when the user says anything similar to the phrases you've provided, at any point in the conversation, Dialogflow is going to match that intent. So I created an intent which listened for the user saying something like, tell me about Kotlin, or should I use JavaScript? And then Dialogflow knows that they're basically asking about a language, and it extracts from that which language they want. Now, how does it do that? Well, I had defined a custom entity in Dialogflow called languages, which lists out all of the programming languages that I support. And how am I going to account for the variation in the way each programming language is spoken? Programming languages have nicknames. Well, Dialogflow offers the feature of designating synonyms for each canonical value. And Dialogflow also comes with a bunch of built-in system entities that it already knows about, things like temperature and cities and dates and times. All right, so now at this point, I need to actually dynamically respond to the user with some information about the language that they've chosen. So I'm going to need to expand my infrastructure a little bit. OK, so we've got the interaction that I've already built, that one turn of dialogue. But now the user is going to respond with a request to know about some specific language. Like, let's say they say, tell me about Kotlin. And this time, the Google Assistant is going to hand off directly to my action because the user's already entered the dialogue. It's going to handle the speech-to-text transcription, and Dialogflow is going to match the which language intent that I described earlier. But this time, instead of responding, it's going to reach out to my webhook hosted on Cloud Functions for Firebase, and it's going to dynamically pull information about that language and present it to the user. So how did I tell Dialogflow to do that? Well, I set the URL of my Cloud Function in the fulfillment settings of Dialogflow. And here, I can edit some auth and header settings for the post request that my webhook receives. And there's also an inline editor in this page, so you can actually edit your Cloud Functions code right in the Dialogflow console. All right, let's talk a little bit more about building one of these webhooks. So since I'm using Cloud Functions for Firebase, I'm going to be using Node.js. And the first thing I'm going to do in my index.js file is I'm going to create a simple JSON mapping of language strings to some helpful fact about that language. And then later in the same file, I'm going to use the Actions on Google Node.js client library to handle the which language intent from Dialogflow with a callback. And so in that callback, I'm actually going to respond with some fact from that mapping that I had defined earlier, and I'm going to prompt the user to ask about another language. So I'm furthering the conversation. And at this point, I've got something pretty substantial to test. So I can go back to that simulator in the Actions console, and I can play around more with it like a natural user. And at this point, I might actually use some of the debugging information on the right side, and I can actually simulate the experience as if I was a user on different surface types. All right, so speaking of surfaces, the experience right now is a little bit dry on a screen device. So how can I change that? Well, one thing I can do is I can add more visual descriptions of the information. So here, I'm using a basic card class from the Node.js library to construct a rich visual response for the Go programming language. And it has a couple cool things. It has some title, and it has some text, and even some imagery and alternative text for accessibility. In this case, the image is Go's mascot. And I've even got a button with a link to Go's website. And notice how the API gives me really granular control over the construction of the response, even the placement of the chat bubbles above and below the basic card. So let's say I needed to guide the user a bit more, like they didn't know which language they could choose from. So I can create a list of programming languages that I support. And in the library, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a mapping of each language to a row in the list with its own title and image. And then I'm going to present the options to the user as a list, and the user can tap or say whichever they choose. But what if I want to emphasize the graphics? I can change one word in the code, list becomes carousel, and the user can now swipe through and browse the options more visually. But this is all on a screen device, right? Like, what if the user's on a smart speaker and I want to show them something visual? Well, here's a super cool feature. And it's one that empowers you as developers to leverage the immersiveness of the assistant. I can check if the user is on a screen device currently, and if not, whether they have any screen devices with the assistant linked to their account. And if they do, I can actually ask them to switch devices. So the dialogue is going to end on their speaker, and they're going to get a notification on the phone where they can resume the dialogue. And I even get control over what the notification says. So this is a great example of how we're really unlocking the power of the assistant for all of you. And there's a session tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. About designing across surfaces, so check that one out. And then let's say I had a mobile app, and it includes some authentication. I can actually plug into that app and action. And there's a session on day 3 at 9:30 a.m. about integrating mobile apps with the assistant. All right, so now I've got a pretty cool experience going, but I kind of want to test it further, right? So we've already talked about testing it in the Actions Console simulator, where I can get debug information and I can try my action on different surfaces. But while I can test in the console, I can also test directly on any assistant-enabled device which is logged into the same Google account. And we're also announcing something really cool that you've asked for a long time. You can create alpha and beta versions of your actions that can be shared with a limited audience for feedback and iteration. So this means with my action, I could share it with some of my students before publishing live. And there's a session with more about testing tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning, so check that out. But
hi, everyone. I'm Jamie again. So now that you've heard a lot about the how and what to build on the assistant, let's talk about how you can actually be successful on the platform. So we think of this in 3 key pillars: discovery, monetization, and re-engagement. As you heard from Adam, people are turning to their devices and their assistants for lots of different things in their day. It can be small, something like setting a timer, or it can be a little bit more meaningful, like helping plan your day. So whether you're building a productivity action, a food ordering action, a gaming action, whatever it might be, we know that your users are out there looking for you. So I know everyone's had a long day today. It's a little bit hot out. Let's do a really quick exercise. Everyone close your eyes for a second. Think about the best party that you've ever been to. Maybe it was in college. Maybe it was last night. Maybe it was a wedding or a family affair. Maybe you remember the smells, the food, the music. Now, imagine you were never invited to that party. So think about your favorite brands, for example. Did you take a ride-sharing service here this morning? Did you order from a food delivery service last night? Do you have a favorite game or a retailer? Now imagine that nobody ever told you about those brands or experiences either. This is why discovery is so important, and inviting someone to your experience is oftentimes just as critical as building a great experience yourself. So where do you get started? The best place to start is with our assistant directory. It lives on both web and mobile across Android and iOS. And as a developer, once you start a project in our AOG console, you'll be able to optimize this listing in real time. What's really interesting here is that we see 30% of third-party actions get discovered here in this directory. So it's really critical to optimize this first entry point. Let's talk about a variety of use cases here in the directory. It starts with browsing. So here you'll see timely and personal recommendations towards the top, and less contextual content as you scroll down the page. There's a few areas to highlight here. First, you'll see contextual suggestions. These are relevant suggestions based on the user's context, things like time of day, location. And for example, here I can see a recommendation for my morning, like playing my favorite playlist. Next, you'll see dynamic categories. You'll see a total of 4 of them that are live today. What's new, which highlights new quality actions. What's popular, which highlights overall popular actions. What's trending, which is recently popular actions. And lastly, which is the most tailored, what you might like, which is actions based on the user's history. Think of this as the welcome mat to your brand, to your action. It should reflect your brand, and it should invite users to really try your action. You'll see at the top here, there's a quick summary, which you'll see imagery, a description, and sample invocation queries. This allows the user to really understand what your app does. The second section you'll see, ratings and recently launched reviews. This allows the user to assess the quality of your action before perhaps trying it. So what does this all mean for you? How can you actually optimize this in real time? How do you make your actions stand out? Concise names, strong, clear images, accurate descriptions, whereas you'll see on the right, it gets trimmed off a bit, and most importantly, a bunch of sample invocations. So we maximize the number of queries that a user understands that they can actually use to invoke this app. Instead of just saying, talk to French Bulldog Trivia, you'll see a variety of invocations, such as ask French Bulldog Trivia about grooming, for example. OK, so now you've built your app. You're live with a directory listing. Let's talk about differences. There's slang that all make a million different ways to say the exact same thing. So look at this small set of ways that a user can simply express to say, I want to de-stress. Built-in intents can provide a common taxonomy for actions across all of our Google surfaces, indeed meditation apps. So here are some of the built-in intents that we're working on this year. You'll see the ones that are. And finally, here's the output of this new infrastructure. If somebody has a very generic ask, like I want to play a maps quiz or I want to play a quiz, here you'll see a bunch of different relevant suggestions for games. So the last tool that I'll talk about today for discovery is called Action Links, which is an awesome tool to help you promote your experience. You'll see here in the Headspace example that we, Google, will actually promote these experiences in our own Action Link, in our own assistant directory, where a user can actually deep link directly from the app directory into your action on the device of their choice. So what's really cool about Action Links is that these actually can help you promote your own action to your owned and operated audiences. So everything from your social sites, like you can see a tweet here from Brad from earlier today, or your own website, like BuzzFeed, where you can actually see a user can deep link directly from their site into their action. You can promote this on apps or even a billboard, so it's not just strictly limited to digital, which is really exciting. We noticed that this actually solves two problems. One, it makes it a ton easier to deep link into an action directly. And two, once the user's had a great high-quality experience, they can now share this with their family and friends really easily themselves. So think of all the users cross-pollinating and sharing your message out there. So similar to built-in intents, Assistant Links is really, really easy to implement. You can simply generate a URL really quickly and then share across all of your channels. So now let's assume you've knocked it out of the park with discovery. We'll talk about transactions in digital goods as an awesome way for you to monetize your business and grow your experiences. So last year, we launched transactional capabilities via the Transactions API. This was limited to a phone-based experience of physical goods and worked really, really well for simple transactions. Today, you've probably heard lots of updates about transactions in a few of our sessions, but you'll see moving forward that transactions will be on more devices, expanding to more complex transactions, will enable the purchase of digital goods. Three things: the ability for a user to purchase a good, hire a service, or book a reservation with their favorite brand on the assistant. And no matter what type of transactional experience you're trying to build, the foundational elements are always the same, as you'll see here. The developer will always guide the user through the purchase process. And we have lots of APIs and other helpers to walk you through this. So I'll quickly touch on two quick announcements that were made today, which are really, really exciting, and I wanted to touch on them really quickly. So as you know, the growth of voice speakers and other assistant surfaces in your home has been huge this year, and we're really expecting it to continue to grow. You saw our continued focus on this in our developer keynote today. Users can now purchase goods and services on voice devices. This means our users can now complete transactions on surfaces like Google Home, third-party speakers, and smart screens, which was not available before. Really exciting. We've also announced that we will soon open up the ability for app developers to sell digital goods on the Assistant. This will work across both phone and voice surfaces and will be supported in multiple languages and markets, including the US, the UK, Canada, France, Australia, Germany, and Japan, to start. And we're thinking of three key use cases here as we launch this. And we're really excited about diving in deeper here and exploring these with our partners. In-app digital goods, and this is super cool for some of the gaming developers that I work with today, this is the ability to purchase gems, extra time, perhaps characters or avatars throughout your experience. It's really, really exciting. Secondly, subscription services. So think of things like streaming music or video. And lastly, digital media purchases, so things like audiobooks or rentals. So now to our final pillar. You've built up this awesome audience. You've built an awesome experience. You've acquired some users along the way. How do you continue to build loyalty and retention with this great audience? So as we've been developing the assistant over the past few years, we've thought a lot about when, how, and where folks are actually interacting with Google. And we notice that they do this in clusters throughout their day. So perhaps in the morning, they do things like ask the Google Home about what their day might look like. As they're heading out the door, they might be using navigation. During the day, perhaps they're searching or listening to music. And then later at night, when they're winding down, perhaps they're listening to YouTube or watching YouTube or playing games, for example, or spending time with their family. So what we know here, which is really interesting, is that people are creatures of habit. So we've identified some of these clusters and where the assistant can actually provide extra value in those instances and micro moments throughout a user's day. This new feature, Routines, lets users combine multiple actions into a single command. So what does that actually mean? When you wake up in the morning and you say, hey, Google, good morning, your assistant can do a few things in one simple command. It can turn your phone off silent. It can adjust your lights and thermostat. It can tell you about your day, the weather, your commute, and then it can perhaps play your favorite podcast or read you the news. As a developer, you just simply need to check off a box to enable this feature, and then users can add you to their routines. In addition to routines, I'll talk about two final re-engagement opportunities that are really exciting. So daily updates and push notifications. So daily updates are when Google can actually share a notification and pull an update at a specified time each day by the user. One example of this is you could get transportation or news alerts every single morning at the same time if Google understands it about you. So as you can see here, which is an awesome example, something that's really content fresh, is that you can also see if a user opts into something from Esquire, for example, they can receive fresh daily wisdom tips at the same time each day. Push notifications are really exciting because they can help you do things in real time. So things like getting stock alerts from your favorite news publisher. This is really exciting for me. I'm a huge nerd. It's very exciting. I love the fact that it's so real time, and it's really exciting because it provides a value to both users and developers. The value to users is that it actually helps give you access to relevant information, which is immediate, it's content rich, and it's specific to you. What's really valuable to brands and to some of you folks here as developers is that this can really help you enhance your utility as a partner to some of your users. So you can this could be a great experience if you're trying to re-engage with someone and nurture a relationship that perhaps has fallen off with a user, or if a user needs a gentle nudge to push along something that's timely. So I know it's been a long day out there, so we really appreciate everyone coming out today. If we hope that you take away a few things from today, it's one, think about your use case. What's the easiest way to get started? Templates could actually be a really great solution for you. So I encourage everyone to test this out, as Adam mentioned tonight. And it's a really great way to dip your toes in the water. Secondly, please lean in with us. Learn more with us this week. Check out some of our awesome sessions on transactions, Dialogflow, learning more about your audience bases, building games. Some of our folks are here, which is really exciting. So please check those out later this week, as you can see some of the sessions listed here. And lastly, we just launched 2 new code labs. You can check them out here throughout I/O. So thank you, everyone, so much for having us. Enjoy the rest of your week.
Hello and welcome back to I/O Live. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm standing here with Niall and with Shaza, and they built an app using TensorFlow. I'm going to talk about it a little. Niall, could you tell me what the app is and how you came up with the idea?
Sure. So the app is actually a plant classification app. You basically take your camera and hold it over a plant leaf. The app then tells you what type of plant it is. It tells you if it's healthy or if it has a disease and what the disease is. And we actually came up with it one day in lunch. So Shaza had been talking about wanting to create an app, and we were brainstorming some ideas, and I thought about my mom, who has had a huge passion for gardening. About a year ago, we ended up moving, and so she had to transport her garden from a big backyard to a tiny little patio in an apartment. Thus, all of her plants were dying. So we ended up making the app and helping her garden flourish.
Awesome. Now, Shaza, what was it like getting started with machine learning?
Hi, Timothy. I got started with machine learning through a TensorFlow code lab called TensorFlow for Poets, and I learned all about how machine learning works and how to use convolutional neural networks on your own data set using the TensorFlow API.
Did you find that challenging?
It was very challenging. It took me a long time to learn because it was my very first programming experience, but it ended up being a really amazing project.
Awesome. Now, what's next? Do you have any ideas for new apps?
Yeah, so I definitely want to do something that has to do with women in third world countries. I have a really close friend who's actually a national leader in the organization Girl Up, and so their topic is just dealing with women in third world countries. So we're definitely working together right now on something to benefit that.
Awesome. Okay, one last question. Do you have any advice for somebody out there who's looking to get started in machine learning or even just computer science?
To someone who's looking to get started in computer science, I would tell them that it's a lot easier than you think, and there are a ton of resources out there if you want to learn about machine learning or artificial intelligence.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining us.
We have a bunch of new stuff in Android P for users, but also for developers. So some examples for users are we have a very new fast setup flow that gets you all your favorite apps already when you set up a device. We have features like autofill, where if you have already logged in on some other device, you already get your login credentials on Android TV, so you don't have to clumsily enter passwords with the remote control. No one likes that, right? But also there are cool new platform APIs in Android P where, for example, with external camera support. So you could start to develop camera apps on TV as well. And that's some of the stuff with Android P where you can use the new Android P Preview SDK. It has a TV emulator, and you can get started with that if you want.
So I know last year you launched the Assistant in the US, but I live in London. Can I finally use it in London also?
A very good question. Actually, the international support for the Google Assistant is on Android TV is rolling out as we speak. So specifically the UK and some other European countries rolls out in the next few weeks. But since you mentioned the Assistant, one really cool thing we announced here at Google I/O is our new soundbar project that we did with JBL. It's the JBL Link bar that you can see here. And we really like the combination of having a TV device powering your TV screen, but with really awesome sound and a far-field microphone built in, so you don't really need this remote control anymore. You can basically just sit on the sofa and control your TV device or any device connected to the soundbar. So you can ask things like, "Hey Google, what's my agenda today?"
Today, there's only one thing on your calendar. It's at 6 p.m. and its title is Pick Up the Dog.
Yeah, I really shouldn't forget that. But it's really nice. You don't have to get up from the couch, look for the remote control anymore. You just talk to your TV in a very natural way. "Hey Google, go home."
Okay, great, so I can continue losing my remote control. Thanks. Okay, but still, I'm an Android developer, so what can I do practically? Is there some code that I can already write?
Yeah, I mean, you could download the Android P Preview SDK with your emulator, but we know developers want to work with real hardware. So one really cool thing we're announcing here at Google I/O is the ADT2 developer device. It's for those of you who have been developing for Android TV for a while, might remember we had an ADT1 developer device in 2014, launched at Google I/O, and after 4 years we thought it's time to do that again. So it's a neat little Android TV dongle you can connect to your TV.
you can sign up for this. We have a sign-up form live, and we are selecting, it's a limited edition device, but we make sure a lot of developers are getting one of those. It's a real cool, small Android TV dongle, voice-enabled remote control, so all the things we've been talking about, a content integration, assistant integration for your apps, you can try that all out on the device.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Sasha. So we already have a lot of new things for Android TV, both for developers and for end users. So now all we need to do is check out the developer documentation and also sign up for the dongle. Thank you, Sasha.
Thank you.
This is Florina for IO Live. To make Android development with Kotlin more clear, pleasant, and idiomatic when working with Android framework classes, we created Android Kotlin extensions, a set of extensions to the framework that cover some of the most commonly used classes like Vue, Shared Preferences, Canvas, Animator, and others. For now, Android KTX is in preview, and the API is likely to change before reaching the stable version. But here's how to integrate it in your projects to check it out, some examples of usage, and how you can contribute. In the build.gradle file of our app, add the Google repository, if it's not there already, and then add the Android KTX library to your dependencies. Let's start with a simple example. Let's say that we want to create a URI from a string. Normally, you would call URI.parse on the string, but with Android KTX, we can just call toURI on the string. When we want to save a value in Shared Preferences, our code will look like this. We edit the preferences, put the value, and then call apply. With the extension, we just need to call edit and pass a Lambda block with the action. Under the hood, it actually does the same thing as the previous code. Working with classes from the graphics package, we've added extension functions for some of the most important classes there: Canvas, Bitmap, Path, Color, and others. So let's say that we want to draw the difference between two paths offset downward by 100 pixels. First, we get the difference of the paths. Then we translate the canvas, and afterwards we draw the new path. All of this code can now be simplified like this. Okay, let's take another example, this time with a view, and say that we want to execute an action before the view is drawn. The default implementation requires us to add an onPredraw listener, make sure it's removed before the action is triggered, and then trigger the action. With Android KTX, we can just call doOnPredraw on our view and trigger the action. These are just a few of the extensions available so far. Check out the docs to find out what else we have there. If you want to suggest more ideas for extension functions and you'd like to contribute, check out the Android KTX GitHub project. We're still in preview, the API is not stable yet, so your feedback is valuable and can shape the library. This is just the beginning of Android KTX. We're working on extensions for support library and architecture components. Kotlin on Android is here to stay, and we have big plans for it. Follow us on GitHub, YouTube, and Twitter for more news.
Hello and welcome back to IO Live. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'm standing here with Niall and with Shaza, and they built an app using TensorFlow. I'm going to talk about it a little. Niall, could you tell me what the app is and how you came up with the idea?
Sure. So the app is actually a plant classification app. You basically take your camera and hold it over a plant leaf. The app then tells you what type of plant it is. It tells you if it's healthy or if it has a disease and what the disease is. And we actually came up with it one day in lunch. So Shaza had been talking about wanting to create an app, and we were brainstorming some ideas, and I thought about my mom, who has had a huge passion for gardening. About a year ago, we ended up moving, and so she had to transport her garden from a big backyard to a tiny little patio in an apartment. Thus, all of her plants were dying. So we ended up making the app and helping her garden flourish.
Awesome. Now, Shaza, what was it like getting started with machine learning?
Hi, Timothy. I got started with machine learning through a TensorFlow code lab called TensorFlow for Poets, and I learned all about how machine learning works and how to use convolutional neural networks on your own data set using the TensorFlow API.
Did you find that challenging?
It was very challenging. It took me a long time to learn because it was my very first programming experience, but it ended up being a really amazing project.
Awesome. Now, what's next? Do you have any ideas for new apps?
Yeah, so I definitely want to do something that has to do with women in third world countries. I have a really close friend who's actually a national leader in the organization Girl Up, and so their topic is just dealing with women in third world countries. So we're definitely working together right now on something to benefit that.
Awesome. Okay, one last question. Do you have any advice for somebody out there who's looking to get started in machine learning or even just computer science?
To someone who's looking to get started in computer science, I would tell them that it's a lot easier than you think, and there are a ton of resources out there if you want to learn about machine learning or artificial intelligence.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining us. This is IO Live.
Hi and welcome to IO Live. I'm Florina Montanescu, your host, and I'm here today with Sasha Preuster, Director of Product of Android TV.
Hi, Florina.
So tell me, Sasha, what's new with Android TV?
Hey, yeah, we have a bunch of stuff that we're excited to talk specifically with developers at Google I/O because it is a developer conference after all. So we do a lot of talks and sessions here about how TV app developers can actually integrate really well with Android TV. So as you can see on the screen, if I just scroll around a little bit, we want app developers to get their top content and like really beautiful pictures, all the metadata on screen, but we want to make sure it's not only YouTube or HBO that can do that stuff. We want every app developer can do this, right? So we talk a lot about new ways how you can do this integration really nice, what ways we have to help you with this, and basically want to enable developers to have really the best content on the TV and make the content really shine, because we want to help them to make their apps popular, right? And then obviously it's Google I/O, so we're talking about Android P as well. So we have a bunch of new stuff in Android P for users, but also for developers. So some examples for users are we have a very new like fast setup flow that gets you all your favorite apps already when you set up a device. We have features like autofill, where if you have already logged in on some other device, you already get your login credentials on Android TV, so you don't have to clumsily enter passwords with the remote control. No one likes that, right? But also there are cool new platform APIs in Android P, where, for example, with external camera support, so you could start to develop camera apps on TV as well. Yeah, and that's some of the stuff with Android P where you can use the new Android P Preview SDK. It has a TV emulator, and you can get started with that if you want.
So I know last year you launched the Assistant in the US, but I live in London. Can I finally use it in London also?
A very good question. Actually, the international support for the Google Assistant is on Android TV is rolling out as we speak. So specifically the UK and some other European countries rolls out in the next few weeks. But since you mentioned the Assistant, one really cool thing we announced here at Google I/O is our new soundbar project that we did with JBL. It's the JBL Link bar that you can see here. And we really like the combination of having a TV device powering your TV screen, but with really awesome sound and a far-field microphone built in, so you don't really need this remote control anymore. You can basically just sit on the sofa and control your TV device or any device connected to the soundbar. So you can ask things like, "Hey Google, what's my agenda today?"
Today, there's only one thing on your calendar. It's at 6 p.m. and its title is Pick Up the Dog.
Yeah, I really shouldn't forget that. But it's really nice. You don't have to get up from the couch, look for the remote control anymore. You just talk to your TV in a very natural way. "Hey Google, go home."
Okay, great, so I can continue losing my remote control. Thanks. Okay, but still, I'm an Android developer, so what can I do practically? Is there some code that I can already write?
Yeah, I mean, you could download the Android P Preview SDK with your emulator, but we know developers want to work with real hardware. So one really cool thing we are announcing here at Google I/O is the ADT2 developer device. It's for those of you who have been developing for Android TV for a while, might remember we had an ADT1 developer device in 2014, launched at Google I/O, and after 4 years we thought it's time to do that again. So it's a neat little Android TV dongle you can connect to your TV. You can sign up for this. We have a sign-up form live, and we are selecting, it's a limited edition device, but we make sure a lot of developers are getting one of those. It's a real cool, small Android TV dongle, voice-enabled remote control, so all the things we've been talking about, content integration, assistant integration for your apps, you can try that all out on the device.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Sasha. So.
Hey.
Hi, welcome to What's New in Android Development Tools. I'm Jamal, a product manager on the Android DevTools team.
And I'm Tor, I'm the tech lead for Android Studio.
So we're excited to show you some of the new features that we've been working on inside of Android Studio. As you know, Android Studio is the official IDE for developing apps for Android. Before jumping in, I just want to spend a few moments highlighting some things you might have missed since we last spoke with you. So last year at I/O, we launched Android Studio 3.0, and that included things like a new performance profilers, Kotlin language support, adaptive icons, and a new Android emulator with Play Store integrated, plus 20 new features. Early this year, we launched Android Studio 3.1, and let's talk about it. So Android Studio 3.1 was focused on performance and quality. We fixed over 800 bugs and stability issues. 40% of our time was fixed on issues reported by you. So thank you for your patience and feedback. Now, we're certainly not done with quality. We've heard loud and clear from you that performance and quality is essential. So we're continuing to invest in that. But even with our focus on quality in Android Studio 3.1, a few bugs slipped past us. And so thank you for those who reported those issues to us to allow us to fix those issues. So in addition to quality, we know that build speed is also critical for you. So inside of Android Studio 3.1, we worked on that. So for example, when using D8 with Dsugar integrated, we drove upwards of 16% build speed improvements on full builds without caching. So that's a great improvement. So in addition to build speed and quality, in Android Studio 3.1, we looked on a few different new features, including SQL code editing support. So this has code completion and project navigation. So if you're using any of the Room database APIs or any of the SQLite APIs, this should be a plus for you. So last year, we announced Kotlin as a first-class language on the platform and inside of Android Studio. Since that point, we've been continuing to invest into Kotlin. So inside of Android Studio 3.1, you can not only do Kotlin checks in the IDE, but also on the command line. So if you do a lot of automation tests with Kotlin, now you have that support built in inside of Android Studio. Now, for those of you who have C or C++ code, here's also a treat for you. We added a C++ CPU profiler. And again, it allows you to drill into your C++ code and understand the performance impact of your C++ code. And of course, that's on the unified timeline inside of performance profilers. And speaking of performance profilers, we also updated the network profiler. So we know that many of you have multi-threaded network threads in your app. So now you can look at each individual thread and see the performance of that aspect. And of course, you can drill into the call stack and see down to your source code what's happening. And of course, with each version of Android Studio, we try to include the latest version of IntelliJ in there. So one of my favorite features in this version of IntelliJ is actually this new feature called the SVG Previewer. And what that's cool is that as I'm importing and managing my SVG assets and converting those to vector drawables, it's very convenient to be able to double-click back into the source asset to see the SVG file. So that comes along with the IntelliJ update. And of course, with Android Studio 3.1, we also worked on some updates to the Android emulator. One of the pain points we heard from you is that the emulator is too slow to boot up. So as you saw this morning from Steph's keynote, we enabled Quick Boot. And Quick Boot allows you to launch the emulator in under 3 seconds. So if you've had a chance to try that out, please do. All right, so that brings us to today, to talk about Android Studio 3.2. So our team works closely with the Android framework and the Google engineering teams to ensure that all the latest Android technologies and APIs are tightly integrated to accelerate your development flow. So for example, with Android Studio 3.2, you can test and validate and integrate all the latest Android APIs from the P Developer Preview. And as announced this afternoon, we have a brand new app format called the Android App Bundle. So with Android Studio 3.2, you can build this bundle, and in a course of time, you can deploy a customized APK to users using Google Play's dynamic delivery system. And lastly, Android Studio is a major component of Android Jetpack. And again, Android Jetpack is a set of libraries, developer tools, and a set of opinionated guidance to help you quickly and easily scale to make great apps for Android. Now, for Android Studio 3.2, we worked on a range of features across each development flow in your process. So instead of me talking about each individual feature, I'm going to actually have Tor give us a demo to tour all the cool features of things you can do inside of Android Studio 3.2. And I'll come back and talk with you afterwards. With that, Tor.
All right, so it's my pleasure to show you all the new features that we have built over the last year. So the first thing you'll notice is that we have this new window on the right. It's the What's New window. So in this window, we'll be showing it to you once per release, and we're sort of highlighting the important things for you to know, changes and new features in that release. And if you look at 3.2, the number one thing that we're profiling is the new Android App Bundle support, so let's get right into that. So the key takeaway about app bundles is that it lets you package and upload your app in such a way that the Play Store can create many different versions of your app, one for each combination of chip architecture, screen size, and even locale. And that makes the download smaller, right? So in Studio, all you have to do is rebuild your app. So if I go to our Generate Signed APK wizard, you can see there's a new option in it now for generating a app bundle. And here I can sign it. And it's really important to understand that for Google Play to do this, it has to sign your app. So you have to give it your encryption key to do that. So I'm going to choose to export the encryption key. And note also that it's not exporting it into the bundle. Okay? So if you look at the little notification here on the bottom right, there's a little link that we added so you can see where we stored that key so you can upload it. The UI needs a little work, so we'll tweak that. So now that we've created this bundle file, we can take a look at it. So the APK analyzer also works on bundle files, naturally. And if you look at this, it should look pretty familiar. So dynamic delivery is really, really easy for you to do. It's basically, upload your key and rebuild. And that's in production today. We also are previewing dynamic feature modules. And so if you look carefully at my bundle file, there's actually this other thing called Article Composer. That just happens to be a name I chose for a dynamic feature in this app that can compose articles, right? So how did I do that? I went to the New Module menu. We have a dynamic feature module type. And here, it doesn't want to go.
Select.
Oh, OK. Here, I basically get to choose the name of the feature and also Android Target. I see that's the problem. I have network issues. I've already created this module, obviously, since you see it in my bundle file. So let me just show you how it's all wired together. So first, I have a new module where we apply this new special Gradle plugin for dynamic features. We have a manifest in that module where I can basically say that I want this to be on demand, and we want the Play Store to fuse it so that it can build APKs for older devices that don't support this. And in our main app module, we link to these dynamic features. So creating a dynamic feature module is a lot more work for you. You're going to have to use the PlayCore library to react to download and installation events. But it's really useful if you have some large functionality in your app that not every user is going to want. So you can have your base app be small and then do the on-demand installation of these other features. One other thing we've added to the run config dialog is the ability for you to choose which features are included when you are testing locally. Now, to test the download and installation stuff, you'll need to use the Play Console testing track. All right, so that's dynamic apps. Let's take a look at the profiler. So we have several new features in the profiler. I'm going to open it up. And I have an app running. This is the Plaid app. So the first thing you'll notice in the bottom left here is we have a sessions view. So you can record multiple profiling sessions, and then you can go in and sort of compare results. One thing I've already recorded earlier is a new feature we've added, which is systrace. So systrace is this really powerful profiler. It looks at data from the kernel, so I can see what's going on different CPUs. There's thousands of tracing events from the kernel that's being recorded. It's probably hard to see on the screen. There's some faint graduation of colors here to show you all these events. So that's a CPU tracer. I'm sorry, that's systrace. Let's go back into our CPU view. Now, let's assume, actually, let me start. These were all pre-recorded sessions. Let me now attach to the current running session. So here's our telemetry view. So now I'm going to go into the CPU profiler. And let's say I'm interested in recording why my UI is so slow when I click on this thumbnail on the right. Until now, what I would do is click on this record method trace button on the left, and I would try to quickly press it after doing the action. But what I can do now is actually trigger it from code. So in 3.2, we have this ability for you to call the debug method. This is a standard SDK method, android.os.debug. So I'm telling it I want to start method tracing here at the beginning of onCreate. At the end, I'm going to say stop method tracing. Right? So now that I'm going to click on the UI, take a look at what happens in the CPU view. So you can see it captured exactly the range of code that I'm interested in, and I can now drill in and figure out what's wrong with my layout inflation. So that's the CPU profiler. Let's move on to the network profiler. So let me scroll out a bit. So as Jamal mentioned, we have two new features here. We have a threads view, so you can see which thread is doing what. Some random picture from this app. We are also showing requests and responses for the network profiler. In the memory profiler, our biggest new feature is the ability to show you JNI references and the allocation trace from the JNI references. And last but not least is our new energy profiler. Let me zoom out a bit. So the energy profiler helps me figure out what's going on with my battery life. So if I take a look earlier in the app here, you can see we have this legend on top. And this is showing me that I have fairly light CPU usage, but it's telling me if I'm touching the network, if I'm getting location requests, if I'm running alarms, and if I have wake locks. And if you can see there's this big red bar on the bottom, that's showing there's a wake lock in effect. A wake lock means that the device cannot go to sleep. This is obviously really bad for battery life, right? So let's look at this range. And here it actually shows me the real wake lock names. We can see our first wake lock was alive for about 4 seconds. That's normal. But the second wake lock, still unreleased and going for 50 seconds. That's not good. So what I can do is click on that wake lock, and we drill down to where the wake lock was acquired. You can see, obviously, this is a bug I added. This is not the Plaid app's fault. This is just to show the wake lock. So the wake lock detector and the whole energy profiler is new in 3.2 and hopefully very useful to you. All right, so that's it for the profiler. Let's talk about the emulator a bit. So let me stop profiling. All right, so here we are in the emulator. We have the new snapshots that you saw earlier, and we actually have a whole UI for this. So I can see here that my quick boot obviously looks like the lock screen, right? But I've also recorded a session in the middle of searching at Google Maps, so I can just click the snapshot, press play, and my emulator's instantly in that exact state. I also recorded a snapshot while running the clock. So again, if I press play, you can see it's instantly in that state, 15 seconds into recording the snapshot. And recording a snapshot is as simple as clicking the take snapshot while you're running your emulator, and then you can bring it back. You can see there's also a special quick boot snapshot, right? That's the one that the emulator is going to come back into when you restart it. So if I exit the emulator right now and bring it back up, you should see that, yes, it comes back really quickly. We've added a few other features to the emulator. So by popular demand, screen recording. A lot of you wanted this. This lets you record a video of what's happening along with audio. And we've also enhanced the camera. So let me start the camera. Yes, yes. All right, so what we've done here is we are now feeding the camera and the emulator sensors, you know, the fiction that you're in this 3D world here. So actually, I have to hold Alt key. So I can move around in this 3D scene, and this is really, really important when you're building AR apps. And speaking of AR, we have some support back in the IDE for that. So let's see. This is a GLTF file. And we have a plugin. Let me see, settings. We have this SceneForm plugin. So you heard about SceneForm in the keynote. A SceneForm plugin which helps you preview your 3D models. So here's this GLTF file. I can go in and import this as a SceneForm asset. We support GLTF files, we support OBJ files, we support FBX files. And so when I run this import, it's going to create a Gradle task for me, which is creating these SFA, SFB files that is core to SceneForm. And then I can open my SFA file. And the important part here is that we have a viewer. Ta-da! So now I can explore what's going on in a 3D sense, what this model is doing. All right, so that's SceneForm. Let's switch gears a bit and talk about Jetpack. So if you look at the package names in the editor here, you can see that we have Android.support, we have some v4, some v7. These are super misleading version numbers, right? And so we decided we needed to clean up our legacy a bit. And so we are repackaging everything from Android support over to Android X. And to help with that migration, we're providing all of our libraries in both the old namespace and the new namespace for now, as well as an automated refactoring tool. So let me show you how that works. And by the way, this also applies to XML files, where you have these class names, and even Gradle files, because we are also repackaging the group IDs and artifact IDs for these libraries. So I go to refactor, refactor Android X. It's going to look through the code. Then it's going to offer to preview the changes. I'm feeling lucky. So you can see here, actually, let me open up the Git view. And I highly, highly, highly recommend that you all make backups and use version control, both preferably, before you do this. So you can see that we've actually replaced a bunch of the code here. And it should work. But we are aware of some bugs already in Canary 14 and in Canary 15. So we would really like you to try this and give us feedback on what's broken so that we can make this working smoothly for everyone before 3.2 goes to stable. All right. So Jetpack is about a lot more than cleaning up legacy code. We are adding a number of new libraries. And one of the most important ones for the tools anyway is the navigation library. So the new navigation library does require you to architect your app for the navigation library from the beginning. So this is not magically machine-learned intelligence figuring out what your app's doing, OK? This is a navigation graph we have created for this app. So let me show you how the navigation library works, the plumbing underneath it first. So I have a launcher activity. I point that launcher activity to a sort of root layout, and in that layout, all I do is I put a navigation host fragment. And this navigation host fragment will do the dynamic dispatching at runtime. And then we point the nav host fragment to this navigation resource file. That's a new resource type that we've added for this specific library. So now we're looking back at the navigation resource file. It's just an XML file, but we have a nice visualizer for it. So let me actually go ahead and run the app. So if you look carefully, you can see that near the mouse pointer, there's a little home icon. That tells me that this page is the start destination in the app. I can just go to the title screen instead and click on Set Start Destination. And when I run again, you'll see that now the app instead starts on the title screen. I didn't change the launcher activity or anything else. All I changed was the navigation graph. So that tells the nav fragment where to begin. All right, so next I'm going to click the play button, and it does nothing. Why is that? Well, the play button is just a button in this layout. Right? So if you look at this layout, there are 2 arrows coming out of it. Right? The first one on top here has the action play. That's one of the things we want to navigate. When the action play happens, we want it to go to this page. When the action leaderboard happens, we want it to go over here. So let's go take a look at the code. So I'm going to drill into the layout by just double-clicking. So here's our button. And I'm going to jump to the on-click handler for that button. It's called onPlay. And I'm going to uncomment this code. So what we're doing here is we're finding the nav controller. That's from the navigation library. And this is Kotlin, so we have an extension method right there on the view, but in Java you could just call the navigation helper. So we get the nav controller and we say navigate to the action play. All right, so now I'm going to deploy that to the app. And once that gets there, I can now press play, and you can see it goes where we want. So I can now go back into the navigation screen, and instead of jumping, when I press play, instead of jumping to the register thing, I'm going to have it jump over to our in-game screen instead. So I'll just make that change. Notice the code doesn't change. The code just says take the play action. All right? So now, when I press play, instead we go right into the game. Right? So the routing table is here. Another thing we can do is to select this transition and say, you know what, I like an animation on this transition. So I'm going to choose the rotate cross to tick animation. And again, I'm going to deploy that to the device. And when I press play now, look at the screen. You can see it rotates, right? So there's a lot of features in the nav editor that I'm not getting into. For example, passing arguments in a safe way from one screen to another, or nesting graphs. I'll just show one last thing. Deep links. So I'm going to press the plus button here to create a deep link. And let's pretend for a moment that I own the google.com domain. So if I look at the manifest file here, all I've done in the manifest is register my activity with the launcher intent. And also, I reference the nav graph. But now let's take a look at the merged manifest. Right? This is what we compute on the fly when you build, and we also compute it in the IDE, obviously. If you look at the bottom here, we create intent filters for you that are handling this deep link. Right? So you just put the deep link in your nav file, and now your app will respond to deep links. So that's the nav editor, which is new in 3.2. Let's talk about the layout editor for a bit. So as you can see, you get this nice graphical view of the app. Well, the reason that works is that we have a highly visual app here, right? So you can sort of see from the outline what it looks like. Sometimes you're not that lucky, but what really helps is you can add sample data to your app. We've had the plumbing for sample data for quite a while, but in this release we made it a lot easier to use. So first of all, I can go over in the property sheet, and you can see next to the text property, we have this design time property. I'm going to bring up the customizer. And here, I can explore all the different sample data types we have. For this one, I'm going to choose a full name. I can also select a widget in the design surface. And if you look carefully, whenever you select something, there are 4 buttons under it. Right? The 4th icon is a wrench. That means design time attributes. Right? So I can click on that. And I can also set design time attributes from here. And the reason it's important to know about that trick is that it's particularly useful with lists. So let me open up a blank layout and drag in a recycler view. And that looks really unimpressive, right? This is what you get with the recycler view. But now, notice that below the recycler view, we have our wrench again. So I'm going to press it. This is our design time helper. And for list views and recycler views, we offer to customize the item list layouts for you. So if I press next, I can cycle through various list item layouts here. So we create one that looks sort of email list-like, one-liners, two-liners, three-liners. We even have a grid. So the design time helpers should help you make your layouts look better from the nav editor at least. The last thing I'll mention on the layout editor is that we also have some support for material theming. So here's a pretend compose window in an email app. So we have the new chip widgets. We have the bottom nav layout you can see with the sort of rounded curve. And everything I've shown you so far is in Android Studio 3.2. Now I'm going to give you a sneak preview of a feature for an upcoming release. Might not even be 3.3. So I'm going to open up a new layout for that. And the problem we're trying to solve is making animation easier. So what I have here is a subclass, I think, of constraint layout. It's sort of next generation constraint layout, which lets you do motion. So I can select my widget, and it has two constraint sets. So in the beginning, it's attached to bottom left. At the end, it's attached bottom right, top right. So I can play, and you can see we can animate between these two constraint sets. Let me actually go and turn on motion paths so we can see what's going on. So now we can see where this thing is going to go. Now, the important part is I can go in and add keyframes. So I'll add a Cartesian position keyframe, and I will, we can drag it over here, for example. And I'll add one more keyframe to rotate. So we'll set a random attribute. Actually, I want to do it somewhere else so that it's more obvious. So I'll add a new keyframe, over here. So let's see, new attribute. And I have to select it. And then we will say rotation should be, 45 is a good default. So you can see now, when I'm dragging through, you can see we both rotate and shift the X and Y coordinates. And the real power here is when we start combining these, right? So here is a more complicated animation demo. You can see here, let me make the timeline a bit bigger. Here we have a number of things happening. So at the beginning, we have a number of widgets. At the end, you can see we moved the motion layout, we've faded out the Google Cast icon, and we made the header smaller. So you can see as I'm pulling through, we get pretty fancy effects. And this library also lets you respond to touch events, which makes it a lot easier to use. So that's motion layout. No promises on when it'll be done, but we're very excited about this and working hard on it. So now, thank you. So now if we can switch to the other demo machine for a second. All right, so what you're looking at here is a Pixel Chromebook. And the really exciting part for us is that if I click on this button down here, you can see we have Android Studio running on it. Yeah. So we have, we have layout editor, we have Kotlin code, building works. A lot of stuff works, but there's a couple of things that don't work. So there's no ADB yet. So you can't run, deploy, debug. Some of you don't need to debug. You can upload straight to the Play Store and hope for the best. Yeah. Anyway, so I think at this point you still need to sort of tinker and be very comfortable with Linux, but it's a very exciting development, I think. So, I look forward to that getting done. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to Jamal to.
Yeah. So that's exciting. Good work, right? Exciting stuff. All right, so Tor touched upon all the visual changes we're making to Android Studio. I just want to spend a little bit of time talking about some changes to the build system that you might want to be aware of inside of Android Studio 3.2. Now, the biggest change we've made is supporting the Android app bundle, which you heard about earlier this afternoon. Now, as you saw in Tor's demo, we have a new little drop-down menu in the IDE where you can create a bundle and sign a bundle. Now, if you want a little bit more control, we actually added some additional flags inside your build.gradle file. And so in this example here on the screen here, I have slides, perhaps? Slides? Slides, great. All right. So this example here, so I have a new bundle section in your build.gradle file. And so, for instance, I have a split on density, screen density, ABI, and language. So these are just a few flags that you can configure to have some control of what's actually inside your bundle. All right, so next is Android X refactoring. So Tor gave you an example of how it works inside the IDE. And again, what happens from the build system perspective is that we will convert your legacy Maven dependencies and convert those to the new Android X namespace. We'll cache those and use those for subsequent builds. Now again, if you want a little bit more control what happens to your Gradle properties, we have a few things we added to your Gradle properties file. And so in this example, I have the enable.enable Jetfire set to true. And this is actually the default behavior. Again, what that does is it takes your legacy Maven artifacts and converts those to the new Android X namespace and caches those for new builds. Now let's say you have a brand new project, or perhaps you say, hey, look, I have all my dependencies already converted to Android X. I don't need this step. So in that case, you can actually change this flag to false, and we can skip this step. And what that would do is actually enable you to have faster build speeds when working with Android X. All right, lastly, D8 and R8. So D8 is our new default Dexter inside of Android Studio. We actually launched D8 last year in Android Studio 3.0. We've been iterating on that, and now it's the default, and it's the replacement for Dex. R8 is new. It is the new optimizer and shrinker inside the build tools chain, and it's our long-term strategy to replace ProGuard with R8. So that might be exciting for some folks. So again, to try it out, all you have to do is go to your your Gradle properties file and go to enable R8 set to true. Again, this is experimental, so we do not recommend you actually publish your app to the Play Store just yet. However, please give us your feedback and let us know how it's working for you, and we'll let you know when it becomes stable inside of Android Studio. All right, so that was just a few things to talk about in the Android build system. If you want an even more in-depth session, we have a whole session for tomorrow called What's New with the Android Build System, presented by Jerome and Zav. I would also check out Best Practices when Using Compilers in Android Studio, presented by Jeffrey. And we have a few more classes as well on Android Studio. We have one more called Improve App Performance with Android Studio Profilers, presented by Esteban. That's also this week. And lastly, we have a class on What's New with Constraint Layout and the Android Studio Design Tools, presented by Nicholas and the Android Studio Engineering Design Tools team. All right, so before we conclude, I want to talk about one last topic. It's about feedback for Android Studio. As many of you know, we release Android Studio on a series of release channels, ranging from Canary, Beta, and Stable. Now, Canary is our bleeding edge release channel where we have most of the new work, but a little bit of testing before it goes out to you. And on the other end, we have Stable, which receives the most amount of feedback and testing on our end before it goes out to you. Now, you may say, hey, look, I can't rely on Canary. I need to have my production code on Stable. If you didn't know, you can actually run Canary and Stable at the same time on your app project. Now, I want to highlight one important detail. It's about feedback. So the thing is, the earlier we receive feedback on Canary channel, the higher chance it is actually for us to fix it. So the thing is, once we reach Stable with Android Studio, it's almost too late for us to fix things, and we're only going to fix very, very critical issues. Even honestly, if you wait until the very end of the betas, that's almost too late as well. So we really encourage you to download Android Studio on the Canary channel and give us feedback sooner than later. All right, to recap, Android Studio has a range of cool features across multiple flows of your development flow, from onboarding with Android Jetpack, building your first Android app bundle, testing emulator snapshots, and understanding the battery impact of your app with the new Energy Profiler. In our course today, we give you a sneak peek of the new Motion Editor and some cool tools around AR development, and also some cool demos of Chrome OS support for Android Studio. We hope you enjoy this version of Android Studio as much as we do. All right, we want a little bit of feedback on this session, so please go to google.com/ioschedule to give us some feedback. All right, that's it. Again, I'm Jamal, and this is Tor. Thank you for attending our session on What's New in Android Studio.
Thank you for joining this session. Brand ambassadors will assist with directing you through the designated exits. We'll be making room for those who've registered for the next session. If you've registered for the next session in this room, we ask that you please clear the room and return via the registration line outside. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Florina Montanesco, your host, and I'm here with Matt Henderson from Google Play. Hello, Matt.
Hi, super excited to be here.
So tell me, what's new in Google Play for developers?
There's tons of new stuff launching this year, broadly speaking in 3 areas. So we've got a whole new format, a new app model that's launching today. We've also got a bunch of new features that help developers to do testing and prevent bugs in their apps. And we also have some features launching today which help developers to manage their business and to grow their business on Play.
Okay, this new app model sounds interesting. Can I hear more about it?
Yeah, so there's really 2 new different things that we're launching within the app model. So one is the Android App Bundle, and that's a new format, a publishing format that a developer can use that enables them to reduce the size of their app. With the Android App Bundle, makes use of a Play technology, Play dynamic delivery, and together it serves the optimal APK for a user's given device. And so it optimizes for the user's specific CPU architecture of their device, it optimizes for the screen densities, it optimizes for the user's languages that they speak as well. And so by only sending the parts of the bundle that the user actually needs, it means that the APK that goes to the device is a lot smaller, and that in turn enables much better install conversion rates, enables lower uninstall rates, because when the app sizes are too big, users react badly. And so that's something we're launching today that I think is going to be a big win for developers.
So what do I need to do to already use this?
So if you go to g.co/Android App Bundle, you can learn more, and there you can learn how to get started. You can make use of the Android Studio 3.2 Canary that is released today, and with that you can take any app, you can move it to the App Bundle format. You don't need to refactor your code. It's very easy and straightforward, and you can learn more at that g.co/Android App Bundle.
Cool. And you also mentioned something about testing.
Yeah,
Tell me more.
So, you know, as developers, you'll have noticed if you're during the release process, it's a time of risk because you can have bugs going out with a new release. And we have new testing track features that help to reduce that risk. And so you can now use Play Publishing for testing and sending out the APK to up to 100 internal dog food testers. So that's the internal testing track. We also now have multiple testing tracks for closed betas. And then also to help you reduce the bugs in your apps and improve app quality, there's some new features in Android Vitals and new features in the pre-launch report. In Vitals, we have new metrics like app startup time. We've also launched a new overview page in Vitals that draws your attention to anomalies. If some of the Vitals metrics are particularly bad, then it'll highlight those to you so you know which ones to prioritize. With the pre-launch report, so that is the automated crawler that tests apps prior to them going into production. And we've launched some new features today that enable you to reach further into the corners of your app that the crawler might not have otherwise reached. Features like a developer can do record scripts in Android Studio that help the crawler to go into particular parts of the app. Game developers, if you use OpenGL, you can create demo loops that help the pre-launch report crawler to reach different parts of your app as well. And so all these features will mean that once your app hits production, it's been much more scrutinized, eliminating more of these bugs. You know, I mentioned as well, we've got these business features. So developers are increasingly, marketers, product managers, all sorts of roles within the organization are using the Play Console, many of them to take advantage of these business features. And we're launching a new app dashboard in the console which summarizes a range of different statistics. It's, I think, much easier at drawing the user into the most important metrics. You can also configure the page now as depending on which ones are priorities for you. And we have some new business stats that we're launching as well. For subscription developers, if you have a subscription model, there's now a more complex view to understand it at a greater detail of different subscription states, subscriber states, and how you benchmark retention for your app versus other apps as well. You can look at new metrics like average revenue per user. There's new data about the acquisition and user retention funnel. There you can also compare your stats for your app against a benchmark for peer apps that are functionally similar. So all of these things hopefully help developers discover opportunities that can enable them to grow and be successful on Play.
Awesome. So we have the app model. Tell me again the link.
Yeah, so it's the Android app bundle, and you can find it at g.co/Android app bundle.
Okay, perfect. Lots of new things for developers, but also for the business side. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, and have a great I/O.
This is Florina for I/O Live.
We're introducing Android Jetpack, our next generation of components and tools, along with architecture guidance designed to help you accelerate your Android development. You told us it was hard to do backwards compatibility, so we built the support library. You told us it was hard to manage your app as data changes, so we built the architecture components. And we heard you wanted more, so we're building more.
Android Architecture Components gives us a template to write production-ready Android code, which helps us onboard new developers faster.
Jetpack is made up of components in 4 categories: foundation, architecture, behavior, and UI. Each component is individually adoptable and built to maintain backwards compatibility.
Android architecture components are very modular, so we're allowed to pick and choose what feature sets we want that are applicable to our app.
Lifecycle-aware observers and observable components allow for a separation of concerns that create testable, robust, high-quality apps.
One of the most important things that we don't have to worry about is what code goes where. So that helps us unit test the view models. It helps us build robust code. We do not have to be lifecycle aware, and just helps the new devs come in and then write a proper modularized production-ready code without having to add all of these extra defensive checks.
It also takes advantage of Kotlin language features that make you more productive. Jetpack manages tedious activities like persistence, background tasks, navigation, and lifecycle management, so you can eliminate boilerplate code and focus on what makes your app great.
Database persistence has been a nightmare for the Android community for years, and Room is a huge improvement. And Room was thought out with testability in mind, so we're able to add test coverage that we weren't able to before on our persistence layer without having to build any infrastructure around that.
With Android Jetpack, we're eliminating whole classes of issues and making your code easier to maintain.
Since Zillow has been using Android Architecture Components, users have been experiencing a lot less bugs in the app.
We'll keep adding new functionality to Jetpack across the entire Android surface. It's easy to get started. You can update your own app at your own speed, and all these components will work on older versions of the platform. Learn more and get started at developer.android.com/jetpack.
Hello and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Florina Montanesco, your host, and I'm here with Matt Henderson from Google Play. Hello, Matt.
Hi, super excited to be here.
So tell me, what's new in Google Play for developers?
There's tons of new stuff launching this year, broadly speaking in 3 areas. So we've got a whole new format, a new app model that's launching today. We've also got a bunch of new features that help developers to do testing and prevent bugs in their apps. And we also have some features launching today which help developers to manage their business and to grow their business on Play.
Okay, this new app model sounds interesting. Can I hear more about it?
Yeah, so there's really 2 new different things that we're launching within the app model. So one is the Android App Bundle, and that's a new format, a publishing format that a developer can use that enables them to reduce the size of their app. With the Android App Bundle, makes use of a Play technology, Play dynamic delivery, and together it serves the optimal APK for a user's given device. And so it optimizes for the user's specific CPU architecture of their device, it optimizes for the screen densities, it optimizes for the user's languages that they speak as well. And so by only sending the parts of the bundle that the user actually needs, it means that the APK that goes to the device is a lot smaller, and that in turn enables much better install conversion rates, enables lower uninstall rates, because when the app sizes are too big, users react badly. And so that's something we're launching today that I think is going to be a big win for developers.
So what do I need to do to already use this?
So if you go to g.co/Android App Bundle, you can learn more, and there you can learn how to get started. You can make use of the Android Studio 3.2 Canary that is released today, and with that you can take any app, you can move it to the app bundle format. You don't need to refactor your code. It's very easy and straightforward, and you can learn more at that g.co/Android App Bundle.
Cool. And you also mentioned something about testing.
Yeah,
Tell me more.
So, you know, as developers, you'll have noticed if you're during the release process, it's a time of risk because you can have bugs going out with a new release. And we have new testing track features that help to reduce that risk. And so you can now use Play Publishing for testing and sending out the APK to up to 100 internal dog food testers. So that's the internal testing track. We also now have multiple testing tracks for closed betas. And then also to help you reduce the bugs in your apps and improve app quality, there's some new features in Android Vitals and new features in the pre-launch report. In Vitals, we have new metrics like app startup time. We've also launched a new overview page in Vitals that draws your attention to anomalies. If some of the Vitals metrics are particularly bad, then it'll highlight those to you so you know which ones to prioritize. With the pre-launch report, so that is the automated crawler that tests apps prior to them going into production. And we've launched some new features today that enable you to reach further into the corners of your app that the crawler might not have otherwise reached. Features like a developer can do record scripts in Android Studio that help the crawler to go into particular parts of the app. Game developers, if you use OpenGL, you can create demo loops that help the pre-launch report crawler to reach different parts of your app as well. And so all these features will mean that once your app hits production, it's been much more scrutinized, eliminating more of these bugs. You know, I mentioned as well, we've got these business features. So developers are increasingly, marketers, product managers, all sorts of roles within the organization are using the Play Console, many of them to take advantage of these business features. And we're launching a new app dashboard in the console which summarizes a range of different statistics. It's, I think, much easier at drawing the user into the most important metrics. You can also configure the page now as depending on which ones are priorities for you. And we have some new business stats that we're launching as well. For subscription developers, if you have a subscription model, there's now a more complex view to understand it at a greater detail of different subscription states, subscriber states, and how you benchmark retention for your app versus other apps as well. You can look at new metrics like average revenue per user. There's new data about the acquisition and user retention funnel. There you can also compare your stats for your app against a benchmark for peer apps that are functionally similar. So all of these things hopefully help developers discover opportunities that can enable them to grow and be successful on Play.
Awesome. So we have the app model. Tell me again the link.
Yeah, so it's the Android app bundle, and you can find it at g.co/Android app bundle.
Okay, perfect. Lots of new things for developers, but also for the business side. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, and have a great I/O.
This is Florina for I/O Live.
We're introducing Android Jetpack, our next generation of components and tools, along with architecture guidance designed to help you accelerate your Android development. You told us it was hard to do backwards compatibility, so we built the support library. You told us it was hard to manage your app as data changes, so we built the architecture components. And we heard you wanted more, so we're building more.
Android Architecture Components gives us a template to write production-ready Android code, which helps us onboard new developers faster.
Jetpack is made up of components in 4 categories: foundation, architecture, behavior, and UI. Each component is individually adoptable and built to maintain backwards compatibility.
Android architecture components are very modular, so we're allowed to pick and choose what feature sets we want that are applicable to our app.
Lifecycle-aware observers and observable components allow for a separation of concerns that create testable, robust, high-quality apps.
One of the most important things that we don't have to worry about is what code goes where. So that helps us unit test the view models. It helps us build robust code. We do not have to be lifecycle aware, and just helps the new devs come in and then write a proper modularized production-ready code without having to add all of these extra defensive checks.
It also takes advantage of Kotlin language features that make you more productive. Jetpack manages tedious activities like persistence, background tasks, navigation, and lifecycle management, so you can eliminate boilerplate code and focus on what makes your app great.
Database persistence has been a nightmare for the Android community for years, and Room is a huge improvement. And Room was thought out with testability in mind, so we're able to add test coverage that we weren't able to before on our persistence layer without having to build any infrastructure around that.
With Android Jetpack, we're eliminating whole classes of issues and making your code easier to maintain.
Since Zillow has been using Android Architecture Components, users have been experiencing a lot less bugs in the app.
We'll keep adding new functionality to Jetpack across the entire Android surface. It's easy to get started. You can update your own app at your own speed, and all these components will work on older versions of the platform. Learn more and get started at developer.android.com/jetpack.
Hello and welcome to I/O Live. I'm Florina Montanescu, your host, and I'm here with Matt Henderson from Google Play. Hello, Matt.
Hi, super excited to be here.
So tell me, what's new in Google Play for developers?
There's tons of new stuff launching this year, broadly speaking in 3 areas. So we've got a whole new format, a new app model that's launching today. We've also got a bunch of new features that help developers to do testing and prevent bugs in their apps. And we also have some features launching today which help developers to manage their business and to grow their business on Play.
Okay, this new app model sounds interesting. Can I hear more about it?
Yeah, so
So hello everybody. As the video shows, things get better over time. Technology helps things get better. It helps things get smaller, faster, easier, much, much better. But how about apps? How will the architecture of apps get better? We're here to tell you more about our vision for the future of Android app development, discovery, and distribution. Android's first 10 years have centered around the app download. It works like this. Developers build a large app with all their features in it. People find apps on Google Play and install the ones they want, and then they wait while Play sends the app to their device. And it's been a great 10 years. There are now over 2 billion active Android devices around the world, and Play installed close to 100 billion apps and games in the last year. 100 billion. But our app model can get even better. So what to improve? Well, during development, building and publishing for different device types is still hard. In the discovery stage, new users are put off by long wait times for the download. And after distribution, large app sizes, these large apps are much more likely to get uninstalled. So the future of apps will address these problems. Development will be more modular, discovery will be more instant, and distribution will be more dynamic. Our first step in this direction has been instant apps, and you'll hear more today about how it's removing install friction and helping to improve discovery. We made instant apps available to game developers at GDC this year. You can simply tap the Try Now button to jump into game experiences like this one, King's Candy Crush Saga. Developers are seeing that instant apps drives incremental installs. Users that would have otherwise abandoned at this page are trying the experience, they're clicking Try Now, and then they're proceeding to install. Today, we're revealing our related efforts on development and distribution. In the developer keynote, you heard a little bit about what we're working on in these areas, and we're going to talk much more about them now. To tell you more about what we've been working on, let me invite up Milena, Engineering Manager for Play App Distribution, and Kobe, Product Manager for Play App Distribution.
Thanks, Matt. The Android ecosystem has evolved since the humble G1 was introduced 10 years ago. With over 2 billion devices, there are new form factors and thousands of new device models every year. This is great for user choice. There is a device for everyone. But thinking about all these devices has made development complex. Some of you use multi-APK to optimize the size of your app. This is costly and complicated. Instead of focusing on making your app unique, you end up focusing on trying to target the right devices. With multi-APKs, the dimensions of device configurations on Android multiply really quickly. So if you try to optimize by CPU architecture and screen densities, you will end up with many APKs. And the number of APKs will grow really, really quickly, especially when you start targeting 64-bit. And each one of those APKs has its own unique version code. Although you release all of them as part of the same app release. This is painful for developers. There must be a better way. To avoid the hassle of multi-APK, some apps simply ship everything to everyone, all screen densities, all CPU architectures, all languages. The result are really, really big apps. This is painful for users.
There must be a better way. Supporting all the different devices while also adding new features has also contributed to apps becoming larger over time. Since March 2012, the average APK size has grown by 5 times. This is bad for users because mobile data and device storage are both at a premium, and users don't want to have to wait forever to start using an app or a game. We can't reiterate this point enough. APK size has a very real effect on conversion and successful download of your app. This graph shows you the correlation between user conversion on a Play Store listing and the size of an APK. Clearly, the heavier your app, the less likely a user will download it. You may have read about this in one of our Medium posts on this topic. For every 6 megabytes of an increase in APK size, the conversion rate goes down by 1%. This is a material loss in conversion rate, which can be recovered by focusing on the APK size. But that's not all. Bloated APKs can also be bad for innovation. Some developers are having to choose between adding new features and keeping their apps lean. For example, Flipkart is a leading e-commerce player in India where data costs are still high. So it's important for them to keep their app download size small. They're looking for solutions to keep their initial install as small as possible while being able to provide rich experiences for their users in the long run. So we've been thinking about this. How can we decrease APK size without affecting development and distribution complexity? Well, let's look at what's in today's APK. Many languages, most of which a user never needs. Duplicative CPU information for ARM and x86, and sometimes even 32-bit and 64-bit. It includes resources in 5 or 6 different screen densities, and it probably includes niche or experimental features, which only a percentage of the audience will ever be exposed to. This doesn't make much sense. A far better solution would be to only deliver the code and resources that a particular device needs, and to deliver leaner app experience where users could download additional features on demand.
So our vision for solving this pain point in development is a new app format. I'm happy to announce that today we're launching the Android App Bundle. The Android App Bundle is the new publishing format for Android. It is open source and backward compatible. It will help your users benefit from smaller apps, and you will not need to build multi-APK to optimize the size of your apps anymore. Yes, you heard that right. Multi-APK is finally going away.
Nice. Thank you.
With the app bundle, you only build one thing, and you don't need to refactor your code to start using it. In addition, it enables modular app development, which we'll talk about later in this session. So how does this work on Google Play? For end users to benefit from the app bundle, we're doing some of the heavy lifting behind the scene on the distribution side. We call this Google Play innovation launching today dynamic delivery. With dynamic delivery, Play will take your app bundle and generate APKs that are specific to a device with only the code and resources needed by that device. This means much smaller apps for your users, which is great news for the billions of new users coming online. So let's take a look at the Android app bundle in a little bit more detail.
So here is an Android app bundle. As you can see, it is quite similar to an APK. It has DEX files, resources, assets, and native libraries. But one difference you can see is that it can also include more than one module. In this particular example, base, foo, and bar. This is important for app modularity, which we'll get to talk about soon. Another thing you can see is that the format includes a few metadata files where you can provide Play with different instructions on how to process the bundle. Now, how does Google Play use this format to create a lightweight binary? We use an Android platform feature launched in Lollipop called Split APKs. If you think about Android app bundle as a publishing format, splits are the serving format and what eventually ends up being installed on user devices. When you upload your bundle to Play, we will process it to generate splits. We do this with a tool we have very originally named Bundle Tool. This tool will be open sourced, so you can use it to perform the same processing that we do for off-play testing and distribution purposes. Bundle Tool facilitates all the necessary conversions between a bundle format and split APKs. For example, generating all the splits for densities, architectures, and even languages, selecting specific splits needed by a particular device, installing splits on a connected device, and for devices on Android versions older than Lollipop, it facilitates fusing of splits into monolithic, device-optimized APKs. There are many more options available with the bundle and the bundle tool. In the next session at stage 2, at 6 p.m., our engineering team will provide a technical deep dive about the bundle format, the bundle tool, and all the options it enables.
OK, so you mentioned size savings. Tell me a little bit more about how it happens.
Sure. So the big difference between splits and multi-APK are that splits are additive, not multiplicative. For example, the app here has the base APK with DEX files and the corresponding density, ABI, and language splits. With dynamic delivery, Play will only deliver the density and ABI splits required by a particular device, making the app smaller for users. In addition, Play will start handling a new dimension, languages. In the Android app bundle, you will be able to supply all the languages, and Play will only send to users the splits for languages they're typically using. In the rare case where a user switches to a new language that we weren't aware of before, Play will dynamically deliver relevant splits to their device. For some apps, language splits alone introduce massive size savings.
So we've been testing this with few developers. Probably some of you are in the audience right now. For example, Twitter is one of our early access partners. By splitting over languages and screen densities, they are saving 35% of their app size. This is huge. And this is not everything. Here are a few more examples. TextPlus with 26% size savings. Blue Apron with 27% size savings. And Jaumo with 50% size savings.
And that's not all. We have more. Here are a few more examples of our early access partners. All these partners have built the bundle, published it to Play, and were able to make their apps significantly smaller. Look at the results. ABA English, Airbnb, LinkedIn, Memrise, Perigee, Pluto TV, and RV App Studios have all saved between 11 and 64% of their app size. And that's how Android App Bundle and Google Play's dynamic delivery work. Once you publish and build your bundle, Google Play will deliver just what specific device needs. Now, let me invite Karen, who leads Android Studio product team, to the stage to tell you a little bit more about how you build the bundle.
Thanks, Milena. Hi, I'm Karen, and I work on the Android team.
The sun is really bad, guys.
The sun is indeed really bad.
Those are the best moments when the mic is still on in the backstage. So you've now seen the concept of an app bundle. What I want to do is pivot directions and show you a bit about the tools that you're going to use to build the app bundle. In Android Studio 3.2 Canary, that was released less than 4 hours ago, so go download it, there's full support inside Studio and Gradle to build the app bundle format. The app bundle will contain everything your app needs. All your languages, support for every device screen, every hardware architecture, and will automatically build those configurations into APKs for you. If you're using Android Studio to build a bundle, the flow will feel very similar to an APK, working with an APK today. What we've introduced in the build menu is a new option to build a bundle. If you're using a continuous integration system, all the Gradle build tasks have also been updated to build a bundle. So replacing a single option, rebuilding your project as a bundle means that's all you need to do to take advantage of the APK size savings. You'll also be able to take advantage of Google Play's dynamic delivery, so only the bits that are needed are downloaded to the device. The Android App Bundle is your new publishing format for the store. Testing and deploying your bundle will, again, feel very similar to what it does today in Android Studio. You're just working with APKs. What we've also done is updated the new Run configuration dialog, so you can choose the bundle and select your deployment target and deploy directly to a device or to an emulator. Gradle will build the bundle and then deploy only the APKs that are needed by the device. This ability to test and deploy your bundle will simulate exactly what the Play Store does. If you're just testing your app functionality, though, you can go ahead and use an APK like you did before. It'll work the same way, and it's actually going to be faster to deploy to the device. To upload the bundle into the Play Store, you'll need to sign the bundle with a signing key. For all existing apps, you need to provide Google Play with your signing key, so Play can process that key and then re-sign your bundle with the same key. For new apps, Play will just generate that APK for you, or that key for you. If you recall, in a multi-APK world, you used to have to upload every APK manually yourself to that store. In a bundle world, we do all the heavy lifting for you. You only have to upload one thing.
Once you build a bundle, you can upload and publish it through the Play console. You will use the same release flow you're familiar with an APK. In addition, in order to test your app bundle with your testers, you can use our new internal testing track. It allows you to distribute your app to your testers within less than a minute. When you publish an app bundle to the Play console, we provide you a new way to look at your app bundle and understand the size of the device-specific APKs that Play generates and delivers to your users. We call this new page the Bundle Explorer. Here you can see what is the size of all those device-specific APKs that Play generates for every device configuration. For example, you can see what is the size of the APKs that Play will deliver to an ARM XHDPI device. You can also use this page to download the device-specific APKs generated by Play to any device model that is listed in our device catalog.
We showed you how the Android App Bundle and dynamic delivery will benefit you in a number of ways. For developers, you really no longer have to manage the multi-APK world. For your users, we're really hoping that they won't have to pay the cost of that giant upfront install. So what does it all mean in practice?
We worked with a number of developers in our early access program, as Kobe mentioned earlier, and it's been fun. Twitter has told us what they like about the new flow. With the Android app bundle, they upload one binary with one version code, and dynamic delivery handles API, density, and language splits. For Twitter to have done this themselves, it would have required the maintenance of 500 APKs. That's not a small feat. They describe their build and release process as more streamlined, with the size of their app has significantly decreased for their users. So you've now seen how building an app bundle results in smaller apps. And it also means that you no longer have to manage multiple APKs. The second big change that the app bundle enables is more modular apps. So today, we're releasing a preview of the ability to deliver features on demand. Just as building a bundle automatically builds splits, such as language, screen density, and hardware, you can create a split for additional features. We call these features dynamic features, and they are installed on demand. Each app will then have a base feature and n number of dynamic features. Again, with the latest version of Android Studio, you can start creating apps today with dynamic features. If you want to publish that app into the Play Store, however, we're still in beta, so you'll need to join the beta program on the Play Store. Although most apps won't need any effort to create the bundle and support dynamic delivery, creating these modular apps with on-demand features we do expect will be a longer-term progression, and it works best as you re-architect your apps over time. So let me give you an example of what it means for an app to have dynamic features. In this particular example, we have a Camera Depot app. It's just a simple e-commerce app. There's 4 features to pay attention to. The first feature is just to be able to browse goods. The second one, to be able to see what offers you have. Third, being able to buy items. And the fourth, being able to sell. You can imagine that from our app's usage, that we see that less than 1% of people ever use the sell feature, and it's only by people in a particular region, or primarily. Every person who downloaded your app has to pay the price of installing all the features. In this case, we should make the sell feature a dynamic feature. So if a user clicks on the sell button, you'll see a small user prompt that the feature is downloading, and then it's dynamically delivered to the device. So how do these dynamic features then relate to a bundle? In the e-commerce app, the main browse application today was what we would call a base feature. You can then extend your base feature with dynamic features that deliver to your users on demand. In Android Studio, we've added a new plugin called Dynamic Feature. You can extend your application in Android Studio by adding multiple dynamic features to it. So let's take another example. Imagine that you have a video chat app. The app and the main app would be your base feature. You can then carve out a special feature, like augmented reality stickers, and deliver it on demand to users only with devices with the right camera to support that feature. If you build a new app, you should design your app as modular from the start, thinking carefully about a lightweight base app experience, and then how you would extend that app with dynamic features. If you have an existing app, we're expecting to see people take advantage of dynamic features, but carve out specific features over time. So once you've created your dynamic features, you can choose to deploy only a set of them to the device. As you can see here in Android Studio, what we've done is we've also updated how you deploy. The box here shows you 3 dynamic features: buy, offers, and sell. You have full control over which features you deploy so that you can mix and match them, and the base feature is always deployed.
So this framework will help large apps become smaller, and small apps remain small while adding more functionality. The first step is building an Android app bundle, and the next step, like Karen just described, is identifying features that can be carved out as dynamic features. After refactoring your code to carve out those dynamic features, you will need to integrate with the new client library we're releasing today. It's called the Google Play Core Library, and it includes a set of APIs allowing you to manage the delivery of those dynamic features to your users. And in case you want to deliver a feature as a response to a user request, you probably want to build a nice user experience around it. The Google Play Core Library provides a high degree of flexibility when you want to deliver a feature to your users. Beyond delivering a feature as a response to a user request, you can also ask to prefetch a feature when you predict the user will need it soon, or you can ask Play to deliver the feature as part of the next update cycle. We call this option deferred installation. When thinking about good use cases for dynamic features, we've identified two broad categories. The first category is what we call distinct features. These features are logically separate from the main flow of your app. For example, in the e-commerce app Karen mentioned earlier, there is a buyer experience and a seller experience. The seller experience is logically separate and therefore a great candidate for a dynamic feature. The second category is what we call interrupting features. Those features pop up during a normal user flow in your app. For example, if you have a photography app, you might have an option to add additional filters during the editing process. This is what we call an interrupting feature. And for those features, it is typically better to use the deferred installation option I mentioned earlier to make sure users have the feature available when they're ready to use it. And of course, we'll be super curious to see what use cases you come up with as you start innovating with dynamic features. Earlier in this talk, we've mentioned how developers want to keep their base install as small as possible while building rich new user experiences. Flipkart and Facebook are two of our early access partners who are helping us to test dynamic features. For Flipkart, as they think about building for the next 100 million users, dynamic features allow them to ship new and rich user experiences that are naturally size-heavy, like vernacular support, video, and feeds. Facebook used dynamic features to improve the experience of the app for different devices while reducing its network and resource usage. They told us that one thing they really like about the new framework is how dynamic features are updated seamlessly as part of any app update. Dynamic features enable dynamic code loading. When you deliver a feature on demand to your user, it can include code, resources, and assets. As you know, apps on Play are scanned by Google Play Protect and delivered securely to user devices. Dynamic features will also be scanned by Google Play Protect, which means your users will benefit from all the same protections we've been building for years on Google Play.
The Android App Bundle will make development easier, and dynamic delivery, and is the future of the Android app model. Dynamic delivery will improve distribution. But what about the big thing in the middle? We've barely touched upon discovery. I want to invite Jonathan Carmel, who leads the Instant Apps team, to come join me and to tell us a little bit more about discovery.
Thanks, Karen. Last year on this stage, we announced that all app developers can now develop an instant app. Today, we're excited to add games to the mix. Today, all game developers can now develop an instant app. So let's start with an example of one of our top game developers that are live today. Roll the video, please. Welcome to Google Play Instant, where you can get apps and now games instantly. And as you saw in the video, when you click Try Now, you'll launch into a native app experience that is instant, and then you'll have an option to install. And users are installing more because of this Try Now button. Let me explain how. In the old world, you'd see a store listing page like this, where the user has two options, install or abandon. And users were abandoning because they weren't ready to commit to 100 megs onto their phone without playing the game or understanding the game fully. But in the new world, it now looks like this. So if you are already coming to the store to install, you're going to continue to install at the same rate you have before. And we're seeing this. The CTR rate for install has not changed. But if you were starting to wander and think about leaving, you now have another option. You have the Try Now button, and that will launch you into the instant experience and allow you to install. So where do you see these instant experiences? Well, clearly from the Play Store, where you'll see not only Try Now, but collections and banners that launch directly into an instant app. But the opportunity that we talked about last year was nothing to do with the Play Store. It was everything outside the Play Store, because that's often where the decision is to install or abandon. And that's where the biggest drop-off rates are. Let's take ads, for example. In the old world, I'd click this ad, and I'd land in the store listing page with an option to install. In the new world, I click this, and I land in the instant experience with an option to install. In both worlds, I have to decide if I want to install or not, but now I get to play the game while I assess if this is worth it to be on my phone. And if I receive a SMS from a friend that says, try out this new TV show, I can start watching that TV show immediately and then decide if I want to install the app. And if I'm looking for a new home on Google Search, I can actually find the home, land in the experience, look at the images, assess if I like the property, and then determine if I want to install the app, the real estate app that got me all that information. Now, this is great. It's a consumer-first experience. It's great for the user. But is it good for developers? The answer is yes. We're seeing installs, conversions, and engagement go up. So let's start with installs. Mighty Battle saw a 19% increase in installs just from the Try Now button. Now, this is one of the higher data points that we've seen, but we have seen incremental installs across the board. And as a developer, as you expand beyond the Play Store and start thinking about all the traffic sources I showed on the other slide, you'll start noticing that your new customer acquisition channel is instant apps. Take Vimeo, for example, which is sitting right over here. They're seeing 15% of their installs coming from instant apps. And NOS, a news app, is seeing 30% of their installs coming from instant apps. This is their new customer acquisition channel. So are instant apps just driving users to install? No, they're also having great experiences for the user within the instant app. WeGo, a travel app, is seeing 27% increase in conversions within the travel app, where you get new paid leads from the instant app. And Viki, a TV show app, is seeing monetizable watch time increase by 5x. So be it if you're trying to drive installs, or you want to make sure that the user has a great experience within the instant apps are doing both. Now, I know what you're wondering. We just talked about Android App Bundle. We talked about instant apps. And now you're worried that you're going to have double the work. You're going to go home and have to work on both things, or you're going to have to choose one or the other. Absolutely not. This is part of the same effort. And Instant is just a mode of the Android App Bundle. So what I'm going to do is take you from an Android App Bundle and migrate it to an Instant-enabled Android App Bundle. And then I'm also going to start with an Instant app and show you how you get to the Android App Bundle. All right, so Kobe came up here and said you take your APK and you get to an Android App Bundle. And then he also mentioned that you're going to start carving out code and start modularizing your app. So as you go through this process, you might notice that one of your features makes a great entry point, and you would love that your users actually instantly jump into your app that way. So if your base module and your dynamic feature module are small enough, you can just make those instant enabled. And for all that code that is in your installed app that you're not ready to have part of your instant app, you're going to wrap that as a dynamic feature module, and you're just going to make it available at install time. And there you have it, one binary that is both an instant app and an installed app. Now let's see what this looks like if you're one of the instant app developers that I see in the audience today. So you probably have something that looks like this. You have a zip file. It has both a base feature module potentially another feature module. And you're going to take, and you did all this hard work to decrease the binary, to modularize. That work is not wasted. You're just going to take that same code, and you're just going to make it part of the Android app bundle. And for all that code that's in your installed app, that's not in your instant app, again, you're going to wrap it as a dynamic feature module, and just make sure it's available in install time. There you are. Again, you have one binary that's both an instant app and an installed app. So now Karen's going to talk about what this looks like in Android Studio and the tooling that is coming soon to help you do just that.
Thanks, Jonathan. So let's take the same view of the app bundle that we saw earlier. If you're going to relate it, an instant app, and relate it to an Android app bundle, what would that look like? So as Jonathan mentioned, at this point, you already have a pretty modular app built using the existing Android Studio plugins. You have a base feature and a set of feature modules. It relates really nicely to the Android app bundle. The only difference is that your base feature is now com.android.application, and that your feature modules are just using the Gradle plugin com.android.dynamic feature. In the future, we'll be releasing tooling to support full unification of these two formats. Your Android app bundle will simply be instant enabled. So regardless of where you start from, if it's an instant app moving to an Android app bundle, or an Android app bundle that wants to be instant enabled, you're going to be covered. So as I mentioned earlier, dynamic features, you can build them today in Android Studio, building apps with dynamic features. But if you do want to publish them to production, they're still available as preview, and you need to join the beta program on the Play Store. At the same time that we're releasing dynamic features and making them fully available, we'll also be working on the tooling to instant enable your app bundle. Now let me invite Matt back up here to talk more about the feature.
Yeah. Thanks. So we've talked about big changes coming today. Firstly, much leaner apps are possible, and there's no more multi-APK. And secondly, dynamic features are out as a beta. Now I'd like to encourage you to imagine how you'll use these capabilities in the future and make use of them for your own app. So as you've heard, using the Android app bundle and Google Play dynamic delivery, you'll be able to create highly configurable, modularized apps that can be adapted to different users and different use cases. So your preliminary experience can be lean and instant, with additional features provided to users on demand as they need it. Which of your features are only used by a fraction of your users? The capabilities will allow you to create different versions of the same feature for different device types, such as low memory and high memory devices. It will also enable you to do live experimentation with different versions of the same functionality without making your app bigger. And you can find out which variant works the best and fuels your success. What sensitive user journeys in your app, like a checkout path, could benefit from that sort of experimentation? We're moving away from a world of giant installs to a world of modular app development, instant app experiences, and dynamic delivery. Apps will be richer, yet they'll be smaller and more efficient, both on disk and over the wire. We encourage you to start thinking about how you'll use these capabilities to improve your install conversion. Start thinking about how you'll use these capabilities to lower your uninstall rates, and start thinking about how you use them to build richer experiences that help you to improve engagement with your app. Android apps are evolving, and we're excited to see what you can build with these capabilities. And we start today. All developers can now build Android app bundles in the latest Canary release of Android Studio 3.2 and upload them to the Play console. You don't need to refactor your app to get started. You can get started on the web at g.co/Android app bundle.
And you can get started with modularization and dynamic features in the Canary 2. Those who are ready to start publishing apps with dynamic features can apply to join the beta on the website. To find out more, attend the session right after this one on stage 2, where our engineering team are going to share some technical deep dives about building the bundle and using the new client library, enabling dynamic delivery. Thanks, and have a great I/O.
Thank you for joining this session. Brand ambassadors will assist with directing you through the designated exits. We'll be making room for those who've registered for the next session. If you've registered for the next session in this room, we ask that you please clear the room and return via the registration line outside.
Then I click Deactivate Breakpoints so that I can test out the app without triggering the breakpoints I've set. Now the app sums up numbers as expected. All right, you now have an excellent foundation in how to effectively debug JavaScript using DevTools. From here, I recommend learning about all of the breakpoints that DevTools has to offer, as I mentioned before. We also have a JavaScript debugging reference where you can learn about literally every feature related to debugging in DevTools. Links to both are in the description. Thanks for watching and happy bug hunting.
Hello from IO Live. I'm Trina Montanescu, and I'm here with Ankit, the product manager at Google Pay. Hi, Ankit.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
So, what's Google Pay?
So Google Pay is our payment solution for both online and in-store. Google has hundreds of millions of credit cards on file, from Chrome, when users autofill in Chrome through Google Pay, when users pay on the Google Store, YouTube, Play. We're bringing the power of all of those cards that we have to stores, both in physical stores and in online stores.
Okay, so how about merchants that have an omni-channel?
Yeah, so we enable a variety of experiences. So online, for example, we allow you to have a Google Pay button that enables a one-click checkout with any of these credit cards on file. In store, we allow you to accept payments through NFC. We have a set of loyalty solutions so we can help you enroll users in your loyalty program, make sure loyalty is conveyed at the point of checkout. And then today we're also announcing, like a good mobile wallet, we're supporting other items that users have in their wallet. So boarding passes, event tickets, offers, that sort of thing. If you are an omni-channel merchant, we're happy to work with you. We enable it. One of the demos that we have today showcases this very well. We have an experience that we've built with Oak Labs and Dotdash Pay. It's a smart mirror. You walk into the dressing room with your items, the mirrors will detect it. We then enable a one-tap checkout with your phone. Your loyalty is conveyed, as is your payment credential. And then after that, you're rewarded with an online offer that you can then use on their online stores. And so this is an example of how we can bring users back to the merchant after having an in-store experience.
Okay, sounds great. I'm a developer, so how do I get started with it?
Yeah, we provide a suite of APIs. It's with just a few lines of code. We enable you to add a buy with Google Pay button, or a Google Pay button for your website. We also have APIs that allow you to accept loyalty or allow you to help get users enrolled in your loyalty program, and you can learn about those at pay.google.com.
Okay, so check out pay.google.com and get started with Google Pay. Thank you, Ankit.
Thank you.
I'm Florina from IO Live.
Hey everyone, we're now at the Web Sandbox, and we're going to talk to Paul about Lighthouse. Now, you may remember Lighthouse gives you actionable advice for improving your websites. Paul, come on over here and show us what this is all about.
How you doing? Yeah, so this is our Lighthouse, real-world Lighthouse that we've got as well. So Lighthouse is our tool that helps developers actually fix the problems on their sites. So we open up Chrome, run DevTools, and then we just inspect a whole bunch of the tools that we've got, or the problems on the page, and give developers actionable advice. But the problem that we've got is that we've got a lot of different tools. So this is our actual central place to try and unify Google's performance, informational, architectural tooling story as well. So should we give it a demo?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, cool. So here we go. I'll use my site because it's probably the best, and I like people to go to my site. So what happens? We're going to enter the URL. And so basically developers at the event are going to be able to come up, put their URL in, and then get actual real-world feedback about how to improve their site. So we press go, and it goes off. It runs Lighthouse, it runs PageSpeed, and also web page test. And we've also got a number of other different tools as well, which we're not kind of automating today because it's a little bit too much. But we want to give developers an idea of what's happening. So the first one's already come through, the PageSpeed Insight score. So the general mobileness is good. I'm 99 out of 100. And then the Lighthouse scores have also come through as well. So I'm doing well in performance, progressive web appness. I'm not doing very well in accessibility. I need to fix that. And my SEO is pretty poor as well. And then if you want a little bit more detail, we've got the view report button as well, which will give you a full detailed report that you can go and send back to your manager and tell them, like, everyone's just seen how poor our site is. Let's go and fix it, or how good it is actually, and give me a raise. So yeah, that's our Lighthouse, our PageSpeed. We've got a numerous range of different tools, and like this whole area is about trying to show you kind of what goes where and how to use it and when.
This is awesome, Paul. And I have to admit, I was kind of expecting the hundreds across the board.
Yeah, I know Dion said the same as well, and he's going to have words with me later on. So.
Thank you so much for showing this.
Thank you very much.
All right, if you want to see more videos just like this, remember to head on over to g.co/io/guide. I'm Timothy Jordan. I'll see you in the next one.
If you're still using console.log to find and fix JavaScript issues, you might be spending more time debugging than you need to. This tutorial shows you how to make the most of Chrome DevTools so that you can debug your JavaScript as quickly as possible. I'm going to use this buggy demo here to demonstrate all of the debugging tools in DevTools. I recommend that you open up this demo yourself and follow along with each step. The link is in the description. Whatever issue you're debugging, you always want to start by reproducing the issue. You want to find a series of actions that consistently reproduces the bug. In this demo, when I add 5 and 1, the result down here at the bottom is 51. Obviously, that should be 6. This is the bug that I need to track down. At this point, you might be tempted to use console.log to infer where the code is going wrong. Sure, it may get the job done, but it's rather inefficient. First, you have to find the relevant code, which could take a while in a big code base. Then you have to sprinkle console.log statements throughout the code. Then you got to reload the page and look at the logs. But maybe the logs didn't give you all the information you need, so you got to go back and add more logs, and so on. With DevTools, you can pause the code in the middle of its execution, inspect the variables that are in scope at that moment in time, and walk through your code one line at a time. Open DevTools by pressing Command-Option-J on Mac or Control-Shift-J on Windows and Linux. Then click the Sources tab. The Sources panel is where you debug JavaScript. It has 3 main parts. At the top left here is the File Navigator pane, where you can inspect the files that the page uses. After clicking on a file, you can see the contents of it here in the Code Editor pane. And down here is the JavaScript debugging pane, which you'll learn more about shortly. Note that when your DevTools window is wide, the JavaScript debugging pane moves to the right. If you take a step back and think about how the app works, it's probably safe to guess that the incorrect sum gets computed in the click event listener that's associated to the button. Therefore, you want to pause the code right when the event listener executes. Event listener breakpoints let you do exactly that. Expand the event listener breakpoints section, then expand the mouse category, then check the click checkbox. DevTools now pauses on the first line of any click event listener that executes. Back in the demo, click the button again, and DevTools pauses on the first line of this onClick function. The blue highlight indicates what line of code you're currently paused on. If you're paused on a different line of code, press Resume Script Execution until you're paused on the correct line. You paused on the wrong line because you have a Chrome extension which registers click event listeners on every page that you visit. If you try the workflow I'm describing in an incognito window, you can see that you always pause on the correct line of code. Event listener breakpoints are just one type of breakpoint. DevTools offers many other types. For example, you can set a breakpoint on a specific line of code, or when a DOM node changes, or when an exception gets thrown, and so on. After this tutorial, I recommend checking out our breakpoints guide, which teaches you when and how to use each type. The link to that guide is in the description too. I'm paused in the click listener, and now I want to execute the code one line at a time. The code stepping controls right here let you do that. Click the Step into Next function call button to investigate a function further. For example, when I step into the inputs are empty function, it jumps me to the first line of that function. When I'm confident that a function is working as expected, I can click the Step over Next function call button. The function executes, but I don't walk through it line by line. For example, if I clicked Step into Next function call, this line here would be highlighted blue, meaning this is where I'm currently paused. But when I click Step over Next function call, the function executes to completion and I pause on the next line of the function that I'm currently stepping through. Last, suppose I'm stepping through a function and I realize it's not relevant to my bug. In that case, I can press Step out of current function and DevTools executes the rest of the function. If this doesn't make complete sense right now, I recommend creating a snippet, which is a little block of JavaScript code that you can execute at any time. Set a breakpoint in your snippet and play around with the code stepping controls yourself in order to understand how they all work. Back in the script, I can tell that the bug is probably somewhere in the update label function. Rather than stepping through a bunch of irrelevant code, I can set a line of code breakpoint right around where the bug probably occurs. To do that, I just click the line number next to the code. This blue icon indicates that there's a breakpoint on this line. When I press Resume Script Execution, DevTools runs all the code up until that line, and then pauses before that line executes. Over here in the JavaScript debugging pane, I can see the call stack that caused this code to execute. I can click on the functions to see where each one got called. The scope section shows me all of the local and global variables that are currently defined at this moment in time. I can click on values to edit them, but I'm not going to do that right now. However, when I look at these values, they look suspicious. They're wrapped in double quotes, which means that they're strings. This could be the cause of the bug. I'm going to investigate this further over in the watch expressions section. Here I can watch the values of variables over time. You can store any valid JavaScript expression here. For example, I click add expression, then type of sum, then press enter, and I can now see the value of that expression. As I suspected, sum is a string when it should be an integer. Now I'm going to open up the console to test out a potential fix for the bug. When I'm paused on a line of code, the console has access to all the variables that are currently in scope. For example, when I evaluate addend1, it returns 5. I think I can fix this bug by converting the addend1 and addend2 variables to integers before adding them. So let me try that now. Yep, that fixes it. I can verify that this change fixes the bug by editing the code directly from DevTools. First, I'll resume script execution, then make my change. To save the change, I press Command-S on Mac or Control-S on Windows and Linux. Then I click Deactivate Breakpoints so that I can test out the app without triggering the breakpoints I've set. Now the app sums up numbers as expected. All right, you now have an excellent foundation in how to effectively debug JavaScript using DevTools. From here, I recommend learning about all of the breakpoints that DevTools has to offer, as I mentioned before. We also have a JavaScript debugging reference where you can learn about literally every feature related to debugging in DevTools. Links to both are in the description. Thanks for watching and happy bug hunting.
Hello. Welcome to another talk. Welcome to Modern Android Development. I should point out before we start that this sun is a lot brighter than I am, so we may have
so we can either put on the glasses and not see the slides, or don't put on the glasses and not see anything.
So
that's going to be fun.
We'll see how this goes today. Welcome to Modern Android Development. I'm Chet Haas from the Android Toolkit team.
And I'm Romain Guy from the Android Framework team /something.
And we're going to talk about a bunch of stuff that you probably already know, but it occurred to us that we have given you advice and information about how to develop good apps for Android over the years, and that information has changed over the years as we've introduced new capabilities, new APIs, new performance on the platform, all kinds of things. And so it's a little confusing. You could go search for information even on some of our doc site and maybe get information that doesn't really apply to a lot of situations currently. So we wanted to wrap it all together and say, here's our current 2018 view of the important things to think about.
Android is 10 years old this year, and yeah, like Chad said, a lot of outdated information. Sometimes, I see blogs or on Stack Overflow, someone being really mad about something that we said 10 years ago. Don't be mad, it's okay, things change, things evolve. It's not because we hate you, it's not because we were wrong, it's because it was a different time, different needs, different devices. So we're going to talk about some of that. Just to make sure you understand the difference between the modern way of doing things and the old way of doing things, we have a slight hint on the slides. So some of the slides are going to look like this.
So let us begin. So let's take a look at a timeline. This is sort of all the history of Android over time. So 1.0 came out in 2008, and then apparently we didn't do much for several years. I don't know what was going on there. I just couldn't think of the things to put in there. Optimize, optimize, optimize. And then Android Studio came out. What's that?
According to the web, we were busy building bad APIs.
Apparently those weren't the ones you wanted, so we've worked better at that over the years. So Android Studio came out, so we changed from Eclipse into Android Studio, where now we were building in richer capabilities than we could at the time. Art came out. It was, let's see, it was off by default in KitKat, and it was the only runtime in Lollipop. This is huge, as you'll see in some of our recommendations there, because it really has changed over time the way we look at the way you should write your code. Prior Dalvik information does not necessarily apply in an art world. Recycler View was released, important because it was a better version of List View with more flexibility, but also we started releasing components in the support library disconnected from platform releases, which means you could use these new capabilities in your applications across all the releases that you cared about. A little while later, we had constraint layout built into Android Studio, a richer way of actually designing your APIs as opposed to the rich way of typing XML directly. Kotlin, I think that came out last year. I don't know, some I/O conference or something. Architecture components, these were announced last year, 1.0 in the fall. New way of doing things where we are trying to solve or at least help with a lot of complex problems with Android and taking feedback from the community and iterating on that to create developer APIs that make things easier for you. That is the whole goal. Studio profilers, so much richer way for actually figuring out what the performance metrics are for your application. KTX, the extension library that came out a couple of months ago for Kotlin, and recently the paging library came out, went 1.0 just this week. So this is sort of a scope of some of the things that have happened over time. I'm pretty sure there was more going on between 2008 and 2013. I just can't remember what it was.
All right, we're going to start with tools. Here's a tool that you may know. How many of you have used this tool, HierarchyViewer? Oh, that's pretty good. Not everyone. There was our tool called HierarchyViewer. It was part of the SDK. It was a standalone application. There was actually another version before that one. That was the one I originally wrote in a weekend because I needed a debugging tool to optimize the platform. And for some reason, we started shipping it in the SDK. It wasn't the fastest tool. It wasn't the prettiest tool. Actually, this one was built by someone who, funnily enough, was spending a lot of time actually sleeping at their desk. That was very interesting. I've never used that technique before. Didn't quite work. So now we replaced it with something much better called Layout Inspector. It's part of Android Studio. One of the nice benefits that you can open multiple inspections at once. It's a lot faster. So if you haven't used that tool, go use it. It's a very easy way to analyze your hierarchy and debug various things like padding and margin and even performance sometimes if you have too many views that overlap each other. Here's another one that's the old way of profiling the code. So that was called TraceView. So TraceView is a tool that already existed when I joined the Android team in 2007. So it's been around for quite a while. Here we see it in action inside of Eclipse. It used to be its own standalone tool. So one of the issues that we had with TraceView, the original version was an instrumented profiler. So there was a lot of overhead. It was running on every method that was invoked. It was running in interpreted mode. And so you couldn't really trust the numbers. So when it said, this method took 3 milliseconds, that wasn't true. The method actually was a lot faster than that. And the only thing you could do is compare the relative time between different methods. And even that was difficult because if a method was invoking native code, the native code was not affected. So any method invoking native code was skewed because numbers were just also wrong. Over the years, we added sampling profiling to this tool, but still it was very difficult to use. Only a few of us even were using it internally because it wasn't that great. A few years later, thankfully, we introduced Systrace. So the big benefit of Systrace over TraceView is that it gives you a comprehensive view of the entire system. TraceView tells you how much time you're spending on every line of code inside your application, basically. But sometimes performance issues come from somewhere else in the system. Maybe you're blocked on something that's in a different process. So Systrace gives you that view that you needed. Before that, we were completely in the blind. And now we have new profilers that have been introduced in Android Studio. I think they're part of 3.2 or 3.1. I don't really remember. But if you go to the profiler tab, you're going to see a real-time graph of the CPU usage of your application and the memory usage of your application. And if you double-click on the CPU graph, you're going to get to that view. It looks very similar to TraceView. Again, it's a lot faster, and it lets you do native code profiling, instrumented profiling, sampling profiling, and even Systrace. So this is the tool that you should be using from now on, and this is what those graphs look like. So we have now, I believe, four graphs. We have the CPU one, the memory one, the network one, and the energy one. I've never used the network one because I'm not sure what servers are for, but I'm sure you guys understand that, and you will make good use of it. And that's what it looks like when you enter the CPU profiler. So you get a flame graph. You have different ways of analyzing the data. The one I like is the flame graph. It's going to colorize all the function calls with different colors depending on how much time they take. So anything that shows in red shades or dark orange are the bottlenecks inside your application. It's a very easy way to drill down and inside your application and identify the bottlenecks. This is the native profiler. It's available starting on Android 8.0, so you need Oreo or higher to be able to run it. And I mentioned briefly the new memory profiler. So to do memory tracking, we used to use this tool called ZDMS. Again, it was a standalone tool. It was built on the Eclipse platform. It was a little difficult to use because it was not part of the IDE. At some point, we added it back in the IDE. And that was pretty much the only good way you could see whether or not you were allocating memory in the wrong places. For instance, when you're doing drawing or when you're doing layout or touch handling. And now it's part of, again, Studio. So when you see this graph that shows you in real time the memory usage, you can even see like the different buckets. So it's going to tell you how much memory you're using on your Java heap, how much native memory you're using, how much graphics memory you're using. So you can pinpoint where the problem is coming from. You can also create a slice, as you see on screen, and it's going to show you all the allocations during that time. You can see the stack traces. You can follow the references. You don't have to dump the hprof file, convert it using hprofconv. You don't have to run jhat and see this horrible-looking web UI that you used to have to use. It doesn't do everything yet, so sometimes you still have to go to jhat, but it's a very good way to get started if you have memory issues inside your application. Layout design used to be like this. It's hard to call it design. And it's interesting because when Android came out, it was very hard to convince everyone to move to XML. I remember a lot of angry developers who really wanted to write Java code to build their UI. And now we've given you this. So this is the constraint layout visual editor. And now we have a lot of angry developers who would love to use only XML and not that visual tool. So I guess we have to invent something new just as a decoy to make you start using this one.
I think the only constant is that engineers will be unhappy with whatever new option you give them.
Especially if they're French. And if you went to the What's New in Tools talk, you've seen a sneak peek of a new tool for motion layout to create animations using constraint layout. Nicola and John are going to show that again, I think, tomorrow or Thursday. So go find that talk. And so we want to make it clear that this visual designer is only the beginning. There's so much more we can do. We haven't had time to build everything yet, but this new motion layout editor is the next step. And building animations with visual feedback, real-time visual feedback, is a lot nicer than using XML. Runtime and language. Jet?
Sure. So Dalvik.
Don't be so sad.
Dalvik was awesome for doing what it was designed to do, which was it was optimized for space. When the G1 came out, it had 192 megs, 48 of which
or 64. A small portion was accessible.
A very small
to the applications.
amount of memory was actually available for applications to use. So Dalvik could not, as a runtime, take up a bunch of memory for itself for all the heap and where it needed to store things. So That meant that as devices got better, as memory got larger, it didn't necessarily have the capabilities to optimize in the wholesale way that we needed to. At some point, they basically started from scratch on the ART runtime that, as we said, came out in KitKat and was default in Lollipop. But back in the Dalvik days, we basically had recommendations that came from that because of things like allocations being really expensive. It had to walk the heap and find a place to put this thing. And the heap got fragmented over time, which meant that even if it had a bunch of space there, it didn't necessarily have a lot of contiguous space in which to find a place to put that object. And then collections were also really expensive. You would allocate things over time, and then eventually it is going to run out of memory. And when it does that, when you're in the middle of an animation, you're on the UI thread, and it says, I need to allocate space for a bitmap, can't find the space, better run a GC, you're probably going to lose 2 or 3 frames just because Dalvik needed to actually collect all the items without references anymore. So some of the recommendations that we had were basically avoid allocating things whenever you can. That's certainly the way that we live life inside the framework because we are your inner loop, but we also recommended that application developers do that. One of the recommendations that I believe the community has seen batted around was don't use enums, right? Because they are, it turns out, an enum structure, the class structure, is a whole lot bigger than an int object. Right? And we use ints all over the place because we try to minimize the amount of memory we're taking up, and we also try to minimize the amount of time we're creating a new object as opposed to passing primitive types around. We also said that primitive types are cool, ints are cool, floats are cool, capital I integer, not so cool. Also what's not cool is auto-boxing. So when you're using standard collection classes, if you have a bunch of information stored in these primitive types and they're being auto-boxed in and out, or if you're using other patterns and approaches that cause these things to get created into objects, you would see in the tools that we had like Allocation Tracker at the time that you'd be auto-boxing and causing allocations along the fly, and then eventually GC kicks in and you hate yourself just a little bit more. So, modern world, we now have ART. It is optimized for performance. It was created from the ground up not to optimize for memory, but to optimize for performance. And this is performance in terms of method call stuff, but it's also optimized for allocations and collections. Way faster allocations and collections for a few different reasons. One of those is it has a set aside for large objects. So instead of putting everything in the same heap and then having to find space for large objects amidst all the tiny ones, it puts all the bitmaps in a separate heap, all the large objects overall. It's way easier to find information, find space for those large objects, and then the small objects go in the separate heap. Also, really cool, it can defragment. Dalvik could not defragment, so it would allocate over time, and eventually there wasn't enough space for that thing you needed, so you would get these obscure error messages where it said that it couldn't find a megabyte because there's only 48 megabytes free. Doesn't make a lot of sense until you realize, well, it's probably that the heap is fragmented and we can't really do much about that. Now we can. In ART, it defragments the heap. In an earlier release, it would defragment when the application was in the background. Now it can actually defragment when the application is in the foreground as well. So way better. So the recommendations we have now are go ahead and allocate when necessary. It's okay. In fact, if you use enums, I don't care. Go ahead. Apparently you do care, so I hope you enjoy them. We still, as a rule, tend to not use them in a lot of framework code and APIs. They are there sometimes, but as I said, we are still the inner loop, so we tend to be way more conservative than you necessarily need to be in your application code. Use appropriate types. I still think primitive types are really cool, but you know what? If you need to use a collection with an object type, that's okay. But be aware that these phones are still constrained devices. Memory may not be 48 or 64 megs available, but it is still being shared with everything else being run on that system. Also, batteries are really important. It's important to let that battery last as long as possible. So if you're constantly doing things all the time, if you're constantly generating garbage and collecting it, sure, ART is a lot faster at that, but ART still has to do the work of actually allocating and collecting, and all of that stuff uses power. So it's still good to remember that the battery uses power and that maybe you should be conservative on what you're trying to do. And also, like the framework, be aware of the inner loop bottlenecks. Don't do things in a tight loop that may cause performance problems.
So when Android was started, the team decided to go with the Java programming language to create applications. And there were many reasons for that. The main one was it was an extremely popular language. There were millions of developers who knew how to use this language. There were many excellent and free tools. So it was really helpful for the quick adoption of the Android platform. Over time, we have been sometimes a little bit slow at adopting new versions of the language. We recently started supporting the Java programming language version 1.8. I think they are reaching 10 or 1.10. But it served us for many years. Last year, thankfully, we announced full support for the Kotlin programming language. How many of you are using it right now?
Okay.
All right.
Keep them up. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Almost everyone.
It was definitely more than 5.
We'll skip a few slides. So we announced it last year in 2017. We're working in close collaboration with JetBrains. We're making sure that our tools work well with Kotlin, and then make sure that we have access to the features we need. Overall, we like it because it makes code more enjoyable to read and to write, and we spend so much time reading and writing code that it does matter. So I have a few examples here. They're going to be hard to read, but it's OK, because you all know how to write Kotlin. Those examples are taken from the Kotlin extensions, so I'm going to go over them really quickly. I like named parameters. You don't have to create multiple overloads of methods or builders all the time. You can inline functions, which is really useful when you create extensions, or even when you create graphics code, for instance. We saw that. Operators, you can overload operators. You should be careful with that. You can abuse this quite a bit, and I've done this myself. For instance, I created an infix operator called X, because it looks like the cross product for vectors. Don't do that. It's a terrible idea. I put it on GitHub, because it's a terrible idea. You can do destructuring assignment. So when you have a POJO, we create methods called component 1, 2, 3, etc. Then you can do multiple assignments in one line of code. So this is an example again from Kotlin Android KTX, where we destructure an integer, so you don't have to do shifting and masking of bytes and integers. We have data classes, very easy way to create all those getters and toString and equals and hash code, so you don't have to. And you don't even have to type the shortcut to tell IntelliJ to do it for you. That's the level of laziness that we reached with Kotlin, so that's fantastic. And finally, yes, I just want to call out some of the things that to me make Kotlin so appealing is very smart design decisions they've made in the language. And one of them, for instance, is when a lambda is the last parameter of a function, they have this special syntax that you can use. You don't have to pass the lambda as a parameter to the function. You can just open the curly braces and put your code right there. It looks and feels a lot more natural. So one of the things we're doing now when we're designing new APIs in the platform, starting with Android P, we make sure that our Java APIs follow these conventions. When we have a single abstract method interface, we make sure that the parameter that uses this interface goes at the end of the list of parameters so that Kotlin developers can benefit from this particular feature in the language. And we're going to do more and more of that in the support library and all of our future APIs. So for those of you who are not using Kotlin yet, project can contain both Kotlin and Java. You don't have to convert all your application to Kotlin. The next class you add to your application can be Kotlin, or you can convert an existing class. We have a ton of lint checks. If there are things that are missing, go tell Tor is going to write it like pretty much in front of you and commit it right away. It's kind of a machine when it comes to adding lint checks. Check out the Android extensions. Again, there's a talk by Jack Wharton, I think, on Thursday morning about it. He's going to talk about a lot of interesting things. We also created a style guide. So those of you who are still using our Java guide, I mean, we didn't really have one, but if you're following our source code, you're probably prefixing your fields with M. You're going to be happy to know that we're not doing that anymore with Kotlin. First, because we don't really like it, and also because you can't really do it because of the property syntax in Kotlin anyway. We also have an interoperability guide. So if you're going to be writing code that is meant to be consumed by both Java developers and Kotlin developers, be it that you're writing Java code or Kotlin code, we have guides for you that explain how you should be writing your APIs so they can be used in a natural manner in both languages. And those are the guides that we're following ourselves for our new APIs in the platform in the support libraries.
Let's talk about APIs. First of all, layouts in Android, There are a bunch of them, but these are kind of the major ones that people dealt with over time. First of all, there was absolute layout. And it's so easy to use, why wouldn't you? Then you just tell the view exactly where you want it to be, right? Linear layout, you can just nest those things as deeply as you want to and get exactly the UI you're looking for. Frame layout, it's fine. You can, if you squint at it, it's kind of like an absolute layout.
Yeah, that's the best thing we can say about it. It's fine.
Grid layout, turns out it's a little bit complicated to use, but we can figure that out, and it has a lot of flexibility there. And relative layout, we've heard that it's expensive. Is this something we should be using or not? So the modern world, here's how we think about absolute layout.
We just want to make it clear.
The only reason that this is not deprecated is because there is one important class that's subclasses.
No, it is
from
deprecated.
It is deprecated.
Yeah.
OK, well, we deprecated, and that's about as far as we can take it. Because WebView is an absolute layout, sorry, don't use that. Hopefully you're not. Linear layout, it's actually fine to still use, especially for simple cases. If you're deeply, deeply nesting, then you're deeply, deeply wrong, and there's a better solution. We'll get to it at the bottom of the slide. Frame layout, it's also OK for simple use cases. You need to put that one thing in there with appropriate padding and margins. That's kind of what it's there for.
And the dirty secret of frame layout is that it's an absolute layout in disguise. If you use margins correctly, you basically have an absolute layout. But don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Grid layout, so it turns out that it's really intended to be used with tools, except the problem was we never actually wrote the tools. So
I think we forgot.
Probably not the best layout to use for your situation, unless you already wrapped your head around it. OK. There may be better solutions out there. Relative layout, we believe that constraint layout is in general a better solution. I would think of it as a subset of the capabilities of relative layout. It has a lot of the same capabilities of relative positioning of children with respect to each other, but it has way more like relative positioning to guidelines and some of the new capabilities they've been working on to constraint
The way I like
layout.
to describe it is constraint layout is a relative layout that works.
And also, the best thing about it is it's tightly integrated with the tool. It was written in tandem, like by the same people with the tool, which means the design tool works really well with that layout, as opposed to, well, they created the APIs and the tool sort of never caught up. That is not the case there. We mentioned 2.0. It's not 2.0 yet. I would say it's 2.0 soon. So keep an eye out for what's coming up in 2.0. The talk by John and Nicola this week will go over some of that stuff, probably. Final thought on absolute layout.
Just to make it clear. So we have a class in the UI toolkit called Adapter View. It's the base class for a number of widgets, so list view, grid view, and gallery. And they served us fine for many, many years. They had a few issues. They were difficult to maintain. Grid view, I think, has not been in use by pretty much any app for quite a while, maybe photo applications. Gallery is kind of like a horizontal list view, and I'm pretty sure it's been deprecated for a long time, and we haven't certainly been looking at it for a while, so I wouldn't use it if I were you anyway. Probably doesn't work. So here are some of the issues. So an adapter view has an adapter, and the adapter is the interface between your data set and the view itself. So one of the things you can do in the adapter is notify the view of any changes in the data set. The problem is that you can only notify of coarse-grained changes. All you can say is, hey, something has changed. So absurdly enough, in ListView, we have a lot of code that's trying to figure out what has changed. Wouldn't it be nice if you could tell us, because you probably know? Well, we built an API where you cannot tell us, so that's kind of dumb. We also used to tell you to follow this pattern, the view holder. So the view holder, and it's one of the things where I've seen a lot of people mad online about the view holder because it's a lot of boilerplates you have to write. It was actually extremely important. I went back and I looked at one of our old talks, and using the view holder pattern would give you an extra 10 frames per second when you were scrolling a list view on the T-Mobile G1. So it did matter a lot way back then. It's not as necessary anymore, but in the case of RecycleView, it's part of the API, so you cannot get it for free anyway. And finally, animations. Animations are possible with adapter view. So for instance, let's say you have a list view and an item disappeared from the data set, and you'd like the item to fade away and the rest of the item to collapse and close the gap. You can do this with list view. All you need to do is write this little bit of code. Chet wrote a blog post about it, I think, a few years ago.
That was one of the list view animations.
Yeah.
We had a series of videos showing you how to do different ones.
This is
all
part
with
of
a lot of code.
this is part of the code. You only need to understand the view tree observer and transient state and measures and layouts and animations. It was rather difficult. So instead now we have the recycler view, thankfully. So this is just a dumb application. The first time I actually used the recycler view was a couple months ago. It was so much easier. That was really nice. I was able to create different versions of the recycler view. The nice thing about recycler view is that instead of having multiple widgets that are effectively different layouts for your data set, you can specify a layout for a single recycler view. So this is the same exact code with just different layout managers for the recycler view.
I should point out, too, that all of those were vertical, but you could actually have a horizontal layout. For years, people asked us how to do a horizontal
it's easy.
Horizontal list view.
You just set a rotation on the list view, and then you have to intercept all the touch events and rotate them. And then, there's a few more APIs that you probably need to override because, anyway, that was easy.
Secret, though, the easiest way is simply rotate your phone 90 degrees, which has gotten easier with some of the system UI improvements in the latest release. So.
And one of the nice things about Recycler View, I mean, it does so many things in much better ways. We have paging and we have prefetching. The API is nicer. You can change layout managers. You can write your own layout manager. But also animations, they come for free. So the equivalent of the code we just saw is this. And in particular, with Recycler View, what you get is fine-grained changes. So you can tell us if an item was removed, what item was removed. When an item was added, what item was added. You can tell us about ranges of items that have changed, or you can tell us that everything has changed. This is much better for you and for us.
All right, fragments. In the old days, we heard that fragments were really complicated, and also we would fix this thing, so we didn't necessarily have everything correct or have all the APIs that people needed, so we would put in improvements and we would put that into the platform release, and then applications could only use that with devices on that platform release. And so the modern advice is don't use the platform version. We have since ported all of that code and make all of the fixes in the support library, and we have now deprecated fragments in the core platform, so don't use them there, use the support library, or now Jetpack version of fragments. We are putting more goodness there. So use those, and also we are continuing to make improvements. There's a talk on fragments this week
tomorrow morning
by Adam and Ian tomorrow. So please check that out to hear more information about things that we are doing, as well as ways to use fragments, which should be a little bit easier. A major one of those is the new navigation controller. So check that out. It sort of builds on fragments. It doesn't depend on them. There is no dependency, but it does build on those capabilities for creating and navigating between the screens of your application. Activities, very closely related to fragments. In the old days, basically Android applications consisted of multiple activities. That was the application flow for all Android applications. We expected developers to do this, and developers did this. When you want to go from one sort of screen of your app to another one, you launch an intent, you get a new window. There you have some window animation to get you there, and there you are. The new approach is use single activities when you can. It turns out that's a much richer experience for the user. Those window animations, they're animating, but they're not doing anything interesting. They're not doing anything that helps the user transition from one state of the application to another. Instead, it's basically completely separate windows that are coming into view, when you could actually use single activity approaches to retain the same Chrome around the application. Might as well have the same action bar with the content switching out from underneath it, or use richer animations, which are possible with either the core platform animations or fragment animations. So go ahead and use an activity. You may have situations in your application where you have different entry points, especially if you have a deep link that someone may come into your application with. Then it's appropriate to have separate activities. That is the way to expose that information. But otherwise, try to use a single activity. Fragments are not necessary for single activity applications, but they can help with this a lot, especially with some of the recent improvements there, and the navigation controller stuff too. Architecture. So here was the old advice. A few years ago, only 2016. So basically 2 years ago, Diane Hackborn posted this on G+. We usually get this question from application developers where they will ask us what application architecture they should use in their application. And our answer is always, we don't care. We are not you. We don't know how your application works. We don't know the best architecture for your application. So please make your own decision. And then there's usually a follow-up question of, yeah, I get that. But which architecture should I use? So Diane posted this to basically say this once and for all. We do not care. The components that we have in there, the content providers, the activities, the services, these are system-level components. They're not an architecture around which you build your application. So please build the one that's appropriate for your application. The new advice is, actually, we're happy to provide you some recommended architecture, because it turns out that people would at least like some common advice that makes sense. And we believe that we have that now. Specifically with the architecture components, we think that we have an approach that makes a lot of sense. We have APIs that are easy to use, and you can build around those. We are not demanding that you use this. Please use the architecture that makes sense to you. But we do have a core architecture that we believe should work. If you're starting a new application, if you have new developers on your team, it makes sense. One of the reasons that we worked with Android architecture components was to solve hard problems. One of the hardest problems was Android lifecycle. And our answer was, all you need to do is understand this diagram and memorize it. And someone externally did their own version of that diagram, which looks like this, which is actually a lot easier to understand if you look at it like this. So that's basically everything you need to know and keep in your head at all times. So the problem would be you would basically create a bunch of methods in your activity so that you could track and manage lifecycle. You're handling creation and starting and stopping and resuming and pausing, and you're probably doing stuff in destroy as well. You're probably doing too much in onCreate. You're probably having race conditions as well as leaks in your start and your stop, and you're probably doing that in the pause and resume as well. And you're not exactly sure why you're overriding onDestroy, but someone told you you probably should, so we'll do that as well. So in the meantime, you actually only know the lifecycle state if you override those methods. We didn't give you a way to query that. We know what it is internally. We're just not letting you in on the secret. All right, so there is no API for you to query, so you need to override all those methods, and then you end up chucking too much code in there. So too much logic basically happening everywhere. The new approach is we have an object called a lifecycle owner. You can ask it for a lifecycle object, and then you can either query the state if you want to know what state of lifecycle you're in, or you can set an observer on it, and then you can get callbacks into this methods. This allows you to abstract it into a separate place, so you're not basically bogging down activity code with all this information, but you're putting it where it makes sense in your application. Fortunately, we override, we subclass lifecycle owner and implement that in both fragment and app compat activity. So in the support library, please use these. Those are lifecycle owners, so basically you can query them to get the lifecycle and then go from there. So we went from a model where you would have activity with basically all of this lifecycle dependent logic in it to a model where the activity can be much smaller, take that logic out, abstract it into this other thing over there, set a lifecycle observer on it, and get the callbacks you want. We have a similar problem going on with views and data. We have an activity, and then we have all this information about the views in there, and then we have the data for the views, and we need to know when the data changes, and we need to also track the lifecycle so that we don't leak things or call things at the wrong time. So we just end up having too much stuff there. Well, now you have this concept of a live data and a view model where you can put that stuff, you can abstract it out of the activity, so you can put all that information out there, observe that stuff. So now in the activity, you should really have only information about views and a reference to the view model, and then put all of that logic in the view model. It's using live data objects, it's handling lifecycle on its own, and you can observe it. Way better, way less buggy. For data, our approach, our argument to you was kind of, well, you're on your own. We don't manage your data. Do whatever you want. And there are lots of database solutions out there. We have SQLite in the platform. Go ahead and use it. Knock yourself out. Whatever. We don't want to get into that business. The new approach is we actually do offer something for data. It builds on top of SQLite, but it actually offers build time verification. So you're not just sending these queries down and then getting errors at runtime, but you can see this problem at build time and integration with the live data stuff that we saw earlier. Or you can be on your own if you want to. We're not trying to take over your database solution. We're simply offering a better local persistent story than we had previously to make it easier for you. The overall diagram looks like this. The only new element here is this idea of repository. It's a pattern for basically abstracting for where the data comes from. So if it comes from local or web, shouldn't matter to the rest of the people that are querying it, so it's kind of nice to have an abstraction there. Data paging. So we had this thing called Cursor Adapter. It had some good elements about it. It did have support for a database cursor. That's nice. But it was specific to list view and had basically other problems with inefficiencies, paging sizes, stuff like that. We had async list util, which was more useful, but also was really inefficient for doing things like web transactions. So we have a new model in modern Android. We have data paging. The paging library went 1.0 this week. And there are good things about it. So it works with recycler view. It handles fine-grained data changes. This is much more efficient. Uses background threads very easily. You can observe changes, so it's integrated with live data. But again, we're not forcing this architecture on you. If you're using RxJava 2, you can integrate with that very easily as well. And flexible data fetching options, so you can specify, the window size and when you want to get these things. There are, of course, always trade-offs. I find that the bad thing about data paging is that the name is rather boring.
Graphics, so when we started Android, we only had OpenGL 1.0. We didn't even have shaders. We were doing everything with software render. That was an issue for several years. It was fast enough for the early devices. It's only when we hit the tablet form factor that it started to become an issue. We used to do a lot of 9 patches, and I'm sure some of you have suffered through the creation of 9 patches, or even worse, trying to explain your UX designer how to create them. Like, where do you put the black dots? Which side do they go? I still don't know to this day. Texture view with surface view, we touched on that in our previous talk. Basically, there was always this problem of use the less efficient texture view, but that can integrate better with the other views like list view and animations, or do you use surface view? And managing bitmaps was hard. A lot of you built applications and you were getting out of memory errors because you're trying to create bitmaps and you have to do caching and this is difficult. And our answer was basically, c'est la vie. So nowadays, we have OpenGL 3.1 and 3.2. You have compute shaders. You have Vulkan if you want to do low-level graphics rendering. We do hardware acceleration everywhere. Vector drawables have basically replaced most of our drawables and bitmaps in applications. So we have small applications you don't have to support. Supporting multiple densities is a lot easier. You don't need as many patches as before. And something that we're now doing is, we're working with you. Very often, application developers turn to us for solutions. But when the community, that is you, have been building amazing libraries that we think are the right answer, that's the ones you should be using. So for instance, Glide or Picasso or Lottie are excellent at what they do. Like if you want to manage bitmaps or if you want to create crazy complex animation with Lottie, you should use those. We're not going to spend time recreating something that already exists out there and that we think is very good at what it does. So please go use those libraries. Again, nowadays you should probably use surface view and not texture view anymore. It has outlived its time. And finally, we used to tell you to profile your code. We used to tell you to evoke work whenever possible and to minimize memory consumption. But now we have better devices. We have a lot of cores, we have a lot of RAM, we have a better language, it's a better runtime. So instead, what you should be doing is profiling your code and avoiding work whenever possible and also minimizing memory consumption.
Because it turns out that devices are still constrained. You need to keep that in mind. Battery life is critical, and bandwidth is precious, and all of these contribute to user experience. So your user will thank you if you are actually still being conservative about these things and getting the best performance for your application that's appropriate. We would like to thank you, and there's a different way to say this, and I think we're done. Thank you.
Thank you for joining this session. Brand ambassadors will assist with directing you through the designated exits.
It was another great day at Google I/O 2018, and it isn't over yet. Come back at 8:30 p.m. Pacific Time for our live concert with Justice. They'll be debuting their new song, Stop. Tomorrow, we'll be back here at 8:30 a.m. with more sessions, sandbox demos, and special guest interviews. See you back here in 1.5 hours. We'll leave now with Justice's new music video, Stop.